Good morning, everybody. There we go. Okay. This morning, I did a little informal test. I came down for breakfast and while eating through some eggs and bacon, asked, have you ever heard of WWROF? And universally, the answer was no. Some of you probably don't know what it stands for. On Saturday afternoon at the contest forum, I'm going to take some time to talk about WWROF, why it was formed, and tell you a little bit about how it has helped over the years our contesting community thrive, even through some challenges. We're also going to take some time to look to the future, sharing some insights from some recent research that we've done about how this community feels and what it thinks is important for the future. So come 1:30 p.m. Saturday afternoon, all afternoon. I'm sure you will not have had enough out of CTU. You'll want more. Plenty to listen to and talk about at the contest forum.
Thank you, Jim. With that, we're going to get started. And, you know, he's been on the board of directors since the beginning 19 years ago. But John Doerr, K1AR, has never presented at CTU. So he is one of our new 5 professors. Please welcome John Doerr, K1AR.
Well, good morning, everyone, and it's great to see you. I actually had a little bit of a similar thought, you know, when you've been contesting as long as I have, which is creeping up on 60 years. It's pretty unusual to do something for the first time anymore, because after 60 years, you kind of have done most of it already. But speaking here in front of you guys is truly an honor, and I'm thrilled to be here for the first time and to be able to share with you guys. You know, we talk a lot about reputation and all of that here in contesting. I'm going to spend a little bit of time this morning talking about that as well. But somebody who has probably one of the most amazing reputations, and somebody who also needs to get a round of applause that was not mentioned in the introduction, is Tim Duffy, K3LR. If it were not for Tim, you probably would be home doing chores at home and making your spouses happy, but I digress. So I have a question for you this morning. And that question is very simple, and it just requires you to raise your hand. And that is, how many of you in this crowd regularly cheat in contests? Would you raise your hand, please? Okay, well, I guess my talk is over. Any questions? You know, it's interesting that what that represents, aside from the fact that nobody's probably going to raise their hand anyway, is the reality of contesting, and that is that we are, by large measure, a self-policing and honest group of people that simply want to do our best and try to achieve whatever goals we set for ourselves, and that's something to be applauded. A lot of people who are not hams will ask me the question, how do you guys verify when you do the things you do? And I say, well, it's largely an honor system. And that's, at the end of the day, why this thing works, because the honor system in our case works. And, you know, sadly, sometimes we have to spend so much of our energy chasing after the 0.1%, but that's what also makes it so special, is because we know at the end of the day, what you read for contest results and what you see in conversation at clubs is legitimate and real, and you can count on it. And that's something that's really special. So we have kind of a daunting task as contesters, and that is we truly have to take care of this sport. And I'm going to just spend a few minutes talking about that. This talk in the past has kind of been labeled sort of as an ethics conversation, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. But you know, one of the things I think we have to remind ourselves, if we don't on our own frequently, in that the future of where contesting is going is not guaranteed. Not even a little bit. There are some factors, both externally and things that we can control ourselves, that indeed have an impact on where this thing we call contesting is going. And you know, it would take one swipe of the pen from a government perspective to just change our contesting world overnight. If the FCC or some other organization of government decided, for example, that, well, we don't hear a lot of stuff going on 10 meters now, so we're going to just take that away. And then when you combine that with what we're seeing in terms of growth, although you would never know it by this room, look at all these people. It's unbelievable. And we can't control the sun and on all of that. And many of you, particularly those who are new in contesting, are well aware of what the barrier of entry in terms of cost, not just for equipment, but just everything it takes to put a contestation together. It can be daunting and intimidating. But there also are some things that I believe we can control, and that's the part I really want to focus on today. It's how we behave on the air. It's how we are considered for those that maybe aren't as passionate about contesting as this room may be, and then the ethics behind all that. So when you look at ethics, there are a lot of ways to maybe define that word, but this is one cut at it. Simply moral principles that govern a person's behavior or conducting of an activity. And that applies to so many different things. You know, I started thinking about where does ethics come to play in other areas of life. And when you look at it, you can put together your own list. My list was just very simply healthcare and sports and law and so forth. But it's something that is, you know, in the news frequently. You hear a lot about this thing, ethics, right? And it seems kind of strange in some ways that that would be a part of a conversation in contesting, but in fact, it really is. When you just take and unpack, for example, the area of sports, there's all kinds of examples of where we've had failures in ethics in sport. The NCAA game fixing, the Lance Armstrong affair, you certainly know about that. Now, I'm a Boston guy, so obviously there are no issues with the Red Sox or the Patriots when it comes to ethics. But I did have to at least point out, with all due respect to my Texan friends, the Houston Astros, and of course the whole thing with steroids, both for Major League Baseball and contesting as well, right? So, but you know, the result of bad ethics can be pretty significant. You know, careers can be shattered, income can be lost, all these kinds of things. But there's really a question, I think the way we want to kick off today is really kind of fundamental, and that is, why do you contest? Why do you contest? And why are you here? Why did you decide to take time out of your precious weekend to come here and listen to this kind of stuff? Well, I certainly hope for most of you it starts with fun. Now, those of you who really invest, say, in a 48-hour contest, right, and you're sitting there on Sunday afternoon working about 3 an hour, it may not be quite as much fun as maybe it was at the beginning. Or you may look at sweepstakes and say none of it's fun, but I digress on that as well. But you know, why do you contest? For most of us, maybe even, it's about personal satisfaction. It's about setting goals for itself. It's ironically not about winning necessarily. How many people here have never won a contest? Raise your hand. Wow. So, but you still do it, right? And that's because you have personal satisfaction. I think one of the things that we enjoy, it's kind of a result of why we do this, is that we enjoy in some way to get recognition by the people around us, our friends and others. And I think a lot of us are just built, we're wired to compete. My wife tells me frequently that everything to me is a competition. It doesn't matter if I'm in a contest or I'm looking for a sale in a store. It's all about the competition and getting the best deal, right? And I think that's part of our DNA as contesters, is this inherent desire to want to compete. And a lot of us do it because we really want to serve others and other interests in the hobby. People sometimes contest because they just want to build up their DX totals or whatever it may be. There's just a lot of reasons why we do this. And oh, did I mention we try to do it because we want to have fun. So, you know, that's really the fundamental. Well, here we are, guys. There you are before the contest, right? We're all sitting in our three-piece suits, and we're in front of our radios. And there was a day when people actually did kind of look like that in front of a radio. But I think the universal picture, if you operate seriously, that's kind of how you look after the contest for many of us. And you look at that guy and you say, I'm not sure he's having fun right now. But I guarantee if that represents how some of you feel at the end of a contest, you can look back and say, you know, I really did have a good time in this thing, and I can't wait to do it again. So let's kind of drill in a little bit into this idea of peer recognition that I mentioned a few minutes ago. You know, whether you admit it or not, most contesters care what others think about them. You want to be known as a ethical guy, as a good operator. You care what other people think, and peer recognition is a big driver of what we do. And this is something that we're going to talk about even more, but the idea of peer recognition, it's not this automatic thing that just happens. It's something that is earned and something that takes a lot of time. And this is, I think, maybe the most significant thing, is that recognition of accomplishments does not equal respect. And I think you can look at that from the perspective of the DX world and other places where, you know, somebody may be at the top of the honor roll for DXing as an example, but the way they got there does not yield the respect that maybe they want because of how they did it. And that kind of thing actually applies to the contest world as well. And the reality is that our actions and our behaviors, both on the air and interestingly off the air, really do matter when it comes down to this whole idea of peer recognition. So, you know, the idea that having peer recognition is always positive is actually not true. There's a lot of reasons why it is. You know, it's positive to be known as a polite and to be considerate on the air. It's obviously positive to have a reputation that's long-standing based on the fact that when you say something, people believe you and they trust your word. And that you can reflect that because every time you turn in a log, you're one of these operators that has these amazing error rates of 0.5% and that kind of thing. And more importantly, and we saw this here just a few minutes ago, you're the kind of person that is willing to share experience and expertise with others. And we saw a whole bunch of hands go up when the question was asked, do you present to other clubs? Do you share what you know? Do you share your experience? But there's some negatives when it comes to recognition, and these are not the ones we want to put our hat on and celebrate. You know, having dirty signals, being that nonstop caller in pileups. We all know those types, right? And then the ones that are suspected of running power and abusing spotting and all these kinds of things. Well, there's a guy that we all run into in every contest. It's this guy, right? You all know, anybody one of these guys in the room here? Would you raise your hand? No, they must be all screaming still at something. But this is, in fact, one of the challenges when I say reputation and all of that and how it actually starts to bleed into ethical behavior. It's the guys that we run into that are this type of operator. And then there's these other kinds of operating tactics that we see. I call it the click, scream, work guys, right? They're the ones that click on the spot, just start screaming at the station that they think is there. They even put them in a log, and then they say, oh, by the way, what's your call, right? You've heard that a million times, right? And then this is, I believe, attributed to K3ZO, but regardless, it's this idea of when somebody says is the frequency in use, what they really mean is that they're about to call CQ on top of you about 2.1 microseconds later, right? But they went through the motions and they said, is the frequency in use? I feel better now. And then we have those that like to turn their audio and all the controls. Somehow we have convinced ourselves in some cases that if we turn everything to the right, we're going to do better, right? And that obviously is not always the case. And then there are some operators, and I hope that we can sort of train our way out of this, that it's just they have this inherent ability to make sure that they transmit when the other guy is transmitting that they're trying to work, and they land on top of him. We've all heard that a million times. You know, the guy's calling you, but you can't hear him because everybody's calling on top of him, that whole thing. And then I love these guys. They'll find an S0 long path weak signal from somewhere, and they think it's still a good idea to call them at 700 words a minute, right? And so all these kinds of on-air behaviors, I think, contribute to what people think about you, and it's something I'd encourage all of us to be thinking about. Excuse me. So there's one sort of basic thing, and this maybe is Mr. Obvious speaking here, but I want to at least highlight it anyway, and that is that we are blessed with the fact that our contesting sport, in fact, does have very clear rules, and sometimes I feel like our rules are maybe a little over legislated at times. You know, if I put my CQ Worldwide hat on, you know, we currently have page after page after page of rules dealing with various use cases and things like this. And I don't want our rules in contesting in general to require you to have to hire a lawyer before you submit your logs, right? But it is important to know the rules and to follow the rules, and that's sort of fundamental ethics 101, follow the rules. And they're out there for you to know them and to read them. You may have seen this before, and it's, I think, an important thing, not necessarily to have on a little 3x5 card sitting next to your monitor, but simply to be aware of that when it comes down to the way you conduct yourself and the way you operate can be sort of encapsulated into just a couple simple sort of directives that are outlined in what we call the contest code of conduct. And, you know, as I look at the first one, or even go down the list here, this is not to suggest that we have to be, you know, just the kind of people that are so nice and so generous that if somebody comes by K3LR and I'm on 14.150.6 and somebody says frequencies in use, I'm not suggesting that we would take the tactic, oh, yes, sir, of course it's your frequency, and I'll leave right away. Thank you for calling. But it does suggest that there is some behavior and a standard that we want to live by, and this is probably the best you'll find, and I encourage you to review it from time to time and just remind yourself that building reputation can be founded on paying attention to things like this and making it part of what you do. Now, there's this whole thing with unwritten rules, and I can tell you as a contest administrator, one of the challenges we have when we run contests and administer contests is managing situations where people are working around the edges of the rules and looking for the loopholes, right? We all know people that kind of live a life of, you know, of looking for loopholes in how they live, and some of that behavior bleeds into contesting as well. Because there's a lot of on-air behavior that I would call best practice that is not necessarily explicitly stated in the rules, and I've listed just a few examples of that for you just to think about. You know, asking friends to only work you, right? Working somebody with, you know, 28 different call signs just because you happen to have them. Cheerleading certain friends of yours on spotting networks. And then club guys working club guys, and all these kinds of things. The rules don't explicitly say you can't do that, but best practices and adhering to a code of conduct would suggest that, in fact, that is probably things you should not do. And it's all about the spirit of the rules. And that's a really gray area, but I think you really have to say, can I look in the mirror, and if I'm doing a certain kind of operating behavior, is that really in the spirit of what's intended here, or am I just kidding myself and playing games? And that's something really I'd encourage you to be thinking about. Now, there are some, and I could give a whole talk here just on cheating examples, and I really don't want to dwell on that because, this whole idea of today's talk is not to sit here and drive you into some level of admission or anything like that. I think it's more to create just a mindset and an awareness of something that actually we can be quite proud of, that in fact we're not a group of cheaters, but in fact we're a group of ethical people who just like to get on a radio and have some fun, right? But it is amazing how some people really, for whatever reason, and I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, I don't understand the mindset of people who think it's a good idea to break the rules, right? And these are just two examples. If you're kind of new to the game, you may hear a term like log washing. And that's where people will use external databases after the contest to kind of clean up their logs, right? And there's a movement going on in a lot of contests, maybe even in the CQ Worldwide this coming year, where we're making, because of computer logging and everything else, we're shortening the deadline to make our log washing friends have to maybe select a different kind of detergent to do their logs, because they're going to have less time to do it. And then there is power abuse, right? And that takes a lot of forms. A lot of people think, well, power is just a guy who's a big amp. But power abuse is also when you say that you're in a 100-watt category, but you're using a 200-watt radio. Well, guess what? That's power abuse. Or there's that time where you just can't work that multiplier, so you crank it up as way above what your entry level allows, and you work the guy, and then you turn it back down. That's power abuse. So it's being sensitive to all that stuff. When you hear those words, it means more than maybe what it may appear on the surface. And then, of course, this doesn't happen as much anymore because it's so easy to find it. But back in days gone by, there was always the notion of writing calls into your log, just making up stuff, right? And then there's I got most of it. The ARL DX contest is a good one, right? You copy the call sign perfectly, you just can't get the guy's power, right? And you ask again and again and again. And I think if we're honest, maybe we've all done it a little bit once or twice. It's that's a 100-watt guy. Enter, move on to the next one, right? So, logging partially copied information. And then the old idea of, well, I'm not going to abuse spotting systems all weekend. I'm just going to do it a little bit, right? And, that's another form of ethical breach, I think, that we need to be sensitive to. Now, again, like I said, I'm not a psychiatrist here, so I'm not going to pretend to be one. But, when I sort of thought about, why do some contesters actually choose to go down this road? And these are just some thoughts that I had that maybe answer that question. And it comes down to, contest results are a reflection of that person's self-worth, which is kind of a scary thought to think that what we do is that important to them, that they view life that way. We all like to receive accolades from others, right? So to the extent that you can accelerate or increase that, I think is important to people. It gives you this false sense of superiority. If I'm at the top of the heap, no matter how I got there, that's going to be satisfying to some people. And then the list goes on, right? But I think an important one for all of us to remember, particularly if you're new in the game or you don't happen to have a big station, is that just because you're a small gun doesn't mean that it doesn't matter, right? Everybody has to play the game fairly, regardless if you're at the top of the heap or near the bottom. If you're a small gun, in fact, it does matter. And at the end of the day, executive summary, cheating is theft. That's really what it is. We're cheating and stealing from each other, and fortunately, we're pretty good at policing that and don't do it very much, as I've been saying. So at the end of the day, you are in fact responsible for your own reputation. You know, I think it's important for us when we see people doing things that maybe aren't just a total abuse of rules and stuff, but I think it's okay to be thinking about the idea of calling people out when you hear and see things that you think is crossing the line. It's a self-policing kind of concept, and ham radio is really good at that. And that idea of self-policing, I think, applies to us as much as anyone else. You want to be in the majority, not the minority, right? And there's really one simple guideline, and that's really just to play fair. And I love this quote. It's an oldie, but it's a goodie. You've probably heard it before. And that is simply, make your enjoyment of contesting be about the journey, not the destination. Let me read that again. Make your enjoyment of contesting be about the journey, not the destination. I think for any of us that have been contesting for decades and beyond, we really look at our contesting experiences. It's been an incredible journey. And for me, as a nearly 60-year operator, I don't know what I know what one of the destinations is, but but I don't necessarily aspire to that one in the near term. But I do know this much, that I'm still on a journey, and my destination is yet to be defined, because including this very moment, I'm doing new things that are part of my journey and not part of the end game and the destination. And it's part, in most part, because why I operate contests and have so much fun doing it. So let me give you just one final thought here, and that is, very simply, play by the rules. It's the only option. There are no other options. Play by the rules. And this is something I've learned in life, and it applies in contesting just as much. And really think about this. And it very simply says, it takes years sometimes to build a positive reputation. You know, you don't build a reputation overnight. It takes a long time to develop that. And sadly, it can be destroyed in a matter of minutes simply by doing something stupid. And that applies to life, and that applies to the contesting world as well, is that we work and develop reputations for nearly all of us, if not all of us, simply because we've spent our entire contest experience doing the right thing. And we just have to be mindful of the fact that could go away like that by just doing something dumb. So I leave you with that encouragement that you all here in this room indeed have reputations that you can cherish, that you can share with others, and you have something to give back to our wonderful world of contesting. And I applaud all of you for showing that and demonstrating that simply by being in this room today. There's a few people I just want to thank who are part of this thinking. This has been a talk we've given a couple times here in Contest University, and we do that because it's important. It's not simply to say that you guys all have a problem, you better fix it. It's really to celebrate the fact that you guys don't have a problem, and that we can celebrate that and think about how that applies to others around us. So I would just like to acknowledge the folks on this particular slide who have had such an important role in doing this. So I appreciate your time. We're going to have a great day today, and I'm glad you're all here.
Thank you, John. Now what we're going to do is divide. Who are the first-timers here today? This is your first Contest University. Wow, look at that. Congratulations. We hope you learn a lot today, and we hope you come back in future years. What we're going to do now is we're going to split this into 3 classrooms. All right, so there's the air walls, and the hotel staff will be in here to split this into 3. And what ends up happening is this is room 1 here, room 2 back to my right, your left, and room 3 over there to the left. Room 4 is across the hall. So if you look at your schedule that is inside the Contest University book, it shows the course outline. Take a look at that and see which class you want to go to. Now, Here's the trick. At the end of the morning classes, you will get to vote for a class that you didn't get to see but wanted to see because it was going at the same time as something else you wanted to see. And so you'll get to vote for a repeat session that will be in the afternoon. So that's really important. You're not voting for what was the best class. You're voting for, hey, I'd like to see this class. All right? So it takes us just a few minutes here to put the air walls up, divide the classrooms. We're going to turn on the lights so everybody can see everything. And then 1, 2, 3, and 4 is across the hall. And you just take a look at the course outline. They're also posted on the poster boards around the classroom so that you can take a look at those. And you're going to have a fun day here this morning. So go ahead and get ready for the 9 o'clock session.
Thank you. They may want to come back here. Yeah. My biggest I can't play with it. Not cheating.
Well, I guess you're the only point. Are you the one that's projecting on both of these
No,
simultaneously?
I'm just doing a live
Okay,
stream
all right.
on the internet.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I need to send it. You can have a goal in here. You can talk now. I'm happy to do it. Sorry. I'll throw you in the wood chipper. That was the bed back. We're building back.
but I don't think it makes sense to rule out the rules. So, but we have what I consider to be a local dealing with all kinds of aggressive very things over we can have a whole topic. More consumable way to this thing. Questions and answers. So if you have something you can.
I'll send that draft.
Yeah, I would love that.
The one that the IARU board might have put in there. Something like that. But yeah, Frank, by Frank. Yeah, that's good.
I had to come and say hi, George. Good to see you. Yes. Well, like it or not, we keep showing up, don't we?
Well, that's a good thing.
That's the way I look at it.
Yeah.
Every year I say, well, am I going to do it? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
The day I can't come to Contest University, they have there to the might as well just go ahead and hang it up. Sell the station and be done. Huh? Yeah. How's things down in Mississippi? I try to check in on you guys on the YouTube all the time.
Yeah, staying pretty busy. Tommy and I both finally retired.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we got a little more free time.
Got a little more free time, yeah. Well, you guys been having fun down here dodging all the weather.
Oh, yeah. Plenty of that.
I keep well abreast of the weather. I got a grandson that's a meteorologist.
Oh, okay.
He got that from being a little boy with a dream when I go out and storm chase. He just ended up moving back to Iowa. He got hired by the National Weather Service in Des Moines. Yeah. He's loving it. He's loving it. He got tired of doing the television work because he was great on camera, had personality, but he had to dress up. I get National Weather Service, I don't have to put on a suit all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, you get to do heavier stuff too.
Oh yes, he's. He just moved out there about 3 months ago, and he's doing more training than anything else right now. He's about 3 weeks in Kansas City, and then I think later this year he's going to spend another 2 or 3 weeks for radar training at Norman. At the Storm Center. So yeah, he's loving it. That's what he always wanted to do. Do the forecasting, dig into the models. Anyhow, it's good to talk to you.
Good to see you,
It's always
Jerry.
good to see you. You get younger every year.
I don't believe that.
Well, that's
I
okay.
don't feel
but
that way.
You don't?
No.
Oh, sorry. You gotta believe it though, George.
Yeah, well,
That's the only way we come back each year.
If I could just hold even, I'm happy with that.
Good. Well, hope to work you guys on field. I always look for that
I hope so. We'll plan on doing it.
W5JDX.
W5AXC is our club.
Yeah, is the club one, yes, yeah. Well, I'll still, if I'm on there on 40 meters, it'll be on what's called a W8FY, Whiskey 8 Fox Yankee.
Okay.
That's the Van Wert Radio Club where I drive back from Indianapolis all the way up to Van Wert, help put my old club back on the air. There ain't that many of us left anymore.
Wow. Well, somebody's got to do it.
As long as I can
Like
do it.
nobody else.
Yeah, that's right. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Show must go on. I hear black.
Perfect. Yours.
For that room?
Yep.
Yep.
I can just hit the arrow here, right? All right, thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm Fred, K2TR. Been hamming since 1964. Member of the Yankee Clipper Contest Club, part of its founding in the 70s. And I just love antennas. And it started when I was, just a novice, and I bought a vertical antenna, and I thought that if I put a vertical antenna on a tower with a good fat ground wire and a good fat ground rod, I would get up really well because I would have a good connection to the ground. Well, I learned how bad verticals really were. And it was a little hard getting up my 40-foot telephone pole to adjust a little loading coil on it, different frequencies. So I ended up putting up a dipole with some scrap wire 30 feet off the ground, and on 40 meters CW, I just got out so much better that I said, okay, forget what the books say about tough antennas. I'm going to have to teach myself what antennas are, because the books, there's a context that is not written in between the lines in a book. So hence that was my quest as to where to start in trying to educate myself as to what antennas are effective and which ones are not. And when it comes to contesting, I'm learning how to run this clicker here.
Talk into the microphone.
Talk into the microphone, yes. I'm learning how to run the clicker, bear with me. There we go. So when you're working at antennas for contests, what you need to do is you need to plan an operating strategy around the antennas that you have, or map out your bands and the times you're going to be on those bands to take advantage of the antennas that you have. And the two are interrelated, and it changes with the part of the sunspot cycle and the time of the year that the contest is going on. So you have to take if you have a band that you have a particularly loud signal on, you want to spend more time on it. If you have a band that you're particularly weak on, you might try to figure out what kind of antenna I can put up in order to fix that. I'm going to move this microphone back just a little bit. I'm a little bit antennas, you've got to look at the terrain in front of your antennas. Now, you know that, you know, if you're flat land, you can plot it out on easy neck or whatever you want as to what your takeoff angle is going to be. And if you have sloping land or undulating land and it changes in different directions, you've got to compensate for that by your antenna height. If you're sloping down, your antenna needs to be a little bit lower, or it can be higher if you want to open the band, but you're not going to get the highest QSO rate if you open the band at a high rate and then try to run it. For instance, on 20 meters, which is one of my favorite bands, I might not have been the strongest person when the band opened, but once it did open, I could have a higher rate. And I actually worked with Jim Lawson, W2PV, a lot on developing his 20-meter array, and they did a lot of operating on 20 meters and learned the nuances of taking advantage of propagation. And there were many times in the Northeast where we could run 20 meters, maybe only 40 to 60 an hour all day, while the people down in Maryland and the Frankfurts and the PBRCers were basically saying, yeah, 20 meters isn't even worth operating. So, but you need the right height in order to do that, and the right height is, it varies. And when you come up with your antenna design, you have to decide whether you want to do monobanders, tribanders, and triplexers, single antennas, or stacks. And I'll tell you that, you know, I started out in the 70s trying to figure out, you know, what's the optimum height for an antenna. And in trying to figure out the optimum height for antenna, I designed an upper-lower both box. Nobody told me how to build it. I just figured it out myself and built one. And I put it together thinking that I could now learn more about what height the antenna needs to be at. And I ended up with an antenna at 100 feet and one at 57 feet. I could switch back and forth. And what I learned is that the beginning of the opening, the one up high is the opening antenna. The one down low is maybe 10 dB weaker. But if you put them both together, it was never worse, but the QSB went down just a little bit. And later on, when the band started getting a little bit louder, then the one at 100 feet was just as loud as the one at 57. And when I switched to both of them, then the signal went up almost a full 3 dB. And there was less QSB when you're running both. Later on in the afternoon, the lower antenna was stronger than the one at 100 feet. And but if you switch the upper one to it, it didn't get weaker. The QSB went down a little bit. And then later on, you know, around 5:30, when the band started opening in Japan, I could take my upper antenna and point it at Japan, and I had JAs calling me. The lower antenna would be pointing at Europe, and I'd have Europeans calling me simultaneously. And I'm running maybe half power into each antenna, of course, but that ended up being a very, very effective way to work for me. So there is no optimum antenna plan. I'm not here to say this is a magic formula that everybody needs to go by. You've got to go by your own resources, what your goals are, whether you want to run high power, 100 watts, URP. Signal strength matters more in a sideband contest than it does in a CW contest. You want to do DX contests, domestic contests, some of both. You have to decide how you're going to do that. Whether you want to do single tower, multiple towers, or wires. I mean, there's some effective wire antennas that can change a contest very well. You know, for instance, 40 meters in the Northeast opens up into Europe before the sun goes down. And a high antenna does not work at that time of day. A lower antenna does. And you can put up a wire Moxon at 70 feet, and you'll be just as loud as the guys that are running, you know, Cushcraft 40-2 CDs. And you may not beat the guys that have a 4-element beam down that low, but most people have a higher antenna. When they have a higher antenna, they're not working, they're not as strong. Why not? Because a low-angle signal at that time of day is going through the D layer, which is absorptive. And therefore, you're actually better off with a low antenna because your signal is going higher angle, gets through the D layer faster, and by the first time the first one bounces down and hits the ocean for the second hop, it's the D layer is already subsided because the sun has gone down at that part of the ocean. So Now you got to decide your operating class. You know, single op, two radios, multi-single, multi-multi. Of course, multi-two I didn't put in there, but you know, I like multi-two. It was a really, really fun situation. But now you have to compensate for solar activity, because here we are in the time period where the sunspots are going down. We have to decide what bands we're going to be on right now and when to be on it. 10 meters is not going to necessarily open to Europe every day. If it is, you need to be on 10 meters. You just need to be. If 10 meters opens to Europe, you need to be on it every single minute that it's open to Europe. But it may never be. There are times in the bottom years of the sunspot cycle where you will get a zone 14 or a zone 15, and you will get it by beaming toward Africa and getting its skew path. Skew path, it's actually like transequatorial, and it might even happen later in the day, later than you might expect, because transequatorial happens to be an afternoon event. But will it happen every time? No, it won't, but it can. The other thing that happens in the late years of the sunspot cycle, which is what we're in right now, is that the sunspots start moving from the poles of the sun toward the equator of the sun. And when that happens, the sunspots are facing the Earth. So what happens when the sunspots face the Earth is that when there is a solar flare, we tend to get more protons toward us. And the protons is what bends our Earth's magnetic field, and that's what causes absorption. And it's polar absorption, which means that our path to Europe is not favorable. So those are the times where you'll be working Italians in zone 20s, but not even hearing anybody from Finland or Sweden. So when you do compensate for that solar activity, sometimes that high absorption does better with a low antenna, with a higher angle signal. So you have to decide how you're going to operate your strategy, and your antennas have to match each other in a way that's odd. Let's see here. So now you got to look at 160 and 80 meters. Those are you can make a lot of multipliers on those bands, but not a lot of QSOs. And 160 is a funny band when it comes to contesting, because you want to be strong on that band, not because you want to work a lot of people on that band. It's because you want to get on that band, get every multiplier you can, and get off it as quickly as you can so you can work more guys on 80 meters or 40. And one of the ways to do that is to plan your operating times and antennas for the time where you can best get those multipliers. For instance, you want to get a zone 14, a zone 15. What's the best time to work them? At their sunrise. It's also a very good time to work them on 40 and 80 as well. But if you just want to get your multipliers on 160 and get back to a spot where you can have higher QSO rates, you just need to have the right antenna for that time frame. Is that antenna a four square? It's not. A very, very high dipole can be extremely effective for that. And a lot of people get by with inverted Ls. Few people, you take two inverted Ls and phase them, and then ended up with roughly 3 dB gain and a broadside pattern. And the other thing that I got to do is work as many people in Central, South America, and the Caribbean as possible. But you can plan when you do those for like after the European sunrise is over, and you can't work in Europe anymore on 80. You can still on 40, but if you can pull in your Caribbean and multipliers at that point, instead of sleeping, it might only take an extra 20 minutes or so, but you can throw another dozen or so multipliers in your log just by getting down there at 0800, 0900. There's no other band. Other 40 is a good band to be on at that point, but 160, if you plan it properly, you can get what you need on 160 as quickly as possible. So whatever antenna you use there, just try to be as loud as you can, and don't consider it as an opportunity to get a high rate on 160, because that's not a good operating strategy, at least for a single op, at least in my opinion. 80 meter antennas, I love 80 meters. 4 squares are wonderful. I used to have a 4-element delta loop up. I had quads up. I've worked with Jim Lawson's delta loop on 80 meters. The top of his was at 175 feet. the top of my 2-element quad was at 165 when it was up. The top of my 4-element delta loop was at 120 feet. And 4-element delta loop, switchable northeast, southwest, actually was stronger than most of the 4 squares on 80 meters. Why? Because the signal angle is just a little bit higher, and actually it has more gain than a 4 square. A 4 square does not have ground gain. A horizontally polarized does. So that's the advantage of having the extra ground gain. So now I'm going to go band at a time. 10 meters is the daytime only band. We all know this. Now, optimum antenna height varies day to day. I did a 10-meter contest, for instance, in 1979 from upstate New York. And on Saturday, the best antenna was stacked 3-element beams at 30 feet and 70 feet. And the next day, the best antenna was a 4-element beam at 170 feet. So it depends a lot on the conditions, and it varies with the part of the sunspot cycle, but also where the sunspots are and what the solar activity is at the time. So if 10 meters doesn't open to Europe, you need to be on 15 to get the highest rates you can, and then you jump to 10 meters when 15 meters slows down, and you just gather up all of those multipliers that you can, be it African, South American, Central American, Caribbean, pile them in the log, and then get back to a band where you can do a higher rate. And 15 meters is the best band to optimize your score. And the optimum antenna heights vary from hour to hour. Higher the better when the band opens. After that, it varies. The signal peaks, at least from in my part of New York, and stacks at 45 feet and 90 feet are very effective. And during disturbed conditions, expect skew path to Europe. And when you do that, you're aiming at Africa. And that means that the MUF is good north-south, but not over the pole. And I will show you an antenna that I had a little bit later on in here that, and I was doing a multi-2 in approximately 1984, which is similar in this part of the sunspot cycle that we're in right now. My multi-2 had a higher QSO total on 15 meters than any of the multi-multis. And I did it with 2 antennas, 4/4 at 40 feet and 75 feet. Very, very low antennas. They were Cushcrafts at the time, 15-4 CDs. And just because they were low, I could run stacked antennas and rotating simultaneously. I was running stacks into Europe, not into Europe, but into Africa, which most people couldn't do because a lot of people had the upper lower both with one rotatable and the other one not. And the lower one was fixed on Europe and it was useless for them. So I just had an advantage. And so this is the antenna that I'm talking about here. I called it a baby Bertha. It was 70 feet around 25. A swinging gate with 2 antennas on it, a PV4 for 10, at 35 feet, a Cushcraft 15-4 CD at 40 feet. And then I had 42 feet of galvanized pipe extending above the top of the tower, rotating outside the top of the tower. Top antenna did not need a swinging gate because there was no tower in the way for it to hit. So the only swinging gate was right above the rotator. And it was in 1984. I did look, and KN30 won multi-multi that year. I don't remember. KN30 only came on for 1 contest and then went away. And this is a picture of what that looked like. And this was a picture taken from my 40-meter tower. And you're looking down on it, and the whole, all antennas rotated. Why did I call it a baby Bertha? Well, if you're my age, you knew Bertha was a big thing for towers. You can't buy a big Bertha anymore. Mike Ercolino, who built and sold them, is long gone. The equivalent to that now is a full rotating tower, and now they put as many as 6 antennas on a rotating tower. But the number of times that you can actually take advantage of 6 rotating antennas all stacked and in phase is extremely small. I've never actually built one of those myself, but I can, from what I know about antennas, if you were to operate one of those it might have an advantage for 10 or 15 minutes at the beginning of the opening, and after that you'd have to switch down to some lower antennas in order to get the most benefit from it. So now we're going to do 20 meters. As the solar cycle winds down, 20 meters is going to be your money band. And I already talked about QSO rates in the morning with an antenna 100 feet. Afternoon QSO rates are lower. And I'm going to explain a little bit more about it. And here's a picture of what a Big Bertha was. This is actually a picture of KN3Os, 6/6 on 20 meters, which is actually Jim Lawson's Big Bertha from W2PV, rebuilt by Woody, K2UU, at KN30. And it basically shows the 6-element beams that these are like 42 and 112 roughly. A little bit higher upper one than I had, a little bit lower one. I used to compete with this antenna when I was operating like a WPX contest. Dave Donnelly, K2SS, would be operating at Jim's with this antenna, and I would be operating it up at Joe Crone's place up in Grafton, New York. And he would open the band a little bit more than I. He would be stronger earlier in the morning, and in the afternoon I was stronger. But he was stronger than me for a shorter period than I was stronger than him, so I always ended up beating this antenna. Just because lower antenna and terrain differences. Jim's terrain dropped off a little bit, so he had a good low angle signal. So you can't recreate this anymore, but you can learn from it. This is what I was trying to understand how it worked and what the benefits were of having antennas stacked, and this is what I used to learn it. And let's see, I talked about it. So in 1970, a Big Bertha like that cost $25,000 plus antennas and installation. If you equate that to today, I don't know, it's probably still more money than what you could get a rotating tower put up by Ray. But you know, I wasn't the kind of person that could afford a $25,000 tower. Even if I could, I'm not sure I would have wanted to spend that much money on it. So I just built my own 4-element beams on 40-foot booms and put them up myself on the tower and built an upper-lower bow switch. And that's how I learned what was better. So now I'll take what I learned, and later on I started helping Jim out with his antennas. And when he had the 6/6 on the Bertha aimed at Europe, it was very, very strong. A lot of extremely good signal, good QSO rates. However, when Jim wanted to start doing multi-multis, he said, okay, I want to take the 8/8 on the Bertha for 10 meters or for 15 meters, and I want to make that station have control of the rotator on the Big Bertha. 20 meters can switch to their antenna at any time they want, but if 15 aims someplace else, the QSO rate on 20 dropped way down. And he always wanted to give 20 meters some flexibility. So Jim said, well, I read in the book that the taller the better, so I'm going to put my 7-element 20-meter antenna at 180 feet. And I told Jim that's too high. He says, the book says the higher the better. Well, I put it up for him at 180 feet. He bought a second one. These were Wilson antennas at the time. Put the second one at 90 feet. And I hardly ever used the one at 180 because the only time it made any difference was I was trying to work over the pole at, 8 o'clock in the evening. And other than that, if you could stack it if you wanted to beam at Europe. A single antenna at 90 feet was okay in Europe in the afternoon, but it was still weaker than the 6/6 on the Bertha. So Jim listened to me, and he says, okay, I'm going to take that down. I'll put up my 40-meter antenna up there, which I did. And he said, we're going to put the 20-meter antenna now on a 150-foot tower. I says, Jim, that's still too high. That's what he insisted. So we moved the two Wilsons over to the 150-foot tower. It was 75 feet and 150 feet. And again, when the 6/6 on the bertha was aimed in some other direction, because let's say the 15-meter operator wanted to break a pile up into Africa, my QSO rate went down, so I had to switch over to the 75-foot high antenna, which was okay, but my QSO rate went down, and it wasn't right. And Jim says, all right, well, then I know what to do. I'm going to take down that lower 7 element, and I'm going to replace it with a pair of 5-element KLM. So it was 7/5/5, and it was switchable where the lower two antennas were always in phase. The upper antenna was either by itself or combined with the 5/5. And that was a good system, but it never, ever beat the 6/6. But at least it gave me the ability to run JA in Europe simultaneously at 5 to 6 p.m. in the afternoon. So monobanders versus tribanders. Fred Hopengarten, K1VR, heard about my upper-lower bow switch, and he tried it with 3 TH6DX tribanders, and he put them at 40, 80, and 120 feet. It worked okay, but TH6DXX were, not the best tribanders in the world. They were the best ones you could get at the time, and when you start stacking them, it's pretty effective. And the old stack match from WX0B is now no longer being made, but now you can buy one from Hamation. It's only, anyway, it's a 1.5 kW, only on one band. And if you want to run more power or run a triplexer in it, you can, DX Engineering makes a Pro Stack for SO2R or a multi-single. So you can run more than one band into tribanders, but be careful about the power handling when you start using triplexers. If you do want to use triplexers, SO2 VFO, you don't need a triplexer or filters. You can just switch around as you need it to. SO2R needs 2 radios, 2 amplifiers, triplexer, high isolation antenna matrix, but you must aim at every band in the same direction. And monobanders for 20 or 15 with a tribanders can add some flexibility. But there's a limitation to triplexers that many hams don't realize. If you take a triplexer and you run 2 amplifiers in it, each one of them running 1.5 kilowatts into it, you think, oh gosh, my power's 3 kilowatts. It's not. Because the peak voltages add, so the peak powers become 4 times what you started out with. So instead of running 3 kilowatts into that antenna, you are now running 6. It's a factor of 4. If you happen to try to do a multi-multi, so you're running 10, 15, and 20, it's a factor of 9 times the power. So 9 times 1.5 kW, you're looking at what? 13.5 kilowatt peak power going into that antenna. Are any triplexers, are there any tribanders rated for that? Probably not the ones with traps. There are tribanders out there without traps. I don't know what they're rated for power, but just be aware that there's a sneaking power limitation in there that nobody talks about, and some people, don't even realize that it's a problem. How do I know about it? I was at a TV business. We often would try to run multiple transmitters into a single antenna, and the last antenna system I designed had a triplexer, and it had 3 50-kilowatt transmitters, an 8-inch transmission line, and a 22,000-pound antenna up to 500 feet, and all of it could handle the peak power of 3 50-kilowatt transmitters simultaneously. And that antenna is still on the air in Albany. So the next project, the W2PVs, was to add 2 3-element 40s at 90 feet and 180 feet. So his Telrex 3-element beam on 40 meters was at 75 feet on the Big Bertha, and it opened the band. It was a little bit lower than the other one. And as the sun went down, the 90-foot one got a little bit stronger, but
when it really got really dark, now the 3/3 was best, very simply. The front to back ratio of the 3/3 was very poor. Why was that? Well, when Wilson designed his antennas, he used the formulas for uniform element lengths, built his antennas and sold them without ever knowing whether they really worked or not. And in order to figure out what was really going on, Jim and I decided to do a little test. I started transmitting from the W2SZ site, which is about 10 miles away on top of a hill. It was actually a pretty good antenna test range, because it went down from the tower at both locations, so the ground effects were minimized. And I had a T4X, and I started transmitting at 7 megahertz. I told Jim to rotate the antenna and note the front to back ratio, did the same thing at 7100. Oh, it's getting better. 7200, getting better. 7300, getting better. Let's try 7.4. Okay. So I didn't put out a lot of power, but he rotated the antenna around. He said, oh, it's even better. Went to 7500. Front to back ratio was even better. The highest a T4X would transmit was 7550. So I put about 10 watts out at 7550, and he ran it again. He said, okay, now I know what to do. So Jim went back into his brain and knowledge of math and basically modeled an element as a series of inductors and capacitors, and changed the inductance and capacitors based on the diameter of the element, put them all into a formula, and created an element tapering schedule, which later became part of the software that he had written. It also became pieces of EasyNet, which is used today. But he predicted that the driven element on that antenna had to be lengthened to 70 feet 7 inches, which was longer than a physical half wavelength, in order to be resonant at 7150. And so we had to lengthen the elements, stiffen them a little bit, because now that they're longer, they have more wind load and can handle more ice. And I ended up changing the tips on 6 different elements, both ends, putting them back up, and they worked perfectly after that. But that was a kind of an interesting thing that Jim, with his ability to deal with mathematics, could do something that was a little bit above my abilities. And I touched on this before. 40 meters is dominated at night by high Yagi antennas, and there are workarounds. Like I said before, CW ops can run Europe in the late afternoon using a wire beam or a Moxon at 75 feet. And keep in mind, wire antennas can be stacked horizontally. So if you have a tower that's, even less than 100 feet tall, you can run a Moxon off one side and a Moxon off the other. You put them to phase. Now you've got 2 2-element beams stacked at the optimum height. You're going to be as strong as the 4-element beams. You're going to be stronger than the 2-element Cushcrafts if you do something like that. And all you have to do is figure out how to get the wires around your guy wires and your trees and your other antennas. But after sundown, a 4 square can get close to that wire beam. And if you're a sweepstakes operator, or if you want to do a field day, you're going to want a daytime dipole. It can be at 45 feet, can be a little bit lower. I've been doing some modeling lately that says that 45 is maybe a little bit too high, but it's a compromise depending on how much you want to work locals and how much you want to work people one skip hop away for sweepstakes. For 80 and 75, a dipole at 80 feet is the best height for sweepstakes. You can gain a dB or 2 using a full wave. Actually, I'm going to show you later, a little bit later, a picture of something I put together that gives you a full 3 dB. It's a little bit longer than a full wave. But inverted V's, slopers, and end-fed half waves are used by some, but are down slightly from a dipole. They're not just not as efficient as a regular flat dipole. Many do well with a 4 square with radials. Very tricky to get a 4 square dialed in. A lot of people put up a 4 square and never get it working right and don't totally understand what they did. The problem is that any nearby tower or guy wire detunes the various radials. The mutual coupling gets screwed up. The pattern never really forms properly. So if you really want to be sure about it getting a 4 square, you got to try to put it into place it is completely away from all the other antennas that you have on your system, in your system. So I touched on this before. In 1974, I built a 2-element 80-meter quad. Top was 170 feet. Fed at the bottom quarter. I fixed it at 250 degrees just for sweepstakes, and it worked extremely well. Jim took my concept and said, well, I can put a delta loop. I can feed it at the top. When you feed it a delta loop at the top instead of a quad at the bottom, all it takes is a little bit more coax to go up the tower. But it actually has a lower takeoff angle because more of the radiation is happening at the top of the delta loop when the point is up. And both of these had a sufficiently low angle to compete favorably with a 4-square. And then I talk about my own 4-square, not 4-square, my delta loops, where I had 2 of them side by side between 2 towers. And the only people that beat me on the band was Fred Wan, K3ZO. He had a full-size 3-element rotatable, and that did better than my antennas. And recently I've been working on a unique way to make an 80-meter antenna more broadband. I've tried bow ties. You know, I mentioned before I'm a TV guy, but you'll see bow ties in UHF TV antennas because they give you more bandwidth. You can do a second wire next to an 80-meter dipole, like an OWA, and that improves the match across a frequency. And there are off-center fed configurations, and also configurations use coaxial networks. So now I'm going to show you about what I've been working on. A doublet has a nice SWR curve. What is a doublet? A doublet is a full-wave antenna. They have some gain, but they're hard to match. Their true impedance is about 2,000 ohms. Does anybody have any 2,000 ohm coax handy? Me neither. A lot of people feed them with ladder line. They have to practically build your own ladder line these days. And I've tried playing around with the window line at one point, and when I put it on my antenna, 8 months later, it just blew around so much it broke off. I says, I'm never going to do this again. But so I've come up with a little bit of a better way to feed a doublet. I don't know what to call it. I mean, like your feedback on this. I'm gonna call it, it's 9/8 of a wave. It's a little bit longer. It's 1/8 of a wave longer than a doublet. And it starts getting toward the performance of an extended double ZEP. But if you expend it just a little bit, the impedance goes down, but you have a little bit of reactance to tune out. But then you start getting the extra gain of it close to an extended double ZEP. But if you just match extended double ZEP, it starts getting a narrow band antenna again because you're feeding it at a low impedance point and not a high impedance point. You want to feed it at the high impedance point as much as you can. And this is what a 9/8 wave antenna looks like. It's 2 to 1 or less between the bottom of the band and 3850. It's got just under 10 dB of gain going straight up. This is at 60 feet. This is a good height for sweepstakes or good height for a field day. And if you look at the pattern of that, you can actually see that I've actually built it as a bow tie antenna for 80 meters. It's a closed bow tie. The space in between the ends of the 2 wires is 10 feet. And Easy Neck actually overstates the gain of this. If you put this into an Easy Neck that has an NEC4 engine in it, it doesn't come up with quite this much gain because there's something wrong with the formulas in Easy Neck when it comes to wires that are very close to each other. And the balun that does this is basically nothing more than a 4 to 1 balun with a little bit of an inductor on it. It's about 20-some turns of number 14 wire on each side. It's a 4 to 1 Granella balun. And in order to take advantage of another way to do an impedance transformation, I add a quarter wavelength of 75 ohm coax on it. It turns the 4 to 1 balun into a 9 to 1 balun because you end up with a transformation from 2 different ways, one in the balun and one in the coax. Other tricks for 80 and 160 is to feed a delta loop for low angle, vertical polarization, feed it in a corner, You don't need radials when you do that. You're not feeding it against the ground. You can play around with a parasitic reflector for that if you wanted to. And then there's the K2KQ bent vertical pole dipole. People, I don't know if you know what that is. A lot of YCCCers have put it up. It's basically a vertically polarized dipole. You feed it in the middle. You put it along the side of your towers, and about 20 or 30 foot up the tower, you run one length of wire to make it resonant, and about the top of it, then you run another length of wire to make it resonant. And you can actually feed it 80 and 40 simultaneously with a single coax with two different wires. But that's what a K2KQ is. Very effective, a simple antenna for something like 160. Is it a gain antenna? No, but it gets you low angle, and that's important on 160. And practical 160 antennas are a very high inverted V. I've used inverted Vs at 170 feet, 180 feet. Works very well. An inverted L with radials, a sloper, kind of okay. Not the best, but not the worst either. The vertical polarized K2KQ style, which I just mentioned, the 4-square. Then the most effective is a Tim Duffy design. It's about roughly a 3/8 wavelength central tower matched to the frequency that you're on with parasitic reflectors and directors. You switch around, and it actually has more gain than a 4-square. And John VE3EJ has one of them as well. Everybody knows directive receive antennas are very common. Circle arrays, K9AY pendants. And then here's a little SWR trick that I came up with. It's an inverted L, which instead of having one wire and up, it has two wires up and then two going out. And they're critically spaced, and one of them's tuned a little bit higher, and one of them's tuned a little bit lower. And when you get everything matched properly, you end up with a double-tuned SWR curve, which looks like this. And it's 1.3 to 1 at the bottom of the band, goes up to about 1.4 in the middle of the band, dips down again to about 108 or thereabouts. But then above 1950, it's just useless, but there's probably nobody to talk to up there anyway. But trying to get an SWR curve on 160 is tricky, and this is one way you can do it. And this particular model has the top of the inverted L at 90 feet. And in closing, I just wanted to say that a good antenna plan needs to adapt to your operating style and the current solar conditions. A better antenna plan allows you to vary your operating style to maximize your score. And an optimum antenna plan can be fun to design and, I feel, a fantastic experience to operate. And I'm open to any questions if anybody has anything. Yes, sir. Yep. You know, I've never really modeled that to try. My intuition says you want to be maybe 3 to 4 wavelengths away if you can. That'd be 200 to 300 feet-ish. Yeah. New York, near Albany. Nope. Nope. No, it depends on conditions. I did operate one from Michigan, if you want to call that the Midwest. I actually grew up in Western New York, so a lot of my experience is half Midwest. One of the reasons I moved to Albany was to be closer to the Northeast, which I knew to be improved signal.
A couple other things if I could, like.
Sure, go ahead.
Well, say like I'm in the Midwest, and if I wanted to stay competitive, I know it's going to be pretty hard, but with the East Coast stations in the DX contest, would you think it'd be helpful to be at a higher takeoff angle or lower takeoff?
Lower takeoff angle. Yeah, you need to have a taller tower. For instance, in the Northeast, for every 100 miles or so you get closer to the ocean, you can have a 10-foot lower tower and have the same signal strength. So you could extrapolate that just a little bit to the Midwest. Yeah, well, you know, it could be 140 feet, 150 feet, depending on how far Midwest you're talking. I'm not sure you're ever going to get as strong as an East Coast station, because there's going to be some East Coast station that has something just as optimum as you have, but your goal is to just get as close as you can. One of the interesting thing, though, that's different is that from where we are in the where I am in the Northeast, the optimum antenna is a 4-element beam. Because if you end up looking at the angles between Moscow and Lisbon, for instance, if you go to much more gain than a 4-element beam, you could aim at one and miss the other, or vice versa. Your angles to those two locations is narrower, so you can actually have more elements and more gain, and you can make up a little bit of the difference because of that. I mean, I haven't done the math, haven't really looked at a map, but just intuition says to me that you could get by with a 6-element beam where I would want a 4. Oh, of course it is.
One thing I found though that works pretty good is what, I can't think of his name, antenna guru, I can't think of his name.
Yeah, I don't know that nickname.
But he suggested a good antenna for the X-Men was that vertical that he's called self-contained vertical. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's like a triangle with one leg of it. Quarter wave. And that seems to work pretty good for the X-Men. I was wondering if you guys ever tried something like that for...
I never have. And other than a delta loop fed in the corner for 80, which is very similar to what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's like there's no lossy ground on it.
Correct. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
That's about the same thing. You find that it's okay for you.
We've got one over here.
Or both switch. A stack master makes them. Have you seen the design? You can make your own at all by chance? I'm not.
Well, I'll tell you the very first upper lower both switch I made. I've never described it in literature or anything else. I fed each antenna with a quarter wavelength of 75 ohm coax, and then I matched it to 50 ohms in my upper lower both box. And if I didn't. I put the two of the antennas in parallel if I wanted to run both. And if I wanted to run a single antenna, I ran it through an extra quarter wavelength of 75 ohm coax, so it became an impedance repeater. It went from 50 ohms to 112, and then from 112 back down to 50. Is the way I did it? Is it the best way to do it? No, I did it once because that was the cheapest way for me to do it the first time. Other than that, you can do it with coax, and you can wind your own toroids. I have wound my own toroids based on the WX0B design that was published in QST before he actually sold them. I built them exactly the way he described them, and I've built some improved versions of them. The interesting thing is that he tries to make it so that it'll work on every frequency between 160 and 10 meters, and in the problem it doesn't work optimally on either end. So if you want to build one for 160 or 80, you put more wire on it. You want to build one that's optimum for 10, you put fewer turns on it. The optimum one I built that works extremely well on 2015 and 10 is only 3 turns, trifilar wound on a toroid. It comes out as a 2.25 to 1 transformer. He touts it as a 2 to 1, but it isn't really. It's a 2.25 because that's the ratio of the turns. The square root of the ratio of the turns comes out to 2.25 to 1. And you can actually modify that a little bit by putting a capacitor across it, and you can improve the match. And the loss is negligible. I've wound mine with an FT240 with just number 14 house wire on it, and it works extremely well. And then you just have to build the relays around it depending on how you want to switch it. Any other questions? Well, thank you very much. It's been a great enjoyment for me to be here, and thank you very much.
Yeah, you want I have a disc with it. Well, that's why there's so many remote stations. For people that just want to experience it. And I appreciate the Midwest. I mean, my mother grew up in Lincoln, Nebraska for a while, so I have roots out that way. Right. Some people say my state even has a little bit of a Midwestern slang. I don't know. I actually grew up in a spot where I did Canadian television, so I have a little bit of a Canadian accent sometimes. Hey, you're welcome. Thank you. No, thanks. Appreciate it. Oh, and you know. Hey, nice to meet you. Oh, okay. Oh.
Got a vanity column start from tonight.
Oh, okay.
But I'm the one who's I'm moving.
Okay.
There you are.
Sure.
Oh, you didn't.
I always have an option of either retuning them or making them broadcast so that they don't.
All right, I just want to make, if you're worried about can I get in, that's all.
I did not actually it's basically built with steroids and wires.
Yeah, we without a fan.
Rather than using the pipe that you get Home Depot or Lowe's, I bought it from a furniture store that sells it because it's UVC. I should bring one of those. Yeah, good. Well, good luck with the new place. What town is it in?
Brookline, New Hampshire.
Okay.
Sometimes I go to we'll see how it goes.
Okay. Hey, Tim. All right, sure. No, my stick's right there. I got a rejection, but it's still open.
Go ahead and we'll take care of that.
On certain bands, this is the wire. This is running, that's northwest south. On some bands, the G5 your signal is going directly perpendicular to the wire. On other bands, the pattern is a little different. And the reason I mention that is you may notice sometimes your station's a certain direction on one band, but on another band they're weak. And the reason is the many lobes, if you will.
Yeah, it's, mine runs north and south.
So this is like the lobe. So over here, or here, or the next band. So now we're at this band. So know your antenna and know how to work with them. To me, it was good. Well, I'll take what you can do. I'll set it with the ball.
All right, let's see.
I'm from Buffalo, Western New York. What do you call Western New York?
Well, I grew up in the town of Wheatfield.
Oh, okay, up the road a little bit. I'm in Camp.
Okay. Yeah.
I say Buffalo, but nobody knows.
Well, it's funny. I went to school at RTTY because of the best engineering school I could find in the state of New York. The fact that two towers had a good hand club. That was it. But in any event, I'm still a Bills fan. And,
Okay. How about the Sabres?
Oh my God!
To be honest with you, I am old enough that I moved out of to Albany before the Sabres were formed.
Oh, okay.
So I grew up a Maple fan.
Oh, okay.
My dad and I always used to watch, we watched hockey night in Canada every Thursday night.
Okay, yeah. Well, my last name's Knox, and they always say, are you related to Nordy and Seymour? You know, no. Okay, thanks for your presentation.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Well, I'll just give you a reference, because you heard mention that they were vertical, they can bring around.
Hey, you're welcome.
Ground flexion is roughly 60. Has a well, let's say that's 30 degrees.
Yeah. So it's not an easy decision.
Foursquare.
No, I live in Kansas, so I've got a ways to go to get in.
This one gets plus 60 feet, but the Foursquare gets.
Any advice for someone?
So you're 20 meters single. If you just put a 20 meter Foursquare.
Well, I use hex teams on field day, and I'm impressed with the SWR curve that you can get out of them. They've got,
It only hears in
Are you going to beat people in a paddock with that? Not necessarily. That's big enough. That doesn't have 40 meter elements.
Because that's no. It doesn't hear the other 30. Doesn't that make you stronger?
Yeah, and it's 30 is pretty to the house.
I'm just trying to.
No, thank
you. You can spend lots and lots of money and not be happy. So.
No, I need to run out and grab that, but no, I appreciate it. I really appreciate what you're saying.
Keep right.
I will.
The other thing to say about Russia is on different bands, so your G-farmer may have a low seat.
And
it covers so many
30 degrees.
that's right. That's
Those, how it bounces. On other bands, it may be at 60. So it doesn't work the same way.
Two from the 160. Well, maybe there is.
You're talking about
Yes. Yes.
Well, I'll tell you something else about that double that 160 antenna. The second wire actually raises the speed.
What you want to do is see the lower ankles on different states.
Because if you just feed it directly with a single, the feed is typically around 25, maybe 30 ohms.
I don't know what it is.
It is software. It's free.
But the second wire
that's
is
the
up
one
to 50 without a net.
W70L.
Yeah, it's the.
Right. So when the
Yes.
speed is 50 ohms, what happens is the ground current goes down. What happens when the ground current goes down? The efficiency goes up.
I call it.
I've wrote it down, and I've got to make sure that's the one John.
There's almost no need to it because there's no way for that field from the antenna to get into the coax. The coax is going to be laying on the ground. The reason you need a common mode choke is when your antenna becomes unbalanced for some reason.
The ankles
become unbalanced, or you might be feeding it off center on purpose, or you might be ankles that might be forward the coax down at an angle instead of straight down. So, let me try to explain something to you that most people don't understand about antennas. You're standing, let's say, 100 feet from a regular dipole on 40 degrees.
It doesn't have to be as complicated. You don't have to.
How much signal is coming toward you?
Does that help?
Yes.
I don't want to hold you up.
No.
These are your notes.
Almost none.
Look at it later.
This is out of phase. You know that these things are out of phase.
It's sort of,
None is coming
I'm very fortunate.
But yet you're at the point of that antenna where if somebody is 300 miles over your shoulder, now they're hearing the full strength of that. What's the difference between being that close to you and being no signal and then 300 miles away? This is your field, and that's far.
He's got a tower.
When you put your end-fed head wave up there, you're only seeing half of that. So how much are you seeing?
Good position.
You're seeing all of it.
For using,
So
wiring.
that one is the vertical.
Don't have any obstruction.
The ratio I was
So I'll be interested to see how it plays out.
So then it's no longer an end-fed.
John used to write that.
But if you're feeding this rod,
I did not, but I've seen pictures of some.
You cannot help
It doesn't have
that
to be
field the same for that coax.
It's
No
a
matter
thrill
what,
to
no matter what, no matter what. Even if you put choker.
Same height.
so it's inherent, that's just how it happens.
Let's just have it up.
But don't.
You're only running single band, running low power.
His first big contest was one more.
My experience with it ain't that halfway. We have a person in our field day crew that loves that thing, really wanted me to put them up. So I put one up, and I put it up, and I set it with a counterpoise up against it, and I came down, and the person went to the commentator show, and went down to the collapse, and went down to the ground.
I had one on my grandfather's
Well, it was operating using that antenna
with a little wobber and quad.
sitting 10 feet away from me. And I could do audio from my computer into the audio input of my radio without interfering with my audio.
Yeah, it's,
And it already had transformers. Sort of jealous of the way I got RF radiation. And I tried grounding my computer and my radio. It didn't help.
In Savannah, Georgia.
Well, I did it, I fixed it.
Yeah.
We were running on ground days, and we're not
Good water.
those grounds.
I took all my antennas down to short.
So I took the unused third prong of the electrical
I thought
plug, I broke the antenna difference between, I grounded all the antennas on building ground, and now all of a sudden it came
Yeah,
in that
and I thought-
interference into my
I
radio.
like that here because I've been listening to BBC.
And I had done everything right, including the counterpoise, including the
Study propagation. Think of it.
right amount,
Sold cut
the right kind of a balance, and the right price, running the cable across the ground, and still had interference.
Was that just a fluke, or did you have like a
I did everything I could. Well, I'm not an engineer to know that there's nothing you can do, but everybody says there's something you can do. So I tried everything that they said you could do, and it didn't work. And the only thing that worked was actually grounded the do every other control action and to the bill.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for coming. Some of the stuff is not. That's good because they do it. But to your point, it's often overwhelming.
So one thing about antennas is that to do good antennas,
I'll make sure it don't spill. I could have bought a house.
I was a small kid in my class. I said, well, sir, what's this video? And sometimes I went to watch it.
Yeah, it's.
There's a lot of things you can do about it, and you need to start with the radios. What radios are you using?
oh, it's a dog's breakfast.
Yeah.
It's whatever people bring.
Well, here's what you need to do. You need to go to Sherwood's receiver comparison tests. And you need to find the radios that have more than 100 dB dynamic range, and only use those. And if anybody brings one that has less than 100 dB dynamic range, don't let them use it on the same band that you're trying to use a different radio. So, yes, you can still use it, but if you're trying to work sideband and CW and FT8 all on the same band, all simultaneously, you cannot use any radio that has less than 100 dB of dynamic range. Every radio and the low-end noise, the LO noise, has to be low on every radio. And that, by the way, eliminates popular radios such as the Icon 7300. Even with the Mark II, it's marginal. It's 98.
Well, so, my perspective involved in the university in the 70s. Quite a few years in hands who have caught the contesting body. QSO party last month.
For a single operator, you'll never know the difference. You don't bring that radio, it doesn't work.
Because I have a lot of rivalry with they didn't do much this year.
I'm not personally familiar with the 710. I have it at PBS.
Not as good as the years past, but my whole point is to get people out there.
You know what I mean by the Rob Sherwood? I do. Rob Sherwood is here.
I'm not the only one. No, it's fine.
more in the loop. I was going to pass it
I'll
along.
be at the forum and then be to.
Perfect. Excellent. Sweet.
One of the things is ergonomics are terrible. We do have some good equipment. You can build it quite well. We got some new radios courtesy of
There was a TA-33 not using the road.
RTC, so it's got a great.
No, this is the full size,
Yeah, at the end, I'll leave a little bit of time for, you know, if you have any like, you know, advice that has worked for you guys that you want to
Well, the
share, that'd be awesome.
the other thing, which is that the drafts, as a junior are,
It's okay. Can you just ask any more questions? Well, I'll be right here. Just say the word. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Well, you know, the core.
As always, thanks for pitching this session and keeping the drum beating on this.
No, I definitely, you know, just try to
I
figure
got
out
it
how
at
it
TA-33
has worked
junior,
for
somebody brought it to field day. I hit it with a lawnmower. I mean, it's brought it.
every person. I'm going to get involved with it, so I hope to get feedback from a lot of
So I can get home with it.
different ideas and stuff.
I was going to say a few slides, and the one that stood out was to tell youth that you're not the future of Cambridge, you are Cambridge.
Yep.
I have a new version of my presentation.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I even say I
I
had like
had
four years. I was
one.
previously at the State University. And what I like to tell folks is when you bring people in kind of from a recruiting perspective, you have to figure out what they're actually interested in. Because then they get into the rest of that later if that's something they want to do. So like we picked up, say 4 or 5 folks because we had a group on campus back at Yale trying to do a CubeSat. And they needed ground control. And they were like asking me to borrow my license. And I'm like, it's a 35-question test. And all of you are EEs. Get your own license. We're going to test you. And we did, and we got them on. And 1 or 2 of them did stuff with it. The other 2 were like, yeah, this is just a tool, whatever. But 2 folks were like, oh, wait, you can do more of this. And that's really what's been successful for us on that side. It's like, hey, I'm learning about this.
Where'd you get that? Did that have a vending machine?
Yeah, you got the little like self-vending area.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely, me too. Oh, 5 watts, so much easier.
Okay.
Oh, it's freezing.
I always,
Yeah. Not your preference, but it gets folks in the door.
It's kind of fun, but you know, the regular public,
So now.
Excellent.
So for the week, they'll be
Hey, keeps people active, keeps people on air, that's what we need.
So where do you put it in the panel?
Yep, absolutely.
Yes,
Perfect. Awesome. Thanks, you want to- Yeah, you swing by the, we're going to be there with Tony and the POTA vice director. So we'll be there, swing on by, we're having a chat anytime. Sure. James, can I move up? Yeah. How's it going? I severely misunderestimated how long it would take to get out here this morning, but I made it. Where are you guys staying? The league has us over at University of Dayton. Oh, yeah. Miles. Yeah, the backwoods.
Line 529.
Oh.
Of course. Where's the DX?
Up is Dan.
Yeah, I think it's at. Yeah, it's around the last I checked.
So this year, you're going to try the NCAA first year I go to the next year. I've always skipped that one. And we'll do contest dinner, and then usually
Well, as long as it's the only sequence that
Yep. Wasn't that a troll pump? Yeah.
I can't carry it. I can figure it should be balanced.
So I would take today off. Friday I have a hybrid day.
Water on a touch screen. Of course. Yeah.
I know that wasn't there last time.
That's funny. I lost my that's the dream. My job is 3 days on Sunday. My entire squad was New York. So you're pretty much working. Yeah, I come in as an supervisor. Collaboration.
Hi. I had an issue with using this clicker. The keyboard itself works, but I didn't know if there was anything I had to plug in.
Ask Tim.
Tim?
I don't know.
That's okay. I'll just use the keyboard.
What's that?
This clicker wasn't working.
Oh, it's not.
So I did the keyboard.
I'm not sure what that is.
Start about 3 minutes. Pretty close to the mic.
Yeah, you ready?
You can buy VA6AM filters. They're the best ones out there. But they're not the cheapest. The cheapest ones are on Canada.
What do you go to? I was in
You still here? Yep.
All right. Cool beans.
She said something about the clicker not working.
She did?
Yeah.
It ain't my clicker, but I'll try to fix it.
Oh.
If I can tell you one problem, it ain't plugged in.
Oh. That'll probably do it.
Yeah.
Does it work now? Okay.
So you have to either be smart about the way you operate 40 or put a filter in there that eliminates putting your harmonic. Because here's what happens. You enter it that way, you're putting down every single bit of that second harmonic because that is going to be but if it was a 40 dipole by itself, you put all the power on playing meters, you put that the mess out of
Don't kick it, I know.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
I've been doing fine. I have been doing fine. Hey, when they got the first shipment of the 7300 MK2s in, I got on the list from Tim and got one back in the I marked on that. Skinner has much. Yeah. Well, the biggest thing I to get the update is they always open receiver and the separate receive input because I had to buy a little adapter to get my loop in. Ground, I got ground wave, I got a magnetic wave, about 3 different low signals. Get away from RF and like yeah. That's why I lay them one out. Yeah. All went away. No, most of it. But I use the big, well, I worked the amazing from one year to the next as far as receive on 40 I ran probably with the RF to half of what I normally would usually I'd have it open. I backed it way off and heard everything I could work. And on 80 I have found it better. I even kick into 12 dB attenuator on my infit headway because outside of that all I got is S9 background noise. All right, yeah. I got a 7760 and I found that oh yeah.
You can go ahead, Tyler.
Ready to get started?
Yeah, let's get started.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you all for coming today. Just to introduce myself a little bit, my name is Violetta, KN2P, and just a little bit about how I got into ham radio. Kind of a funny story, actually. My dad, W3SML, who's sitting here today, hi Dad, his strategy for getting all of us, me and my siblings, into ham radio was to make it a competition. So see who could get licensed first, see who could get upgraded first. There's 7 kids in my family, and all of us are licensed. So, I mean, his strategies worked. So if you have kids, if you have grandkids, and you're wanting to know how to get them involved, talk to him. So I like to say I didn't get involved in ham radio because I loved ham radio, but I got involved because I really didn't like my siblings. But whatever it takes, start them young. So today we'll be talking a little bit about engaging youth in contesting. Why is this an important topic? I think everybody knows, just look around the room. Why are we talking about getting more young people involved in amateur radio? If you're sitting here saying, oh, we don't need more young people, I would love to have a chat with you after this, maybe out in the parking lot. So, no, all jokes aside though, getting more youth involved in ham radio is not necessarily a new thing. Here's this quote. Amateur radio today is attracting older men. Equipment prices have been forced higher, along with everything else in our daily lives. A second and perhaps even more compelling reason for this lack of enthusiasm for our hobby by the younger or youngest generation is that they have had little encouragement. Amateur radio needs new blood, and too many youngsters have never even heard of ham radio. I think this quote is true even still today, but this was written in 1948. Even 70, 80 years ago, they were having issues with getting young people involved. They thought the hobby was dying out. So I think we're all aware that bringing youth into the hobby, encouraging them, helping them get involved, is very important. Everybody knows that that's an issue. Just spreading awareness about this issue is not enough. We need to take the next step. And a lot of people who do like VE testing sessions, they say, yeah, we see so many young people get their license, they take the test, get licensed, they never do anything with it. They never stay involved. So why do some people get licensed and get so involved, and then some people get licensed and never do anything with it? Just because someone gets their license does not necessarily mean they're going to be an active operator. So it's our duty to take the next step and help them get involved. We'll talk about some ways to do that. I think it's also important to acknowledge and talk about the reasons why we lose young operators. We see some young people, they'll come to a club meeting once and you'll never see them again. They'll try, contesting once, they'll try field day once, and then you won't see them again. I think some of the reasons we lose the young operators is obviously it's very intimidating to step into something like this. You're surrounded by people who have been licensed longer than you've been alive, and you feel like obviously you're the youngest in the room, you don't know what's going on. It's very intimidating. Another big reason that we lose young people is just not having access. So not having access to HF, a lot of young people don't have access to stations at home, just not being able to get on the air and get active, which is where the real fun is. And then no clear next steps. Like we talked about, they get their license and then they don't do anything with it. So how do we help them take the next steps? So we need to lower the barrier for young people to get involved. A great way is these portable contests. If they don't have, if they're not able to set up an HF station at home, just operating portable contesting is a great way to get involved. There's also a really great program through Remote Ham Radio. They have, it's free for, I believe it's 21 and under. They get unlimited access to remote stations around the world. So it's, there's no limit on the on-air time that you can get per month. So this is a great way to just get on HF. Which is free to youth. Another really great program for the young people is the youth contesting program. So what the youth contesting program is, the goal is to pair an established contest station with young operators who may not have access to a station at home. The station owner or the host provides the mentorship and training to the young people. And the reality is that these contest skills needed are best learned in a hands-on environment. So if there's a young person you're trying to tell them about contesting, explain what contesting is, there's only so much you can convey to them through a conversation across the table. They really need to experience it, see it in person to be able to catch that, the excitement and the bug of contesting. And another great thing about this, if you're the host station, you get to pass on your experiences and knowledge to the next generation. So we'll be talking about a couple different stations that are currently involved in the youth contest program. The first one is a contest station down in St. Lucia, Japan 6-2 Kilo. Their model is for one contest, for the WPX contest, every year, they reserve 2 seats on their multi-team just for youth. This started back in 2024 with Grace, Kilo 8 Lima Golf. If you're a youth and you're interested in doing this, it's just an application online and then you write an essay for the submission. A really great thing about this team is the youth are not just invited to, hey, show up for 48 hours, operate, and then you go back home. You're there for several days before the contest, setting the station up, laying radials, doing everything from, cooking. You're part of the team and you're trained in every single step of the operation. I went there in 2025 with Leon, Delta Lima 3, Oscar, November. And then also this year in March, they had Seth, November United 1 Delta, and Kylie, Kilo Echo 0 Whiskey Papa Alpha. So if you're a young person interested in doing this, just go to j62k.com and this will come up on their homepage. Just click on the YOTA and that'll give you the steps to apply. Another really great team that's actively involved in the youth contesting program is the PJ2T station. We went there for the CQ Worldwide in October last year of 2025. And here's our team photo. As you can see, 7 out of the 11 operators were young people. And there's a couple people here in this room that were there, Max and Connor. And again, this is a station where it's not, hey, show up and operate. The youth are really trained in literally every single step of the operation. Here's a photo of James sitting front row here and Leon climbing the tower. I believe you guys were working on, was it a 40-meter rotor? A couple different projects. And then here's the team, the beverage repair team walked, miles of beverages just doing repairs the days leading up to the contest. So it's really great hands-on experience. And I love this photo because 3 out of the 5 operators pictured here are YLs. We have Megan running 20. I'm running the 40 meters, and then Grace is on the 10-meter station. So here's another team photo. I would like to thank everybody who donated to make this possible, because even though the youth are the people going down there for the operation, we really couldn't do this without everybody who donated to make this possible. The Northern California DX Foundation donated over half of the funding that we needed. to take the financial burden off the young people. They covered our flights, meals, our lodging, everything that we were there. So thank you. If you have a contest station that you would like to, if you'd like to get involved with this youth contesting program, just type youth contest program into your browser and it'll be the first one that pops up, and then you can go through the process there. Also, if you are a young person or if you have a host station you'd like to add and you'd like to get more information about the process, you can talk to Connor, W4IPC. He manages that program. So if you have young people coming to your station, especially in this youth contesting program, most of them will have some prior contest experience. However, if there's a young person that you're trying to get involved in contesting and it's their first ever time, there's a couple things just to go through to note. Let them listen first. So use a headphone splitter. Just let them sit there and listen. Don't immediately put them in the hot seat because, again, intimidation. So let them listen and then let them try just a few search and pounce QSOs. Set realistic goals for them. So, in the next half hour, I want you to try to make 5, search and pounce QSOs. Set, short, realistic goals that they can achieve. Also, once they're ready to start a run frequency, give them a run frequency during prime hours, not a graveyard shift. If a young person shows up to your station and you're putting them on like 80 meters Sunday afternoon, they're going to be like, why do you guys do this again? And you probably won't see them come back. A really important thing I want to acknowledge is make it safe to make mistakes. When young people are first getting involved in contesting, it's going to happen, they're going to mess up, and rather than make them feel bad and chew them out for it, use it as a teaching moment. Teach them, how not to do that again in the future. The reality is ownership builds commitment. When we give ownership to the young people, that helps with the retention. So teach them decision making. Plan strategies for band changes. Don't just make all the decisions prior to the contest and then once they show up, the work is done. Include them in the whole planning process as well. Once the contest is over, discuss the results and review logs together and then ask them for their feedback on how to improve. So one thing I'd like to acknowledge, I hear this phrase all the time, youth is the future of ham radio, youth is the future of contesting. Yes, that's true, but we're not just the future, we're a part of it now. So if you're a young person who hasn't done a whole lot of contesting and would like to get involved, we'll talk a little bit about how to do that. I think a big part of it is just don't be afraid to ask. Opportunities always start with asking questions. This was my first contest multi-operation experience back in 2018 at Frank's station, W3LPL. Do you know how I ended up in that seat? I sent an email to Frank. Hey Frank, I've never done a multi-operation contest before. I would really like to come to your station and see how it's done. At the time, I lived about 2 hours from him. And he said, hey, come out Sunday afternoon, we'll show you how it's done. And got to meet a lot of really great contesters that then became my mentors. After that operation, I had an idea. I wanted to do a multi-operation, but with all young people. So again, another email. Hey, Tim, K3LR, I have this idea. He said, that's awesome. Let's do it. So back in 2019, we got a team of all youth together for the WPX contest. We operated as multi-2, and with these 6 young people, we sat down before the contest and we said, okay, if we make 3,700 QSOs, that'll be awesome. That'll be great. Well, when 0-100 Zulu hit and the mic was put down, we had over 6,000 QSOs in the log, well exceeded our expectations, and our claimed score was a new record for our category. So for the young people, again, make it safe to make mistakes. You are going to make mistakes. It's all part of the learning process. So don't be caught up on doing everything perfect the first time. Just start before you feel ready. Invitations that you get, just be willing to say yes, even if you don't feel qualified. They will teach you. So what keeps the youth coming back? The youth stay where they feel needed, known, and recognized. Celebrate their successes. If this is a young person's first contest ever, celebrate that. If they just got an upgrade, celebrate that. And a great thing is to train them to mentor other youth. So youth work really well with training other youth. If you have a young person that's operated at your station before, and then you have a new young person show up, have the youth that's already trained sit down there and work with them. So I want to challenge all of you, before Contest University next year in 2027, I want each of you to commit to mentoring one youth contester, whether that's someone that's new to contesting or a youth that's already involved in contesting. Invite a youth to operate at your station, and if you're part of a multi-operation team, reserve, just during one contest a year, reserve one spot for youth. And so that's all I have for today, but I really want to open it up for some questions and answers because this presentation is not the end-all be-all. There's so many different ways to get youth involved in contesting. This isn't like, okay, everyone has to go out and do this, and this is what's going to work every single time. I know there's a lot of young people in this room that are very involved in contesting, and so if you have any experiences of how, great ways, great tips, how you got involved that you'd like to share. If you're an experienced contester and you've had the privilege of working with young people and getting them involved, if you have some advice on how, some ways that worked for you, I'd like to hear that as well. Are there any questions? Yes.
GN, intimidation. How do we reduce intimidation in a mentor-youth relationship or activity?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it goes back to the making it safe to make mistakes. When they walk, especially when I was a young person walking into this, contest station, there's towers everywhere and radios. There's always going to be a little bit of intimidation. I don't think we can completely remove that. But just having a conversation with them, letting them know that they feel welcome, that they have a spot here, and that you're willing to work with them with where they're at. Yeah, in the back.
Yeah, Andy, K0SM. I'm curious, I have my thoughts on this. How about the youth overlay categories in various contests? We see that now for CQ Worldwide. I think most of the ARL contests have that. Do you think that's been an encouragement? If so, how? I'm happy to share my thoughts, but yours. That's something that's come up in the last decade or so, I think.
I've actually never entered in the youth overlay. I know we have some people in here that have. So do you guys have any thoughts on that? I think it's really, yeah, go ahead, Connor.
Right.
I think it definitely does encourage them. It gives the youth kind of like their own category, and they're competing directly with other young people, which is great.
Say from the stats, look at that. From every year there's more people that enter the youth overlay.
Okay, that's interesting. That's good, great to hear. One thing I have seen, we've done some of the state QSO parties. There are probably people here, I know a lot of people here generally do that. Some of the states have added a youth category. We live in New York. I'm not involved in the planning, but they actually have, I think it's an 18 and under, and they actually have a 12 and under category as well. And ask K2UA if you see them, they'll tell you how many entries they got. But they were on the air call at CQ. I think 3 of them were even on CW. I mean, it seems that it encourages that. Something maybe to consider if you're on a state QSO party, at home, that kind of thing. I'll throw that out there. But it's been a help to us, I think.
Yeah, 12 years old, start them young. That's awesome. Yeah.
I think field day is a good activity for young people because it's a contest, yet it's not a contest. And most clubs don't seem to get as excited about winning a top score as another contest, number one. Number two, you build a station basically from scratch at the beginning of the activity. So it's good explaining, well, this is an antenna, this is how you measure that the antenna is working well, and then there's always lots of activity, and then there's usually a barbecue involved. So I think field day is a good way for engaging young people.
Field day is a really great way, and even having activities like fox hunts, simple kit building while you're there, anything that the youth can do like actively hands-on is great. Yeah, in the back.
Hi, Guy, KF0KOS. How do you talk to your non-ham friends? So how do you expose or introduce young people that you are acquainted with about amateur radio? What's your approach on that?
Yeah, I think it's different depending on the situation. When I was younger, when I still lived at home and had access to an HF station at home, when I'd have my friends over, I would just quite literally get on the air and show them what it was about. But unfortunately, I don't have that now, so it's kind of changed a little bit. I think it's different depending on the situation. But just talking about some of the different aspects, because as we all know, in ham radio, it's not just one thing and one thing only. There's so many different things that you can do with it. And so I think it's really important when you're talking to young people is try to figure out what kind of niche that they're going to be interested in. And if you're talking to a young person, you get them involved in contesting and they don't want to stick with it, don't just, completely just ignore them and make sure you talk to them, find out what it is they're interested in, and make sure they get connected with someone who has more information about that. Yeah.
Have you had pushback from your, especially as a young lady, from your non-ham friends on doing that? I'm running into that with a kid that's kind of my grandkid. She was kind of all enthused with it, but she started talking to her friends about helping me do some contests and stuff, and they started harassing her about that, and she's kind of dropped out of it because she got harassed out of it. Peer pressure. Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I'm not really sure about that, honestly. I think, like, when I was growing up, it was a little bit different because I was surrounded with, you know, a whole family of hams. And you can explain it to someone, and I've gotten a lot of, like, why would you ever want to do that? I'm like, that's super nerdy. It's like, yeah, that's super nerdy. I'm a nerd, so. Yeah.
So I know you're active on Discord. Can you explain what Discord is, and are there any Discords that youth or non-youth should get active in?
Yeah, I should have included that in this presentation as well. I think Discord is a really good way to connect with other young people. I see a lot of clubs, a lot of organizations, they send out newsletters through like email threads, and that's great, but it's not really a great way to get young people involved outside of the organization. Discord is something like a lot of gamers have Discord. It's an app that most people already have on their phone. There's a lot of different channels for young people. There's one, is it the YCA? The youth, I'll have to look it up. But there's this really great Discord channel, and there's I think over 800 members, both youth and adults alike. And it's a really great way where people can just log on, ask questions. There's always someone who either has the answer or can point them in a direction to someone else who does have the answer. YARC, that's what I'm thinking of, yeah. Youngsters Amateur Radio Club or something like that. Yeah.
What would the process look like to try and find a multi-operator station to learn from to get into contesting a bit more?
Yeah, so the youth contest program, if you just type in the youth contest program in your browser, it'll bring up that website. There's a form both for if you have a host station that you'd like to include in the program, and there's also a separate application if you're a young person wanting to go to these stations. So just go to that website and you can sign up there, or just talk to Connor.
Curious, Shannon, W3SML, her dad. Are contest stations out there that are active? Is that a fairly well-known site for them? Is there much of a vision among contesters that there's a place to go where they can, put their information on and put an invite saying, hey, we're welcoming young people to be a part of our thing? I mean, is that you're proactive and reaching out to Frank, W3LPL, and to Tim, K3LR. In fact, I thought it was a little strange as a dad. I said, what, these people don't even know you and you're inviting yourself to their stations? Well, I didn't think I got to do that, but, well, I wanted to know, is it a known forum where contesters know that they can come to and be encouraged to do that? It'd be great if there were some list or forum across the country where contesting stations, multi-stations, or even single-op stations, and say, hey, here's, I'm inviting my station to have young people come and participate, have a seat.
I'm not sure that there's an active ongoing group for that specifically, but if you go to that youth contesting program website, there is a list of those multi-operation stations who have put their stations up as the host. There's a list of different ones that are actively involved in that program. Places like PJ2T, J62K. Yeah.
I admire your initiative reaching out to LPL and some of the others, but I want to challenge the people in this room that, like me, that don't dye their hair gray anymore. There's absolutely nothing wrong for you to invite people to your station. Look on your 3830. Look at your local club hosting. Did you see a new call sign? Dig a little deeper. Max, why did you answer my invitation?
Because you had a better station than me. But you're enthusiastic about the whole process, and you're like, well, here's how you kind of do it all. And it wasn't just like, well, yeah, you can operate my station if you want. It was well, if you want to get better at this thing, look at this and that, and then you can try some of that out, for this contest when you go up here. So
Right, and for you, it was a great experience, but you probably would never have sent me an invitation.
No.
And my point is, you know, again, if you're, you know, if we're older, over 21, whatever like that, look at the opportunity. What if we were these people's age? What could we do different? We've invested lots of time, lots of money building our stations, and a lot of weekends they sit idle. Why not put them back to better use for people like this? Thank you.
Yeah.
Had a very nice talk, and thank you for all of your efforts, and I'm so glad you're involved in this. I just want to say, my name is Nathaniel, I'm W2NAF, and I lead the HAMSCI, Ham Radio Sciences and Investigation Group. And I'm a professor at the University of Scranton W3USR, and we have been working with the Contest University over the past few years to do professional scientific studies with contest data and try to give back to the contest world as well. And now we have a HAMSCI Google group where there are about 1,500 people around the world. Some are older people, but we also have some younger students and grad students and people like that. So if you are a person that has a contest station that would like to contribute to the group and maybe try to recruit some of our younger students, feel free to post on our Google group to reach out to them. And to the young students here, another way that, where you say, why might you do this contesting? What we do at HAMSCI is we actually use this to help solve real science problems that like NASA and NSF are funding. And so if you're looking for some sort of a career track or some way to tie this into, you know, some greater purpose, I'll be happy to talk with you.
Yeah, if there's a young person interested in that, is there like a good way, like is there like a website for them to go to, or how could they get more information about that?
Yes, there's a website, hamsci.org, HAMSCI, and we have these really nice newsletters that are very glossy. They're right at the front table there. I'll be happy to give you one, and it tells you all about what our students are doing. The biggest contesting, we had two big contesting related efforts this past year. One is not HF contesting, it's meteor scatter, but we created a meteor scatter QSO party. And we had a student, her name is Nina Twerman, KD3BV, I'm missing her call sign right now. But she analyzed all that meteor scatter data that came from the contest, and she was able to write an undergraduate physics thesis on it that she just defended. It's really cool. We had another student, young student, who did one looking at HF propagation during a geomagnetic storm that occurred. And then we also had another couple students that are working on taking whisper data and trying to create that into a dashboard that would be useful for contesters. And that project was done with the Frankfurt Radio Club, with sponsorship from them. So there's a lot of cool additional academic opportunities to tie your love of contesting in with like real academic opportunities.
That's awesome. Do you guys have any like active outreach to like the new, like maybe people at your university that aren't active in ham radio? How do you get them involved?
Well, I'm a physics professor, and I have the unique ability to attract students and in certain classes coerce them to do certain things, like get their ham radio license or learn these things. So what I typically do at my university is when I teach younger level students, I've been incorporating amateur radio into the classroom, and I've had a course where we actually, taught them the technician material. And then as they get a little older and they're looking for research projects, they often come to me because they know I have these really cool research opportunities. We also have a absolutely beautiful club station, W3USR, that we have open on Thursday nights to both students and the community. And we call open station hours. So every Thursday night during the semester, we get students to come up, community volunteers to come up, and I'm there, and we teach them how to operate. And then students who do get licensed, they get swipe card access, and they can access the club. So we're trying to expand our club through those activities that I'm doing, through my colleague, Dr. Naveed Sharouzi here. He's a new professor, so gradually indoctrinating him into our culture. And and our students. Unfortunately, the one problem our university has is that final exams are the week after Hamvention, and so all of our students are currently studying, and I can't in good conscience take them away from their studying to go here. But when I am able to bring students, I like to bring them here as well.
Awesome. Yeah, that sounds like a really great program. Thank you.
If you young people are looking for colleges and you're looking for a good ham radio college, come talk to me.
University of Pittsburgh. As long as you don't want to attend Hamvention.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
One of the things I've discovered over the years, I teach the radio merit badge to scouts, so that's one way to get youth in. One of the things I've noticed is that our club, and probably a lot of clubs, my hair color is probably average, and we don't cater to, we don't attract the young operators or non-operators. I've got an 11-year-old grandson who has decided he wants to get his license and decided this a year ago, and he hasn't really started, but he will after school's out at the end of this month. I'm an operator, I got him into it, family, as you said, that works. But in all the radio merit badge classes I've taught, I don't think I've pulled in a lot into the license, and we as adults, as members, as youth, as the folk in the clubs and in the hobby have to bring them in to the radio. And I know this is heretical, but there's more to ham radio than contesting. At least today that's heretical.
Let him in here.
Yeah, exactly. So I would lay a challenge on all of those in this room who are members of clubs or not members of clubs to make yourselves actively attractive to young operators.
Yeah, and I've there's some circumstances where the young person got involved, like through scouting, through like a school club, something like that, where the family wasn't involved, and then they brought their family into it, like field day or something, and then the parents get licensed because of being introduced to the kid, which is awesome. That's not the typical model, but yeah. And like kind of with contesting too, if you're trying to get young people involved, there's only so much that you can convey to them, just like sitting down and having a conversation. They really need to be able to experience, you know, be able to get on the air, make contacts for themselves, get involved and experience what it's all about. Yeah.
If I can add one thing to that, my name is Tyler MC1S. So to your point about kind of clubs being welcoming, so I graduated from a master's program last year, moved down to Baltimore, Maryland. I did not join a single club in the Baltimore area, as I went to each one. Most of them met on Zoom, some rarely did activations, and a lot of them kind of felt like two people fighting over use of the repeater on a Zoom session, if that makes any sense. But I ended up finding clubs further out, and the main reason I and a lot of other folks my age continue to go back to them is because they have events where we get on the air. I'm in a 6th floor apartment, I don't have a ton of operating space, but if I drive 45 minutes to an hour and a half, they're out there every weekend. And I think that's one of the big things, especially when you're trying to, as Violet mentioned, kind of going from license to activating, giving folks an opportunity to get on the air is really the critical thing to advertise, in my opinion.
In a lot of places you can get on the nets with an HT.
Yep.
And the ones I know, a couple of the ones that we had in the Oklahoma City area, you get a young, my grandson has been on the air with my license in the nets, and he loves it, and the other operators by and large are welcoming, and that is what we need to do as older members of the community.
If you're successful in getting them into your club, getting your foot in the door, let them do something. Give them a position of responsibility. Let them be like I don't know, let them be net control or help out with net control or organize the in-station at field day or something like that. Make them feel important. Don't let them feel that the gray hairs are running everything. Because I belong to a local club that has had an infusion of younger members. By younger, I mean under 40. And they've kind of taken over and expanded things tremendously. We now have POTA weekends, and we have a monthly beer get-together, 2-beer social, we call it, things like that. So younger people have greater ideas. Give them the floor, give them authority, and let them do it. It's a lesson from Scouting.
Well, I think our opening entry thing with it takes a long time to build a reputation, and it takes a second to destroy it. I've run into that several times. We had a thing going, we had a bunch of homeschool kids who got their licenses, and then we're having a net with the repeater manager's permission for doing their homework. And we, of course, let's face it, this ham is very much, we should outlaw homeschool. We should actually go shoot anybody who's teaching homeschool. But he started harassing them, and they just got off the air, and that's the last time anybody ever heard about him from them. So, you know, and we've had less extreme cases of, you know, just 1 or 2 hams who decided those kids are just too childish.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
I'd like to shoot.
I've heard like a couple situations like that, but for the most part, in my experience, everyone that I've met has been like extremely welcoming and very helpful. So there's some rare cases like that, but I think they're few and far between.
I'm thinking about my own journey in ham radio. I think a lot of us in here, a number of us in here have been licensed probably, what, 30, 40, maybe 50 years, some of us. Most of us were gray-haired guys. And those of you who remember that, before the days of the internet, how many of you remember it was hard to become a ham radio operator? I'm not talking about testing requirements and code and that. I'm talking about finding somebody who would mentor you. You know, and now you just like key click, ham radio, find a ham radio club. You can do all the studying on the web. In the old days, okay, you wanted to become a ham, you had to get on your bicycle, ride around the neighborhood, and look for some guy's house whose lawn probably isn't mowed, but he's got funny-looking antennas sticking out the back. And you got to be brave enough to knock on the door and say, "Hi, I'm your neighbor, kid. Are you a ham?" Okay, and hopefully he'll show you a shack, and they usually would, and that's how it started. And so that's how you got into it. It was kind of an underground hobby. It was hard to find. Today, I think it is easier technically than ever before to find your way into ham radio. But the downside is it's also easier than ever before to find anything else you want to do. Okay? And so, we talk about talking like an old man. In the old days, I mean, what did we have, what do we do? We could either read comic books or throw tree bark at the neighbor kids, get fights in the backyard. There wasn't much to do. Nowadays, there's so much out there that we're competing, with for young people's attention. And I think we have a viable thing that we can offer them. And if growth in ham radio to us means just merely getting numbers, like, oh, ham radio is growing, we have more numbers than ever before. Well, I appreciate and I value every retiree, everybody my age and so on who's getting into ham radio for the first time. Okay, it's great. You're welcome to join the hobby. It's wonderful to have you. But that older person cannot bring something that a young person can potentially give. And that's 50 years experience as a ham radio operator. Okay? The old person who comes in, like at my age, may be able to give 15, 20 years before they're gone. But a young person who comes in 13, 14, someday, that kid can be a sage. That person can be a mentor who's given half a century of their life into this hobby and could be able to pass on that craft, to someone else. And I think, to me, that is part of why I was able to stay into it is because, and I'm going to give a shout out to the Cascades Amateur Radio Society of Jackson, Michigan. Okay, I was a 13-year-old kid. My Elmer took me to my first meeting there. There was a group as big as this. There wasn't anybody there in their teens. There was nobody there in their 20s. I was the youngest person there. Okay, but there was a group of guys there who reached out to me and got me involved in activities, tried to teach me some things about troubleshooting, come over to my house, help me set up my station, and so on. And today, in my shack, I have my call sign up front in letters, but around it is the QSL cards I have of all my Elmers from my very early days. Why? Because, yes, I was a snotty-nosed 13-year-old kid who knew more than anybody else in the room, I thought, you know, like most teenagers seem to do at some point or another. But those guys saw in me not just what I was, but what I could become. And that was the important thing. And I think young people have a future in this hobby, okay, if we can introduce them to it, or they're already kind of expressing some kind of interest in it, and they see there are people in their lives who are willing to invest to help them become something, see what they're potentially becoming. And I think young people just warm up to that. They want to see that, they want to have people in their lives that see that they can reach out to something good. And that's what's going to get them in, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
For you.
Yeah.
In the day and age of, why do I need ham radio? I got a phone.
Yeah.
How do you answer that to your peers?
I've heard that question a lot. And again, like ham radio is not just one thing. It's not only about getting on HF and talking to someone. There's so many different aspects of it. You can, you know, like through satellites, you can talk to someone on the space station. Can you do that through your iPhone? Can you just call up someone on the space station? Hey, how's it going? I think there's so many different aspects to ham radio, and just talking with them about it, that it's like the only purpose of ham radio is not just to be able to talk to someone on the other side of the world. Because yes, you know, phones have made that a whole lot easier in our day and age, but there's a lot more to ham radio than just that. Yeah, in the back.
Yeah, to elaborate on that, we had a situation during COVID where my local club, how do I say it? Basically, all the new people coming in, you had your one or two people that said, okay, so now you got your license, you have to do this, you have to buy this radio, you have to set up this antenna, you have to do this. And if you don't do any of this, we don't want to talk to you. And that's the impression that they got. And we've lost a lot of people to ham radio, and to this day, you can tell I'm upset about it. So be open to everything. I mean, we have people that, well, if it doesn't do this, it's not ham radio, you know, that kind of BS. And find the one thing that, especially when they come in, they have a list of options they can do. If they have one thing that interests them, elaborate on that, because then they'll pique more of their interest. And if they want to try something else, they'll do it. Also, just to go back on something I was thinking about, when I first got licensed back in '92, I was a junior in high school. When I graduated, my goal back then was to make sure I got my extra class so I can administer test sessions at the high school. And I did that with varying degrees of success because they saw a VE that was basically their age. And they go, oh, look, somebody our age. Oh, okay, cool, okay, you know, whatever. So especially for youth, find if you have that opportunity, that's an option. So I think I throw that in there.
If I may add, you jog my memory on something there. Back in 1992, we had something then that we do not have today. Okay? And that was the novice bands. We still have them, technically, but you don't get a novice license anymore. All right? You start with a technician license. And so what was the difference? Okay, well, back before the year 2000, you had CW segments on 80, 40, 15, and 10, and that was it. Okay, well, they eventually gave some phone privileges on 10. But the novice portion of the bands gave novices a place where they could practice, mess up, get it all wrong, okay, and it was okay. Okay, you had some of the sloppiest mistakes happening from 7.1 to 7.15 KC on your dial. That was the novice band on 40 meters. But that's where they learned, and that's where they learned to do it right eventually. Today, we don't have that. Today, when a person gets licensed, they immediately are expected to, like, hey, you've got your ham license now, and then we throw them right into the pool with everything else going on, and there's no real place where they can learn to mess up and be okay with it without getting people jumping on them about it. And that's why I think mentoring is so important in this day and age to replace that thing we lost when we lost the novice portion, a place where people could do it wrong and it was okay.
I'd like to mention that I'm from Indianapolis. We have one of our main repeaters there. Actually, it happens on a Wednesday. We have an ARES net that meets, and right after that net is over with, there is another net that is run, and it's called the Newcomers net, and it is primarily for the youth or anyone newly licensed. Don't have to be youth, but there are an awful lot of new hams getting on there and getting started with nothing more than the 2-meter HT. They're getting and learning how to use a radio in a net environment, and it's run by some very well people who really know how to mentor and help them along. And that started out as, actually, it was started by our Indiana section manager at the time, and it has progressed beyond him now, and is now a large group that checks in there. I hear every Wednesday night. I once in a while I check in myself just to participate. But it tends to bring the people out, the kids out. We've got some of them that I heard first started a couple years ago on that net are now starting to run the nets themselves. It's because they're given the opportunity to run the net if they felt confident enough to do it. So that is one way that in that area we've been able to give a platform for everyone who gets a technician license and an HT to get on the air. And if you make a mistake, no problem. It happens all the time. And nobody says anything about it.
Yeah.
I'll say one thing that happened to me that maybe we ought to be working a lot harder on was when I got my general, one of the VEs knew I was coming, and he was a big CW guy. He knew I was not. And he normally didn't even have a mic hooked up to his radio, but he'd gotten a mic hooked up to his radio. He had his wife make lunch, and as soon as I passed my general, KB9 LGS/AG was on the air working a contest. And I've heard a couple other people try to do that, and I've heard some contesters basically be the ugly side of our hobby on some of that. And so we maybe need to both encourage that to happen and then make room for those people, like you said.
Yeah, I know we're running a little short on time. Are there any other questions in the back?
No, right there.
Just a real quick comment. I'm a mom. My son, who has been licensed since a young teen, is now 30-ish, getting involved in his career. He's married. This age group, and I'm watching them, they're going to be in and out of the hobby because they've got so many things pulling them. They don't have the vacation time to come to Dayton and stuff like that. And I don't know how we do this, but we need to not forget them, but keep encouraging them, maybe invite them over when there is a contest or a social activity going on, to keep them dipped into it so that when life settles a little bit, they'll be back active rather than letting their license expire.
In response to that, one thing that we actually do in the Virginia section, or at least I know K4XY sends these, is we get a report monthly of licenses expiring in the next 3 months, technician licenses, and we will send them a physical letter to the last address on file being like, hey, your license expires in a couple of months. Here's how you can renew it. We hope you'll stay involved. And surprisingly, we get good response rates because it is the majority of that population of folks who were involved at one point, kind of faded out. And then we send the reminder, hey, you're still a ham, don't forget that, and here's your chance to renew. And surprisingly, it pulls people back in. So I'm not saying that's a perfect solution, but that's one thing that we have been doing in the Virginia region.
Now, do you have some kind of a specific contact in that letter of, well, if you want more information, yes. Oh yeah, because I know we've had several people who were going to renew and then didn't because they just started getting a mess out of it and didn't know where to go for help.
Yep. Yeah, there's someone in the section that handles that whole side of things.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the like the ham radio community is a great place, and when young people can go to even things like local club meetings, ham fest, things like Dayton, places where they can meet other young people and make those connections, then during the phases of life when they kind of phase out of it a little bit, they still have those connections. You can still reach out to them. You kind of, you keep in contact with each other and, remind each other to get active again. Yeah.
Just like responding to that last thing, how do young professionals stay interested in the hobby? And like you mentioned community, right? And back to Discord again, there's like ham radio crash courses. Discord is really good. It's really positive. There's a lot of people in that age range, like young professionals. Great place to like keep yourself engaged and like reminded that the hobby's still there and find opportunities.
Yeah. Are there any final questions? I think kind of like the what I've gotten from your comments and advice is it's just really important to make sure that you have connections with someone, stay involved, stay in contact, lower that barrier as much as possible. And just make it a safe place to make mistakes. Make sure that, when you're mentoring young people, you keep that in mind. So thank you all for coming today. I'm really glad for your questions, for your comments, to hear some feedback from you guys about what's worked for you, what you guys have tried. So thank you.
So I actually have a master's in research strategy.
Yes, yeah. Okay. Yes, I didn't realize what that was. It's like you should go.
Before somebody it's just two guys fighting over a year. I'm going to go back to you guys.
I don't know if he's going to give me.
It was so so that Flight Club is the only club that actually does this. So like all the other 8 clubs don't do anything. They have their whatever. We like classes every Thursday. And also we have like classes on getting a license. We also do yeah, we do like this week we're going to talk about attendance this week. We're going to talk about this. We also I call it man lunch. If you haven't seen this,
That's awesome.
Yeah, we do man lunch. I like to call it. Keeping people active. Luckily, where I am, we're state-based younger people that are interested in electronics, so it's kind of easy.
Are you streaming these presentations in this room?
We do a lot of projects.
All right. Is there a zone I should stay within?
Just stay in front of the microphone.
Oh, all right. Thanks. The camera is wide enough that it doesn't matter?
Yeah.
So,
And so he was like, yeah, shows up, not to worry, asks them to do things, and they just say, okay. And so we have a bunch of ones that are just
I can't right now. So, I mean, I think that I'll grab that guy real quick before I forget. And I'll show you the
If I might ask a question.
Yes.
Thank you. I can't be here for all of the afternoon. Is any of this streamed?
Room 1. Hello, CTU fans
Room on
around
the
the
stream.
world.
And where does one find the stream?
Go to YouTube and search for the DX Engineering channel.
Okay.
And it'll be.
That's where it's up. I wish I could be here this afternoon, but can't do both. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's what I normally do for like my great macros on the compiler and send a million and destroy your mailing list.
I've seen your presentations with so I figured.
That's a given.
I'm going to talk about
the all S3 file with the HTTP thing. I know you're already typed so many of them. Just like say something and you have no idea. I can't wait. I know you're everything. And even with part one, kind of. Like a lot of people are I can't do hammer. Well, the problem is when you get in advance, it's so many.
Wait, this isn't defense against it's not defense against
I understand.
Yeah, they weren't asked how
Check your key card works when you this is true.
see exactly. That's what I thought. The enemy is closer.
Okay, is this thing on? All right, 2-minute warning before we get started.
It's a really interesting. I will slip over before we get Thanks for your time.
Hey, hi. We have. Nice try.
Yeah, that's good.
Have fun. Hey, nice seeing you again. The green.
Nice to see you. We'll see you on the radio.
Yeah, I just had to look at 2 towers, 120 footer.
Tim wants to start 5 minutes early, so you ready to go?
Let's go.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. I did not expect such a big crowd, so welcome. Thanks for coming. And hopefully I can give you a little bit of my experience over the next 45 minutes or so. We'll have some time at the end for questions. I'm normally a walk-around kind of presenter, but they've got the microphone set up off the fixed here. So today we're going to talk about really what was my last summer. I took a station down and rebuilt it, and so I just was thinking about it. What are all the things that I had to think about as I was getting ready to build a new station? And so that's what we're going to talk about today. So as background, I lived in Western Massachusetts for the last 32 years or so, and my wife joined a church that was causing her to drive from Massachusetts to Southeast Ohio once a month. And I'm watching her do this month after month, then it started being twice a month, and I realized, like, you know what? Why don't we just move there? So that's what we did. And the great thing about Southeast Ohio is you've got hills, so there's some really nice radio locations. You've got a lot of creeks that run down to the Ohio River, so there's a lot of really bad radio locations. So the hard part was finding one that was on top of a hill, but the hill wasn't so steep that you couldn't put any towers on it. And obviously, anytime you move, there's all this risk about what am I getting into? What do I not know? Like, are the neighbors gun enthusiasts who hate towers? Are they, are there zoning bylaws? Whatever. You just have to plunk your money down and see what happens. The first thing about designing a station, you have to have a goal. What is it I want to get out of this station? And for me, I had had a big station. I had won some contests. This is probably the last time I'm going to move, I hope. So I wanted to build a station I could maintain, or that would be easier to maintain. I removed the need to win anything. I just wanted to be loud enough. I wanted to be loud enough that I could call CQ and people would call me. I could call guys, they would come back to me, that kind of thing. But I kept it as loud enough. That gave me a little bit of wiggle room if I wanted to get louder. I wanted the station to be SO2R capable. And so what that meant was I needed a separate feed line to every antenna, or I need separate antennas for every band. so that I'd be able to transmit on 40 and listen on 20, that kind of thing. And also, I had a lot of stuff, so the goal of minimizing the expense in terms of using hardware I already had was pretty easy. That part of minimizing expense wasn't too bad. The problem is anytime you build a station, there's no such thing as minimizing expense. There's just expense. So you just have to get, like, okay, there's some stuff you're just going to have to pay for. And then I did want to downsize. So where in Massachusetts I had 200-foot towers, this time I decided I'm going to stay at 80 feet or lower because I knew I could get a crane truck that would get to that height pretty easily. I also remember that every time I climbed to 100 feet, I seemed to stop somewhere around 60 or 70 feet on the way up. Like that was the first place you run out of gas. So, okay, so if I make my towers about that height, I won't have to keep pushing to go up higher. So that defined. So with those goals, now I have some idea of what I'm trying to accomplish. So the first step, and you can do some of this or a lot of this even before you buy the property, you need to just check that this property is suitable for having antennas. So make sure there's no deed restrictions. That's an absolute, because those are very difficult. You can sometimes get them modified when you buy the property. That's what happened in Massachusetts, but you don't want to deal with that if you can help. You also, the homeowners association, those are impossible, so just stay away from those, which immediately removes almost every modern subdivision in America. You need to check the zoning bylaws. So I was very fortunate in the place we found in Ohio where we were not in a town. So there were not only no zoning bylaws to deal with, there were no inspectors to deal with either, which is really nice. So I would call some contractor to come out and do something, and they would come and just do it. We didn't have to go get a permit or wait for somebody to inspect things. The only thing that we had to do was make sure that DigSafe showed up before we dug some holes. And then another thing you don't always think about, but you need to, there are some rules around the FAA where you have to see how far you are from the airport and you can't be over a certain height depending. So that was a pretty easy one. You can actually check that online. So it doesn't take long to see whether you have any impact there. It was funny, one of my wife's friends, when he heard I was putting up an 80-foot tower along a main road, it's on top of a hill, he's like, oh gosh, you know, you're gonna have to warn all the helicopter pilots about this. And I had to explain to them that if the helicopter guys are at 80 feet, they have a lot more problems than my tower. But it's funny what people worry about. So anyway, this is all background stuff. You should do this before you buy the place. The next thing is you have to kind of look at the topology. And again, when you're evaluating a site, you'd like to be on top of a hill. And these may be kind of difficult to read. This is just a screenshot from the USGS webpage. But the idea here was just to see, okay, from where I am, where does the land go? And good is sloping down and away from the towers. And in my case, I'm still far enough east in the United States that Europe is the primary direction. So I wanted to make sure I had a slope to the northeast, and I wanted to make sure I had no hills or any impacts in the other direction, and was very lucky that that was the case. But it never hurts to look at the maps. Then Google Maps and the fact that you can get a satellite view of your property is fabulous. So for free in 15 seconds you can find what the place looks like. And so this is a picture of the place that we got, and the road is in front of the house to the left. And then the area with the dashed lines is the area that I'm allowed to use for my antennas per my wife. So, because everything else is a front yard or backyard or that kind of thing. And what made this looks great. It's like, oh, you got a full 1.5 acres here. There's no trees, which coming from Massachusetts was fantastic because I used to have to build my antennas on top of the tower because there were so many trees. Well, I don't have that problem anymore. Now I have no trees. But the thing is, this property slopes down because there's a creek to the right and above this picture. And so it's a pretty good slope. So I can put antennas down there, but they start in a hole. And now we're back to going uphill to every direction, which we know is bad. So that kind of meant the towers needed to be pushed as close to the front of the property as possible. And then the shack was here in this separate building. So that wasn't too much of an impact. I know I'm going to be running coaxes out there anyway. So then I sat down and and I'm doing this in PowerPoint. You take the screenshot, you drop it into PowerPoint. I made an image of it kind of the star, and then I put 3 guy wires of what would be 80 feet to scale. And so I made that, I grouped that into an object, and then I just kept moving the guy wires around the screen and rotating them and everything so I could get the 2 towers as far apart as possible, which ended up being 100 feet. And I should have put the little guy wire things on here so you could see more why I did it. But it's kind of this dance of where can the towers fit? How can I get them as high up the hill as possible? How can I get them as far apart as possible? The great thing about no zoning is how can I can get as close to the property lines as I want, because nobody's going to say, oh, it has to fall in your property, that kind of thing. So I ended up selecting 2 spots. Now, haven't dug any holes or anything yet, but at least now I know this is what I have to work with. These are the spots. So I get the latitude and longitude of those 2 places and start to work from that. So anyway, this is mostly for the book here, but I had 1.5 acres and I got the 2 towers. I put the guy wires out 80 feet so I could go to 100 feet if I wanted, which was kind of silly because I knew I wasn't going to go to 100, but I wanted the ability to go to 100 later if I changed my mind. And again, it's hard to move concrete once you've got it poured into the ground. So I made the guy wires a little farther out. The other thing that does is make it a little bit easier to side mount antennas because now the guy angles are further out. As you bring the guy wires in, you really get locked into maybe you can't rotate anything. So there's nothing wrong with being out further. And then I wanted the towers side by side when the antennas were facing towards Europe, because I knew that was going to be the primary direction. If I'm doing SO2R in a DX contest, I'm probably going to be on 2 bands beaming Europe at the same time, and having the Yagis side to side gives the most rejection. And so that all went into the moving the dots around until I found some place. Okay, so now we know where the tower is. I have some idea of how high it's going to be, but not entirely. What are we going to do for antennas? Well, the first thing you have to decide is where are the important directions, and this is pretty easy. Like I said, Europe is clearly one. That's where all the volume is. But then I want to work Japan also. There's a lot of South Americans, depending on the contest, and then you need to work Oceania just for the multipliers. So I kind of plotted out where are these, and then I picked a direction. I said, okay, this is my direction to the target city or whatever. And the reason this is important is because later on we start doing antenna modeling, we need to know where we are, what the prime directions are. Because you don't really need to worry about all 360, just these. And NS6T makes this great tool. It's available online. You go in, you put the latitude and longitude there. It gives you this gorgeous, great circle map centered on your location, and it makes it easy to kind of figure out what the directions are. Next step. I need the terrain data. I need to know what does the profile of the land look like in these directions. And a long time ago, you used to have to go to that USGA map that I showed several slides ago, and you would get the ruler out, and you'd be carefully making these notes of how far out and how far down or up or whatever. Take forever. K6TU created a way that you can go to his website. You get an account, but it's free. You put in a latitude and longitude, and he will go out and electronically get the USGA data from that location, that point that you give him, in all 360 directions, and he will give you a zip file that here's the terrain profile for all 360 degrees. This is huge. So again, you just go there, put in the latitude and longitude. I did it for both towers, and I get this zip file. And just to give you some idea of kind of what things look like in each direction, and this is these charts are from HFTA, which we're going to talk about in a minute. So they're not all, they don't all start at 0. That's why they're so spiky. It's not that the land really is that spiky. It's just, it's really compressed. But you can see to Japan, 330 degrees. That's the top one. I've got some drop off and then a slow increase. And then about 2 miles out, or 3 miles out, there's this peak. There's this hill. You can't even see it. Even from the tower, you can't see this, but it's out there somewhere. And it's interesting that it actually shows up when I start doing the terrain modeling of the antennas. It scrapes off the bottom couple of degrees. So these things do matter a little bit. The most important direction to me was Europe. Again, we've got a really good drop off. Then it comes back up where a hill where there's a bunch of expensive houses which generate all kinds of noise. And then it's a state park, and it's fine after that. And then west is pretty flat, and south is relatively flat as well. So those directions are not really an issue. But this is the kind of stuff as you're, in some cases, if you have enough land, you may have the luxury of being able to move the towers around the property, move them closer to the hill, away from the hill. For people who live right on ridge lines or live on a hill that's got a lot of drop off, you may see some big differences in moving the antennas closer or further away from the slope. And it's kind of unpredictable how it's going to be. Okay, so I've got terrain data, I've got locations. What do I do next? I used a tool called HFTA, and this is available as part of the, it comes with the ARL antenna book. They have a CD in the back, and this tool is there. And this was written by N6BV back when he worked at headquarters. And Dean did a couple of amazing things about this. But first, HFTA, it's designed specifically to solve the problem that we're interested in today, which is for a given antenna height, what antenna height is the most effective for talking to the place in the world that I want to talk to given my terrain. So let's just jump on to... So what it does is you tell it, oh, I've got an antenna at a certain height and a certain place. I have foreground that looks like this, and it goes through and does all the math and produces a very nice looking plot. Now, how does it work? It does something called ray tracing. So it's actually really pretty simple when you think about it. Your antenna is, just think of it as, for now, as a point radiator. Radiates in every direction. Now, HFTA also asks you how many elements your antenna is. So it actually shapes this point radiator into what the actual kind of typical antenna pattern would be for a 3-element or 5-element or a dipole. So that's part of the equation in terms of how these angles work. But then it does this ray tracing where it goes, okay, well, let's say a signal goes straight down to the ground and it reflects back up. It goes out a little further, reflects back up. It goes out and hits a hilltop, and again, it's pretty simple physics. You hit the hill and you go, you reflect off of it. What's interesting is hilltops that are in the foreground, because you get some reflection off the hilltop, but you also get some diffraction. So that hilltop now creates a whole bunch more angles and rays and so on. And those rays can also hit other things, other hills, and create more rays and so on. Now, obviously, as you're hitting this ground, you're losing a little bit of signal. It's not like a mirror out there. So there are the ability to select what kind of ground that you're working with and so on. But for the most part, what it starts to do is tell you, here's what the ground is doing for you. And I have a good example of that here. So this is just HFTA output from one of my north tower on 40 meters with antennas at 90 feet and 50 feet. And a couple of things to show here. Number one, I put the terrain profile in the upper right-hand corner just so you can kind of see what it looks like. So the tower actually just barely clears that hill, but I can't see over it. The blue, I've selected north tower 47 degrees, so that's what NOR 47 is. That's just what I named it. So I've selected that terrain, and now I've got two antennas, one at 90 feet, and then the second one, the red one, is a stack of 90 over 50. And so what you can see is, and then the last one is that light blue one, that's the real circular one. That is a 2-element Yagi over flat ground. So one of the things I like to do is I'll always have flat ground as one of the options so that I can see kind of how much is the ground doing. Like if I lived on a flat pasture and there was nothing else around, it would look flat. And also notice that that flat one, I had to move it up to 115 feet to be kind of similar to the pattern that the ground one gave me at 80 feet. And if you think about it, this makes perfect sense. I've got a tower, it's sitting on a sloped ground going off to the northeast. So the question really becomes, what is the effective height of this antenna? that's what HFTA is helping you figure out. And so I can see here that my 2-element at 90 feet is similar to if I was on flat ground with the antenna at 115 feet. And the more the hill is and the farther the hill goes, the more pronounced this will be. Now, so if you look at the blue line, what you're seeing is, okay, that single 2-element at 90 feet. Notice how the pattern is different now. There's some places that are better and some places that are a little bit worse than the flat ground one. That's directly due to all the reflections and diffractions and so on off the real terrain. And then the red one is the stack. It always makes me feel better when the stack is better than the other one, because at least it gives you some hope that maybe it'll actually be that way. But what's fascinating with stacks is you can start moving these antennas up and down and see how what it does to the pattern over real ground. And sometimes it can make a big difference. In my case, 90/50 is really not enough for 40 meters, but I didn't have any more tower unless I wanted to go up to 100 feet. So I'm not really so interested in more gain here as I am just being able to beam in 2 directions. But all the same, it was still nice to see that, okay, when I put these 2 together, there's one other, well, let's see, I'll come back to that one. Oh, so notice that bar chart's at the bottom. Another thing that N6BV did, which is amazing when you think about it, is he sat down with vocap and he picked a bunch of points, like all the USA, center of all the USA call areas, the center of main countries in the different continents. And he ran vocap for those points through a whole sunspot cycle, and then combined it all into a probability that says, over the course of a sunspot cycle, these are the most likely arrival angles for signals between those places. So for me on this one, the terrain profile is W8 Ohio to EU, to Europe. And you can see that, you know, most of the signals are going to come in below 25 degrees. So really anything above 25 degrees is not helpful for a DX contest here. But notice there's quite a bit of the opening that's down there at the bottom in the less than 5 degrees. This is where having a hill in front of you starts to really impact you, because maybe it blocks off some of those real low angle ones. It's not that you can't work those guys, it's just harder. And that's why when you have a sloping down, you don't give up the low angles, which is really where most of the action is happening. And we'll see this again. But to me, the best thing about HFTA is, okay, I just put all the stuff in, push the button, and it tells me everything. So here's an example of what the config screens look like. You fill in a frequency, you make your antenna selections, the height selections, pick your profile, and say go. And so this is an example of one that's on 15 meters, and it's got the blue one is just a single antenna. Yep, I can barely read it from here. But a single antenna, and then the red one's the lower antenna, and then the green one is the stack together. And then I did my usual thing with the flat ground as well. But again, it's kind of nice to see, okay, I get a little bit of stacking advantage here. And also it's very interesting to see where the fill-ins are, because sometimes you can end up with a plot where there might be a really deep notch in the middle of the profile. And when you go to the stack where you have the lower antenna at the same time, it kind of damps that out. And so you might see a valley instead of a big notch. So the way that HFT is great, and it's easy to fill in all this stuff, and you kind of get yourself set up, and you can move antennas around really easily. The problem is you go insane trying to remember, well, which one was better than the other one? So again, I used PowerPoint, and I found myself, I would just screenshot each run that I did and throw it into the PowerPoint presentation, so that later on when I came back and I'm trying to figure out, well, what was the difference between 82 feet and 90 feet and 100 feet? I can have them all graphically there on the screen. And you can see some of the plots get pretty, so 20 meters on that north tower again. Notice how the red has a big dip in it. And it probably wouldn't be catastrophic, but when I put it into the stack, it moves that dip or actually gets rid of it And, you know, again, you can try all these different combinations. It takes 2 seconds to say, oh, let's move this antenna up, let's move this antenna down, let's see what happens. And in this particular case, what I discovered was I got kind of the best overall results when the 20-meter antenna was at 82 feet as opposed to being higher or lower. Now, we're talking about pretty small numbers here, so I'm not sure it really makes a huge difference, but it makes you feel better that you're designing to something. So I ended up deciding to go with 82 feet for the 20 and 90 feet for the 2-element 40 that went above it. I think you can see highlighted in yellow, there's a little thing called figure of merit for each antenna. Figure of merit is an attempt to say that, okay, for these given angles, given the propagation forecast or predicted angles, which one does the best job of kind of covering things off? So you find yourself kind of relying on figure of merit as a way to evaluate two things that maybe it's hard to tell visually what's the difference between one or the other. And again, this is, we're dealing with pretty small differences here, so I wouldn't really notice the difference from one or the other. The other thing is, it's very hard to test any of this because you don't really have the luxury of being able to put all the different options actually up in the air and then be able to A/B them over time. So really what you're trying to do is just figure out what seems to make the most sense, what gives me the most advantage. I was very lucky in Massachusetts. I happened to have selected a tower location antenna heights that had this incredible refraction off a hill in front of it. So when Dean was inventing this program, he was using my terrain and was driving him nuts because we were seeing these huge gains to Europe. Well, all I can tell you is I always had the highest 20-meter numbers of anybody in the DX contest. And I would talk to the Europeans and they're like, you are the loudest guy. So I kind of, even though things don't always look right, I saw enough correlation between 20 and 15 and 10 from my place. It's like, okay, I'm a believer in this. I'm willing to design a station around this, even knowing it may not be perfect. Now here's looking south from one of the towers. And remember, south was a direction, didn't have a lot of elevation change. It's basically a cow pasture out for a long way, and then there's a hill. And notice it's almost the heights for flat and the terrain are the same. But even there, you get a little wobbles based on the... but this was important because I really wanted to make I wanted to figure out what's the right in height, the best overall height in all the directions. And I ended up deciding that 72 feet was a little better in all the target directions than going higher. You normally think, oh, higher is always better. But in this case, again, because of the propagation predictions that you see in the bar charts at the bottom, you realize, okay, I need to focus on things that are going to make me the best where the signals are coming from. So this is very important. W6 QHS or W6NL, he would always say this, the model is not the thing. The model is not reality. The model is a model. So you always have to kind of keep that in mind, that there's no guarantees here. It's just math doing the best it can, making a bunch of assumptions. And this ray tracing is right down that 1 degree line. It doesn't account for reflections and diffractions that may happen off to the side from other hills and so on, which could not only add but also subtract. So you never know for sure, but it does happen to be the only tool that we really have for doing this kind of desktop engineering before we start pouring concrete. Now, the good news is, well, there's still more work you have to do. Not only once you figure out all these heights, then you have to figure out, well, can I physically build that or not? And we're going to talk about that next. But just a bit of news here. K6TU, the same guy who did the terrain stuff. Well, actually, one thing before that. So N6BV, he wrote all this software. It was pretty fantastic. There was a computer failure, and he lost all the sources. So we have HFTA the way it is. Everybody's got comments about what it could do better or whatever, or is it working right or not. All the sources were lost. K6TU sat down, and the same guy who did the terrain analysis stuff, he's writing a new version of terrain analysis that will be available through his website. does all the same stuff. The reason I didn't mind talking about all the HFTA stuff, the concepts will be exactly the same. It'll just be a different UI. And he's done a lot more work to try to modernize the ray tracing and things. So the plots don't look exactly the same as HFTA, but they're close enough that not too worried. So I'm not sure when he's releasing that, but I think it will be pretty soon. He's still kind of in the phase of getting the UI working. But that means there'll be a tool you can go to, and in one place you can say, hey, make a terrain analysis for me from this location. Now, go specify a frequency and a direction and where you're trying to talk to, and it'll figure it all out in like 2 minutes. You can see all these plots that we've been showing here for different antenna heights and so on. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. But the tools are getting better, but it's definitely worth it. Okay, I know where I want my antennas to be, sort of. So I start with, all right, well, I've got a 2-element 40 at the top of the north tower and a 5-element 20. That's kind of fixed. Then I'm thinking, well, I'll put my 30-meter antenna in there, and then I'll put a 15 and then 20 and, you know, stack a bunch of stuff in there. And over on the other tower, I've got a work antenna. And I decided early on I was not going to invest money in 10 meters at this point in the cycle. The C31XR works fine on antennas. I'll just use that. Well, when you put a tribander on a tower, it eliminates a lot of other choices because you can't put other things that are the same near it. But I thought, well, I can put 2 more 10-meter antennas down below. So even though I was talking about not investing in 10s, like I've got them, they're free, use it. But I started doing the TA analysis, terrain analysis, and messing around and looking at things. And it's like, okay, well, I want to move the 15 a little higher so it'll be better. Mess around with where the 10s are, that kind of thing. Boy, I'd really like to get another, I have another 40-meter beam. I'd like to get that in there somewhere. I have a 20. Let's go for a stack. So just started getting really crowded on the north tower. And then I finally settled on, okay, let's make one tower for 40 and 20. So a 20-meter one right above the guy wire at the, so I have a stack of 20s, and then take the second 2-element 40 that I had and put it down in a clear spot lower in the tower. And then I actually put a dipole even lower at that bottom guy wire. So on 40, I have a dipole and then two elements that I can all feed together. And the whole thing was stacks. I mentioned earlier I wasn't into stacking game, but I like domestic contests like sweepstakes and the QSO parties and so on. And so I wanted to be able to beam in 2 directions. So my main interest in stacks was let me be able to point east and west at the same time. And for 40, the low dipole was there so that, okay, I can work the Chicago to Philadelphia guys in the contest. When I could do 40 and 20 lower on the tower because I moved 15 over to the other tower. And I said, okay, well, 15 will fit in here. I can make it rotary. But I had to remove the 10s. So the 10s went away. So I only have one 10-meter antenna right now, and that's the C31. And we'll see in lessons learned more about that. But that's kind of where I ended up. So you run in, you know, there was a lot of trade-offs in this process, and this is where I really like having HFTA. So and again, PowerPoint. I made something that looked 100 feet tall. I put the guy wires where they were going to be, and then you start moving antennas around and see, okay, what fits? How does it look on HFTA? And you just go round and round and round. I spent a whole bunch of evenings doing this. But doing it in PowerPoint, you've got all kinds of drawing tools and easy to copy and paste stuff. So really recommend that. And I mentioned, you know, the stacks are too close but on 40 and 20. But they've actually worked much better than I expected, which brings you to another rule, which is you put stuff up, and the things that work you keep, and the things that don't you do over. So now I've got a design, now I got to build this. So I had a guy come out and dig the holes. I found some concrete guys who were bored with doing sidewalks and foundations, and the idea of tower bases was fascinating to them. So they came over right away. And what's great is these towers are out in the field. You remember from the picture, it would have been a wheelbarrow marathon to move that stuff out there. Well, they showed up, being professionals, they showed up with their little buggy, which had a cement holder in the front, so they could just drive out there, dump it in, go back and get another one. And they also made sure everything was flat and looked really good and all that kind of stuff. So we got all the concrete done. And then I found somebody who helped me put the towers up. So so the next thing, before we could put towers up, I needed guy wires. I had lots of guy wires. I had some Philly strand guy wire and so on. But what links do I need? Well, I wanted Philly strand down to the 30-foot level. You got to keep the Philly strand a little high in case you have a grass fire or something. You don't, or vandals. You don't want to make it too easy for them. And then for the steel guy wire, I had lots of steel guy wire and lots of egg insulators. And there was an article in NCJ by N2IC where he had done some math to try to figure out what were the optimum lengths for broken up guy wires. And it was either 11 feet or 25 to 30 feet or more than 45 feet. Well, what the heck? I've got lots of egg insulators and lots of guy grips, so I went with the Philly strand, then 11 feet, then 20-something feet, and then whatever pigtail I needed to get to the end of it. So I spent a bunch of days making guy wires. Didn't cost me very much because I had it all, but still, this is where planning ahead helps you out. And even though I thought I had engineered all this, remember my ground is not flat. So inevitably, when we got ready to put all the guy wires up, I had a couple of them that were a little short and a couple that were way long. That's bad engineering on my part. I mean, I know how to do math. I should have been able to figure that out, but it's easy enough. You grab another egg insulator and the guy grip, and you're done. Now, I had originally thought I was going to do just 2 guy wires per tower. The Roan Tower book tells you that's okay, but I think the Roan Tower book is assuming that you're going to put some little VHF antenna up there. They're not really thinking about a 2-element 40-meter Moxon and a 5-element 20. So we started putting the tower up, and I'm thinking, I just don't feel good about this. So we added a 3rd guy wire to that north tower, the 80-foot one. And it's pretty solid. We've been through some good windstorms, and the tower's not moving. The mast and the Moxon are all over the place, so that I worry about. But so 2 guy wires on the 70-footer and then 3 on the 80-foot one. So things did change as I actually went through the build process, but at least I knew where I was going. So in terms of once I've got towers and antennas up, feed lines are next. I like to do all the switching out at the tower for the stacks so that I'm bringing 1 home run cable back, and there's 1 cable per band. This means that your switching's easier because on your 2x6 switch, you just select a particular position, you've got that band. It also meant I could use stubs and bandpass filters and so on for each coax. That's not always practical for everybody, but again, I had a lot of coax from before and a lot of hardline. I had a lot of 75 ohm, and I decided I didn't want to use that anymore. It works okay. I mean, I can't say it doesn't work. It's just annoying having to deal with the transformers at each end and weird connectors. So I think I only got 1 CATV line now. But go ahead as you're thinking. If you're going to have stacks, you could home run everything from every antenna back and do it inside, but it's really not that big a deal to just do it out on the tower and bring 1 cable back. The next thing is, I'd never really paid attention to grounding before. I just put the towers up, drove a ground rod in, hooked up some wire, said, okay, that's good. But my station in Massachusetts was struck at least 3 times that I know of. 2 times because it got inside, and 1 time because I found it on one of the antennas. And so I thought, well, in Ohio, where the thunderstorms seem to come through every other day, maybe I should do more on this. So there are 2 great books. N0AX's book is very good about presenting the why. And then the NR2B book is a little more practical in terms of here's what you can do. And basically it comes down to you can spend as much money as you want on copper and ground rods. And they can't tell you whether any of it's working or not until the time comes. So I kind of made the decision, all right, well, I'm going to do as much as I can stand. So copper strap and and clamps from DX Engineering. And so every tower's got 3 ground rods and the copper strap all the way around and bonded to each leg of the tower, that kind of thing. It's not exactly the full recommendation of what the 2 books said, but I figured, well, it's just like already 100 times better than what I've ever done before. So we'll see what happens. If I need more, I'm sure DXE will be happy to supply me with more strap. And then at the station, because the towers are so far away from the station, it's, I don't know, 130 feet to one and 150 to the other. You don't need to have a strap that runs from one tower back to the shack. That'd be great if you wanted to, but it's not absolutely required. So I did another set of grounding with straps at the station level, and then the strap comes inside. And then the electric panel is right inside this wall, so it also got bonded to everything here. So I've done everything I can to try to make sure everybody's at the same potential. We'll find out if that passes the test someday in the future. All of my antennas and coaxes come into a sheet metal panel that's got through connectors on them, so I can disconnect everything when I'm not there or lightning is happening, something like that. So everything goes through this common panel. And then I got some sheet metal steel from Lowe's. It's not expensive in these 2 by 3 foot pieces. And I just nailed those to the wall, then I started mounting stuff to that. So everything is at least at the same ground potential. Now, I've talked a little bit about the stacks already. I should have put this sooner. I ended up with a side mount that's rotary and then a fixed one on 15. And again, mostly here, I'm looking for just beam in 2 directions. 20 meters got the 5 element at 82 feet and the fixed one at 53 feet. I was really, when I first put these up and connected it for the very first time, we were having a solar flare or a storm of some kind. And the 53-foot antenna was here in Europeans great, and the high antennas sucked. Like, what the heck is going on? What have I got wrong? And then when the flare had kind of passed by and everything returned to normal, it flipped over, and now the high antenna was better. I thought it was just kind of a bizarre timing. But it tells you why there's some value in having multiple heights, especially low heights for some of these openings where it's really high angle. And you see this more at the top of the sunspot cycle than the bottom. But again, I can beam both directions. And then the 40, I wasn't planning a stack, but since I had an extra 402 CD, I thought, well, let's put it in there and see what happens. But the Moxon has been great. I would have, it's a monster mechanically, but it does seem to be much, much better than a 402 CD. And it looks way cool up there. And for the low bands, I had planned on kind of shunt feeding the towers. I had done that in Massachusetts. Pretty easy to shunt feed a tower, but not when you stack a bunch of antennas on the side of it. So I ended up with an inverted V on 160 and really a sloper, I mean not a sloper, but a dipole between the 2 towers for 80 meters. And the 80 meter one works better than I would have ever expected. The cool thing on 80, there was an article in QST by AI1H where he has some coax. You get some different lengths of coax. And my SWR on 80 meters from 3,500 to 3,800 is like 1.5 to 1. And so I'm not having to mess with links or anything else. It's just, I can work anywhere in there and the SWR is low. And it's incredibly easy. It really is just a couple of pieces of coax, some 75 ohm and some 50 ohm and the right links, and you're in business. So that's more just because everybody struggles on 80 with getting an antenna that will work on both ends of the band. So the as-built is just, it looks very nice. 2 towers in the back pasture. All the antennas are pointing northeast from there. Like I mentioned earlier, you can't see them from here, but I have a bunch of expensive houses across the valley from me, and they're all noise generators of some kind or another. Rich people have lots of Chinese electronics. And but I did get the power company to fix my one electrical problem, so now I just have random noises instead of constant ones. But it seems to be working. So now the interesting part, the lessons learned. In the first real contest that I did with SO2R was the CQ Worldwide Ready contest at the end of September. And everything was great. I'm working, guys. I'm operating on 2 bands at once. I only had the C31XR for 15 and 10 at the time. So I was a little hampered in doing SO2R in the mornings. But at the end of the contest, about an hour and a half before the end of the contest, I've got the C31 on 15 pointing towards Japan, which is right towards the North Tower. And then I hear a PY on 20 that's kind of weak, so I turn the 20-meter beam towards PY, which happens to be directly towards the south tower. So now I've got both antennas pointed directly at each other. And I knew as soon as I hit the transmit button on 20 what had happened, because I hear something and then I hear nothing. And I blew up one of the front ends of the K3. Now, I had bandpass filters, but they each of the 3 bandpass filters I have has a problem, so I wasn't using any of them. And I think if I had had like the bandpasser on there or the NQN filter or something, it would have saved the radio, but I didn't. And so I had to learn the hard way. So I had stubs for all the bands, but I didn't have, but when you point a tribander at a monobander, there's lots of energy that's going to be transferred, and nothing you can do about it. So I also realized in these contests, for 40 years, I've always had a south tribander. It's like push one button, okay, I'm working a guy to the south, push another button, I'm back to Europe or whatever. I don't have that anymore because my tribander is my 10-meter antenna. And so I spent agonizing moments, you know, always turning the antenna. Saying every time I would turn the antenna, I'm going to go down the band, work South Americans, the next guy here would be another direction. So I'd have to turn it and then turn. Anyway, I need another south tribander. The other thing I realized was I needed more access to the tribander. The whole problem of being on 10 and 15 and not being able to get to the tribander was a problem. So you may have seen in the earlier picture, I bought the high power bandpass filters and a high power triplexer. So now that tribander looks like 3 monobanders to me. That's one of those ones where I mentioned, you know, I didn't want to spend more money, but you just get to a point where you're like, you know what, I'm going to solve this problem. I can't be blowing up radios because I'm being cheap. I talk about these in the wrong order, but I talked about wanting to, so I'm going to put up another tower. No, this one will probably only be 30 or 40, and it'll be closer to the house because I don't want to put it down in the hole. But I need a TH7 or I need a south tribander so I can just go to. So it doesn't need to be a great antenna. It just needs to be an antenna that's pointing south. And then the other thing was when you start having all these antennas and different coax switches and so on, and you've got a 2x6 switch, it's really, well, another part of the story is I bought a solid state amplifier, which is awesome. But it's really easy to change bands and then start talking and then realize, oh yeah, I forgot to switch the antennas. So I didn't blow anything up, but or very badly. But I realized that, you know what, this is, I can't depend on myself to remember. Because, you know, when you have a tuned amplifier, you have this thing that reminds you, I must always do a set of things when I change bands. When you have a solid state amplifier, you don't do that anymore, and then it's easy to forget. So right now I'm engaged in using Green Heron to try to automate everything. So it will truly all work. Okay, some lessons. And I learned this lesson the hard way in Massachusetts, and then I did it again. Do not put 40 and 20 together. Not because they don't work together. They work fine. Because invariably, when the band is open on 40 to Europe, or if you're in the West to Japan, you want the 20 to be the other way. And when you tie them together, now you're stuck. It's like, okay, well, I can either keep everything pointed on Europe and not work Japan or West, or I can turn the big antenna west and rely on the low 40. I replaced one whole tower in Massachusetts and made it all 40 meters to solve this problem. And then I come here, and because I had the tribander on one tower, that committed me to putting 20 and 40 together. And I get through one contest and I realized, wow, I wish I hadn't done that. But here we are. So if you have a choice, put 20 and 15 together and 40 and 10. Because they're almost, 40 and 10 are far enough apart that you can usually get away with having them be tied together. And 20 and 15 are almost always on the same schedule. So that works a little better. But the work antenna is just in there for fun. It uses a shared coax with the 160. So again, by automating, I'll get rid of the having to switch two switches. And then when I put this antenna up and I sent a picture around, W2GD looked at it and goes, you're going to have a problem with that work antenna next to the C31. I'm like, it worked fine in Massachusetts where the work antenna was fixed down the tower 20 feet. Well, apparently at 10 feet, there's a problem. The C31 has a resonance on 18 megahertz. And, of course, the work antenna does too. And so what was a absolute canon of the C31 in Massachusetts, it's been okay but not great in Ohio. And the work antenna, which had a great SWR, is not perfect anymore once they're both up there. And so the next step is going to be to rotate the work antenna 90 degrees. This is the kind of stuff that probably should have known, I should have realized, but I just overlooked it. But it's also a good example of you're going to find things that you didn't expect, and you just have to change stuff. So I'm going to start by rotating the work antenna. If that doesn't solve it, the work antenna will be gone. It is an optional antenna. But hopefully that will fix some of the SWR issues there and just bring the pattern back. Mostly I miss the pattern. The C31 has a great pattern on 10, and it just doesn't now, which is kind of good when it's you don't have to turn it so much, but not ideal. Now I have a bunch of to-dos. I still have some line noise sources I have to find. Our electric utility, though, has been great. I filled out something, and 3 days later there was a guy on the phone with me asking for more information. The antenna switching, I've already mentioned. The South Tribander, I've already mentioned. And then I've still got to do some more of the bonding. There's a lot of stuff you do in your station when you're building it, and you get to the point of minimum viable product where you can work people. And then it's like, yeah, I'll come back to that. Well, after a while, then it's like, yeah, I think I'm supposed to do something else. I can't remember what it is. So I need to still finish off all the grounding of the things inside the station. The results so far have been pretty good. I was amazed in the Worldwide RTTY contest. I ended up number 2 in the world somehow. It either tells me that everybody who was competition is dying off or is doing something else that weekend. I don't know. Number 9 in sweepstakes, which is pretty cool, from W8. And then Worldwide CW was really good. We're starting to roll off the conditions, though. In ARLDX, I could feel that Ohio is not New England. Like, I could feel I was outside of the window of where the opening was. So just a prelude of what to look forward to. But, you know, I said I wanted to be loud enough. I wasn't trying to win anything anymore. And when I can come in with these kind of results, it feels pretty good. So in the end, I think I've talked about this a little bit. Every place is unique. You're going to have to start. There's no rules. You can't borrow somebody else's station design. You can take some lessons from it, but you need to do the engineering work. You need to put up what you can. And I can't emphasize this enough. Put stuff up and use it. And if it doesn't work, take it down and put something else up. And the things that work, you leave them alone. And that's worked really well for me over the years. So I don't know how we're doing for time, but I think we got a few minutes if there's any questions. If you go to my website, there's a entry at the top called Move to W8 that is a series of blog posts that go through the whole process of taking the station down and then building the new one and some of the thinking that went into it. So if you want to read more detail about what it takes to move a station in 6 months, that it's there. Yes?
Yeah, Steve W0ZB. Hi. So for 2 questions. For terrain, they're both on HFTA. How far out matters, and does close matter more, or what's yeah?
So the question is, in the terrain analysis, is what matters, or how far out matters? I don't really know the answer to that question. I've asked K6TU to think about that. Dean kind of did everything out to 3 miles. And I guess it probably has some small influence, but I think the close stuff really matters. What's in the immediate foreground of the antennas, you know, a bunch of wavelengths would be the most important thing.
Number 2, figure of merit doesn't have a unit of measure to it.
No, because it's essentially a score for how well the predicted plot matches the predicted arrival angles. That's it.
Matters in it, like how
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Higher is better. That was my working premise. Yes.
Randy, a couple of my buddies have been putting up stacks of Tribanders, and I think you said at the beginning you decided pretty much on a monobander based approach and a separate feed line for each band and all that. Do you have any thoughts about stacking tribanders, and I guess you have to compromise the spacing and the heights and all that. Anyway.
Yeah, so the question was about using stacked tribanders instead of monobanders. I had the monobanders, so that was a big factor in the decision. With stacked tribanders, it's exactly as you said. You have to compromise somewhere. I think if your goal is I want to be able to beam 2 directions for diversity, no problem at all. But also being able to do the triplexer thing with stacked tribanders, you almost have to go with 2 triplexers, 1 for each antenna, and then you switch those. So it can be a little bit more complicated. But there are some great stations like EI7M. They're using all tribanders for their big stack, and they can do multi-2 with everything. So, but again, you can actually experiment with this using HFTA. Just do the antennas as a 3-element for each of the monobands instead of a tribander. There was somebody over here.
Are you happy now going from the shunt tower 160 to a dipole?
No, 160 is the band I hate. I got to figure out something with.
No, they posted it pretty okay. Yeah. So that means.
Yeah, but I see a lot of spots that the New England guys are working that I can't, which I think is reality. And then, but I want something probably more vertically polarized. An inverted V with the top at 70 feet is not a great 160 antenna.
Actually switching the antennas manually at this point?
That's what the Green Heron project is to make it so I don't have to.
It's just you had it the same way?
Yeah, it was all manual. Because I didn't want the automation to fail and then my station is out of work. And I'm now at the point where like, okay, the automation's more valuable than the risk of failure.
Thank you.
Anyway, I think we're way over time, right? No, actually, we're good. Okay, one more back there.
Hey, Randy. E3YT. So did you play with moving the power bases around much and doing terrain analysis? How'd that affect heights? And like what sort of, like does 10 feet matter or does it have to be like 50 feet different?
In my case, I was trying to get the towers as close to the front of the property as possible. So it was the guy wire angles and distances that set the tower locations. And then I worked from there. I know there's a difference because somebody like W6NL that lives on a steep hill says there's a difference, but I don't know how much is material. I think in my case, the slope is there, but it's not so big a difference that I would see much, visually anyway. It's hard to tell. So the question was just how much it matters in moving antenna towers around. Any other? Yeah.
What is Green Heron doing for you?
So Green Heron Engineering, they make a set of products that you can wireless, it's a set of wireless relays. And it's got a UI that you put on the screen where it can follow the radio, select the antennas, and then you can use the UI to actually select antenna, the stack or the single antennas, that kind of stuff. So it's just antennas, it's just a bunch of relays when you get down to it.
Decoder, automated.
It picks up the band information from your logging software.
Okay.
Yeah, I really wanted to use band decoder, so I didn't have to rely on the software, but that's the way that everything does it now. So, was there another question? Yes.
Do you have any plans to integrate 6 meters or any VHF stuff?
So so the question about 6 meters, I have a 6 meter beam. I want to put it up, and I'm thinking that it's going to go above the tribander. That's the way I had it in Massachusetts, so I'll just do that same thing again, because there's contests on that band, so I have to have an antenna for it. Yes?
What do you use for your breakers?
So I'm using Yaesu G2800s. I've had really good luck with those. I was using Create RC5s before, but then they just got so hard. They kept blowing up the direction pots and everything. But the Yaesus have been great. You have to really watch out that you don't crack the casting that holds the mast. But there are plenty. You can always buy more of those if you need to. So, but no, the Yaesus have been great. Even with the Moxon and the 5-20 and the wind's howling. I had a windstorm that blew some shingles off my roof. I've got a video of the Moxon just bouncing all over the place, but the rotators held up. For the side mount, I'm using just a ham 4. It's a swinging gate type thing. Okay, very good. Well, thank you all for your attention and your time. When you think about it, almost everybody who works in the South, prior elders, or the Caribbean guys, shooting out the band, you find it, go to shop.
Like on I had 2 or 3. I only have
During the ARRL contest,
after dusk starts coming on, and the next morning, after 15 touchdowns, oh, sorry, 160 is a play too. I got to make at least some on 160.
What I found when I tried to do a portrait bring it all up, it'll sound great on the beach.
I would see like
What I would do
my tower.
you can put it back there, get the top. And I'd be worried about having
Yeah, I know. Well, I winter time Monday is Wednesday. That doesn't mean I'm never home on Monday afternoon, but yeah. So I think it's some of the very early ones years ago. What's cool here? So it doesn't matter so much.
why do you have something like the transmit
I no longer need the broadcaster, but I also did well with the There we go. So what happens is, there's some 30 meters. What happened to any meter here? You didn't give me a local. You didn't confirm any meter. What's the call sign? 2019. I'll send you an email. This is all much automatically. I've got a 16 button green
Mainly on never stand a chance.
Anyway, this is all these things are really so let's say I select select the based on the band. This is always Thanks, Andy. W3I. I'm the guy from Blaine, Ohio. Somebody ever moved to Billmore County? Listen, I love like I got a little thought it was a coal mine. And 40 years ago, I got a ham license when I was a teenager. Into electronics. I worked in Washington, spectrum management. You know,
so many people have moved away from Belmont. Even the people in Belmont County now, we say we moved here, they go, why nobody's right there. The coal is gone and the fracking is in now, so fracking made it much easier.
It is a kind of a quiet area.
Glad I don't have to go to work.
I'm going back next year. We'll find it in there. You have to do it electronically, or whatever information you have. You're going to be, this is, I used to be Ohio USO party in August or something. I was in that a couple of years. It's great to participate in the experimentation. I last August. I mean, next week. You're going to be very, very popular if you're proud of the Ohio USO party. Belmont County is rare.
So I don't have any.
You were actually
12-hour contest.
I do it on the approved push station. I never heard of anybody. Okay, all right. Hope to visit your station one of these days.
They didn't have any antennas that were pointed in
That's kind of funny because I work on the table before.
$45 is way easier. $45 is much easier to track.
I mean, sort of one thing to be.
I made a plan of what I wanted to do. But if you make the plan first, you're not wasting time. And I don't let you go on the path. Well, I was actually in Central Mass. Technically, no, there's nothing better. I'll go back.
Only way places. Oh, yes. I don't want to be out there too long.
Well, it was January, February.
But you have to go what time? Oh, really? Okay.
Great to have that much land. I would love to have one more. If I had one more acre, I would have one more.
There's a picture of the helicopter. The very first time they did it.
We're being able to spread things out a little bit and help a lot.
I was thinking that I would have stayed on the boat.
But you've got the resources, and you were starting from scratch. Run 25.
Yes, one of the really ones, yes. I worked on those guys. Tiny boats and swam along, tied them.
You don't have to buy filling strand all the way to the ground. It saves you a lot of money. Even if you just use your like what I love about how the side mounts are working exactly where you expect it to. I broke the hour and enough just silly out 30 feet.
Yeah, there's some boxes out there. Great talk.
Okay, I don't have
I've been on Cuba like 3 or 4 times.
Let him in. You got in. He made one
Okay, George? Well, I gotta work on that. I don't know if those are. And then there's
Okay, everybody, we're just about ready for K1DG to come up here and start the contest. Are you having a good time so far? All right. Good, good. Well, you still got a lot of information coming your way here. But make sure you go into your bag and get your eyeball sprint log sheet. This is a real contest with real prizes. Well, at least one real prize. And it's a $100 gift certificate to my favorite store, DX Engineering. I hope it's your favorite store too. But get out the log sheet. This is a great way to work off a little bit of the lunch and have some fun. And so without further ado, please welcome Doug Grant, K1DG.
Don't go away. I still need you for the introduction part. So, the example. Okay, so I can't take credit for the idea of doing an eyeball contest in a club, in a meeting like this, because I stole it from some California radio club. So if someone's here saying, oh, he stole that idea, you're right, I did. So anyway, we're all here to do contest stuff, so we might as well do a contest. Now, how many of you have ever operated a sprint contest? Okay, not very many. So the sprint contest has a different format than most other contests. Most other contests, you either search and pounce, tuning around to find guys to work, or you sit on one frequency and call CQ and have people come back to you, which I've heard called park and bark, as opposed to search and pounce. The sprint's different. You can't do that. In the sprint contest, if you call CQ, someone calls you, you work out the exchange between the two of you, and then you have to move, and you have to go call someone else on a different frequency. Well, we don't have any frequencies in the room here, but what we do have is sort of a two-dimensional floor space. So the way the sprint contest, the eyeball sprint works, is you can call CQ, a guy can call you, you make the exchange, and then you have to move at least 5 steps before you call the next guy, or call CQ. So you got that? There's no sitting in one place or standing in one place, CQing and running. You got to move after everyone. So let's do a little demonstration here. Yeah, I know in the real sprint it's 1 or 5, but that's okay. We'll just do 5 steps. So my lovely assistant here, K3LR, is going to help me out, and we're going to demonstrate. There's also a sequence to the contact exchange format, and you'll see it. If you're answering someone, if someone calls you, then you send both calls together, and then if you're going to inherit the frequency, you send the other guy's call, the exchange, and then your call at the end, so everyone knows you're going to inherit the frequency. As Tim said, there are prizes here. There's a gift certificate for $100. $100. $100? Okay. Talk to him about that. I don't know what the multiplier is. Anyway, so here's how the sprint contest goes. CQ Sprint, K1 Denmark, Germany.
K3 Lima Radio.
K3LR from K1DG, number 1, Doug, Maine.
K1DG, this is K3LR, number 1, Tim, Pennsylvania. K3LR.
Thank you.
CQ Sprint, K3LR.
See what happened there? He inherited that space. I had to go over here and take over this space. So you all got an idea of how the rules work, how the format of the contest works? You all got your log sheets ready? And a pen or a pencil? and you realize I see someone sitting there all ready to go, you got to stand up because you got to move around. So if you're going to participate, get up out of your chair. The real sprint contest lasts 4 hours. We don't have 4 hours here. We have 5 minutes, and the time starts now. Two minutes remaining. 2 minutes left. Get the rate up. Get the multipliers. Left. 30 seconds. Five, four, three, two, one. The contest is over. If it's not in the log already, it's not in the log. No more writing. No more rubber clocking. Stop it. AR says cheating is bad. Don't do that.
Collect the log.
Okay, we need your log sheets. Make sure your call sign is on the log sheets somewhere so I know who you are. And Sandy is collecting them over there, or you can bring them up to the front. But do it quickly so they can rearrange the room.
Yeah, get your logs in. Hand in your logs. Right there.
Hey, thanks for answering my email last night about my load truck. I got it all figured out.
Good, 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 good. All right, get in your logs and take a seat. We're going to keep on going here. So a couple of housekeeping items. If you are still needing a T-shirt, if you were promised a T-shirt for Contest University 2026 and you did not get it, make sure you see Sandy at the tables out front. If you did not get your T-shirt for this year, make sure you see DL1QQ or N8AMY at the tables for registration. Is AA4 Zulu Zulu in the house? AA4ZZ, we have your name badge. So you can come to the table, or somebody that might know him. Be nice to get this badge back to Paul. Ah, Wayne, good. Thank you. All right, very important on the tables. You will see envelopes from WRTC 2026. This is a chance for you to help out. And this is a chance for you to put some cash into that envelope. And there are the folks from WRTC are here. Mark and Keith, Lee, they're all here. So go up where the envelopes are. All right, go on up. If you have some cash that you'd like to contribute to WRTC, now is a great time to do it. All right, that's where those envelopes are for. You can stick a donation in there, and it's going to a good contesting cause. All right. There's also additional T-shirts from previous years for sale at the registration area, and also additional textbooks at the registration table as well. I do want to tell you about the sessions that will be repeated. This will be after this session. W3LPL will be talking about propagation in room 2. In room 1 will be NK40 talking about parks on the air and contesting. It's a very, very good talk. And it was packed the first time it was given. Also N6 TV's talk on operating techniques. And N4GG will also be talking for a repeat session. It's time for our next session. Where is K1AR? Oh, well, come on up. Don't be sitting down. Please welcome John Doerr, K1AR.
Well, hello again. Good afternoon. It's 1 o'clock. The next talk I'm going to give here is one that I actually gave at what we call a mini CTU, or more of a regional one that we did at the Yankee Clipper Contest Club meeting about a year ago or so. And it's kind of premised on the idea that operating a contest is, as we talked about a little bit this morning, is supposed to be something that we have fun doing. And I recognize that nobody, or shall I say most folks, don't have a gigantic station like Tim's and Frank Donovan and things like that, including myself. But I still have fun. And I just want to maybe share a little bit of that enthusiasm with you guys and give you some encouragement that even if you're not operating from the biggest station in the world, you can still have a great time doing what we do with what you do have. And we're just going to take a peek at that. Well, as I like to say, it all began somewhere. And for me, it began, let's see, I actually don't remember the date, September 16th, 1969. That's where I came from. My original call was WN2LQZ, which just kind of rolls off the tongue. And it wasn't too much after that I operated my first contest. How many of you guys remember the old novice roundup, right? We got on there, and well, we all had our first contest. This was mine, and I came in second in the NLI section, operating. You may remember it was like a 2-week thing or something like that. And I remember coming home from school and getting on in the contest. It's kind of a strange concept in today's terms, but doing that for some extended period of time and working 300 some odd guys, and I just knew that this was something I really liked. I didn't quite know what I was doing, but I just invested some time into it and kind of got the knack of it. And believe it or not, I still have those logs at home. Not sure for what purpose, but I have them, and it's just kind of fun to look at that once in a great while. So maybe you remember your first contest. That was mine, and that's where I got the bug right then and there. And here we are in this year, and it hasn't stopped ever since. So, when you ask the question about really having fun in contests and where do I begin, I am actually glad you asked. And there's a couple of things I think that are really important that I'd like to emphasize in this short talk. And I said this earlier, but it's just so important to know the rules in any given contest. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. But I think one of the things that really can give you more enjoyment in any contest is developing a plan for that contest that best exploits the station you have, with reasonable goals and availability of capability that your station may have. And what do I mean by that? If you have an 80-meter dipole at 15 feet, then you probably have to realistically expect that you're not going to win the mono 80-meter category or any other category, but it doesn't mean that you can't have fun. And one of the things I think that's so critical is that we sometimes think about the contest world as being self-contained in that 24 or 48-hour period. But you will discover if you talk around that a lot of the really successful contesters nowadays are finding that their success is in part happening because they practice all the time. They're doing it either through computer-generated stuff or they're just on the air. And really developing operating styles that are effective. And, just knowing who you're competing against and having as an ultimate goal to have fun doing it all is really important. Now, a couple words about the rules I just want to say again, and this is really important. Rules change all the time. And I have to admit, I'm guilty. Sometimes I don't read the rules and forget or am unaware of a given rule change. And that can sometimes result in missing out on a scoring opportunity. Things like, I didn't know I could self-spot, like you can now in the ARL contest. And sometimes ignoring rules can be fatal, where you say, I thought I could self-spot, and you find out in the contest you're not allowed to do that, such as the... Oh, what is self-spot? So self-spotting is using the spotting network to essentially put out a spot for yourself. So if I'm K1AR in 7012 and I'm operating and I put out there that K1AR is in 7102, I'm basically self-spotting myself with the intent for other guys to come work me. Okay, is that clear? Okay. And as a result, something really important to remember is that not all contests are created equal, not all rules are created equal, and the rules that apply for one contest maybe don't apply in the others. So I've already mentioned this, the idea that self-spotting, for example, is allowed in ARL contests, but not in the CQ Worldwide. Did you know that in the WPX contest, the log submission deadline is now 48 hours? There were a bunch of people who didn't realize that, and they ended up submitting late logs because they didn't check the rules that particular year. Here's one maybe you didn't know, that the CQ Worldwide allows you to operate at a multi-op and then also operate at home with your call in the same contest. I get that question a lot. It's in the rules, but it's something maybe you didn't know if you didn't read the rules. And also an important thing is that the ability to change bands in a contest and the rules around that are going to vary from one contest to the next. So it's all these little details that really can have a difference in the results that you get when you're operating. But you maybe have heard this 1,000 times, and this will be 1,001. But I really believe strongly that part of the success that you can get in operating in any contest is to have some kind of a plan behind that goes more than just, casually walking down the stairs, sitting in front of your radio and flipping it on and hoping for the best. And some of those plans that you can develop range from setting goals for yourself, QSOs, best personal score, just being aware of who your competition is, all these kinds of things. One thing that's really helpful, and I encourage you to do this kind of stuff, is to take a look at previous logs. Most logs in a lot of the major contests are public now, and you can look at them and see what other people are doing. You can learn about band openings. You can learn about how, knowing maybe what they have for a station, how they exploit that to their advantage that you can do in yours as well. There's also a lot of recordings out there. It's for some people, it can be kind of discouraging to say, man, I can never operate like that. Or it can be a motivator to say, I want to operate that, and I want to hear how people do it and become better at it. And Randy K5ZD has been very good over the years of putting out his recordings of this contest, and other people do it. And I encourage you to check it out. The thing I would say is also, just look for mistakes and poor operating decisions that you've done in the past and learn from that. One of the things that I think is so important as we develop over the years and becoming more experienced and competent in contesting is that we build experience and we learn how to overcome mistakes we've made in the past if you pay attention to them. But there's probably one that I think is a freebie, and anybody can do it. And one of the ways you can become better and just have more fun contesting is just get on the air. Be on the air, know who's on, understand how conditions are, and then how well your station does in those environments. And believe it or not, even though it seems like everybody's on FT8 these days, there actually are people that operate in other modes and get on in between contests. So, be sure to check it out. So, practice, 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 I said, right? Well, I want to give you an example. This here is a typical well-conditioned contest operator, much like all of you in the room. And as you can see, this fellow here is very focused on conditioning and practicing and being well prepared, and not particularly skilled at graphic arts. but nevertheless, the message delivered is practicing and in fact, even more practice. So what does that mean in practical terms? Well, I think one of the best things you can do is play around in contests. One of the things that's a strength, and some people think it's overdone these days, is that virtually every weekend there's a contest of some sort. And it's actually hard on the contest calendar to find a weekend where there's not some kind of a contest going on. And now we have CWTs, which are run by the CW Ops group during the week, and all that sort of thing. And just getting on and playing in a lot of contests is a great way to just improve and really understand what your station can do. And you have to accept things. One fundamental thing that in our society today is really difficult, and that is contest skills are not developed overnight. That's sometimes medicine you don't want to take. But, you know, when you get 50 years under your belt, you're off to a good start, right? And I realize that not everybody has that opportunity, but just accepting that and understanding that. Conversational CW is a fascinating thing. I don't know if many of you have encountered this, where you may work a guy and send at a pretty fast speed, let's say 38 or 40 words a minute or something like that in CW. And then you proceed by then asking him a question. And what do you get back in return? Did it, did it, right? Because it wasn't something that they could copy and understand. In my view, being good at conversational CW is also going to make you good at just being a contest operator in general. And how do you get good at that? Practice, practice, practice. That's a word you're going to hear a lot here in the next few minutes. And then finally, just knowing your logging program, whatever you're using, inside and out, and maybe actually have it loaded on your computer and running perhaps more than 5 minutes before the contest, when you realize that your COM ports all blew up and all the things that are outside of the program itself. It comes with the practice game. So there is this idea of operating better than the other guy. And this is something that is independent of what station you have or what capability you have. There's some basics that I like to highlight that can make you better than the other guy. And that is, it begins with saying and sending the least amount of information to make a QSO. I'm sure some of you can relate to this, but what's one of the most frustrating things when you have a little bit of a rate going and you go so-and-so, 5-9, whatever, and they come back and repeat all that you just sent to them like you didn't know what you just sent, right? So this idea of talking less and just conveying the minimum amount of information to make a valid QSO seems to be something that's lost on a lot of people, and it isn't really helpful, and it doesn't make your score any better. There's another one I like, particularly if you're at a smaller station, is that don't be afraid to operate up high in the band. There were people in last year's CQ Worldwide that on 10 meters that were well above 29.0. Anybody up there in the stratosphere like that? A few of you, right? Did you get any nosebleeds? Did the Earth continue to rotate? All those things, right? You, in fact, can have success when you're up high in the band. And this is a big one of mine. Timing and pileups really matters, right? There's a tendency when we hear a pileup that we just want to jump on it. And there's an actual skill to pileup management from a calling point of view that doesn't always suggest that you should call somebody the second you hear it and the opportunity when their mic lets up and yours engages or code or whatever it may be. There is an old adage, we've said this for years and years and years, as long as I've been doing this, particularly in DX contests and domestic to some degree as well. Operate on the highest open band and play to your strengths and weaknesses, like I said. If you don't have a Yagi and 40 and you're competing in a contest where a Yagi matters, then you probably don't want to spend a lot of time operating 40 as part of your operating strategy. And this is maybe the most important thing. It applies to me in my little station at home, which maybe I should have described earlier, but my station at home, when I'm not operating at Tim's place or somewhere else, is literally 5 pieces of wire. It's an 80-meter dipole, a 40-meter inverted V, and an inverted L for 160 meters, and that's it. That's what I use, 5 pieces of wire. And here's something that I just sometimes I think is the most important part of operating when you have that kind of a station. If you feel loud in your mind, you're loud. right? It's kind of simple and maybe obvious, but think about that. If you feel loud in your mind, then you're loud, right? And one of the things that I like to stress, particularly when we have better conditions, is that, okay, the LPLs and the LRs and folks like that I'm just randomly picking numbers, but they may be 40/9 in Europe, and my little station is 20/9. But guess what? It's still 20/9, right? And while I may not have 250 hours, I may have 150 hours. I'm still having 150 hours, let's say, and more importantly, I'm having fun doing it. So exploiting that and just using your mind to your advantage is a really important thing. So let's talk a little single sideband here, and maybe some tips that'll be helpful for you, or at least things you've thought about in the past as a reminder. There's the old standard use normal phonetics. I think probably Field Day is the master of having people use weird phonetics in that particular operating event, because of course it's not a contest. But anyway, there's the old W3 linoleum, pneumonia, linoleum. I can barely say that. But there are people that think that being cute with their phonetics is actually a good operating tactic when it really isn't. Nothing beats Alpha Radio or Bravo Germany, or pick whatever it is. There's another topic that I think this is happening a lot now with all the spotting and everything going on with assisted, is that sometimes we jump on the frequency that the spotting mechanism tells us to go to, but it's not actually where the guy is operating. He may be operating as much as, half a KC away, and we end up calling people off frequency as a result. So it may seem obvious, but let's actually try to zero beat guys that we're calling when they become available and we know about it. There's another thing I think that's really important, and that is this idea of situational awareness. Now what do I mean by that? That means that just as best as you can, if you see your rate going from, say, 60 or 70 or 80 an hour to 20 an hour, there's probably a reason why that's happening. Sometimes the band is changing and you can't control that. But other times it's because there's a really loud guy underneath you who you maybe don't hear very well, but is dominating the frequency, and that's why your rate went down. So being aware of what's around you is, I think, really an important thing. And then finally, please copy this. Please copy this. Never, I'm begging you, ever say, please copy. And I know some people say, what's the big deal? And to some degree, what is the big deal? But it's one of those phrases that is sort of jumped into the contest world, where people feel compelled when they respond to you and making a QSO to start it by saying, please copy, as if they have to introduce themselves and perhaps give a little bio before they actually send the exchange. So it's actually okay not to say that. And if we just have 3 or 4 less people saying that in the contest community going forward, then we've accomplished something significant even today. And by the way, that also includes, there's no need to repeat the other guy's exchange. As I said, he already knows it. You don't have to say what it is again, as if you make him feel good that you copied it correctly. He's going to assume you did, and there's really no reason for you to go into it again. A couple things for CW that you may find helpful is that use appropriate CW speeds, okay? So what does that mean? Well, that means that if conditions are poor, or you have a lot of echo, or things are going on, you may want to have the keyer cranked all the way up at that particular time. And related to that is you generally want to call people at the speed that they're sending. So if you hear a really good multiplier and you choose to call them at 45 words a minute, that's probably not going to be helpful for you getting that contact into your log, because you're not matching maybe what their capability even is. Now, this is one that's starting to catch on, so the word is out, but I'm going to share it anyway, and that is this idea of calling stations a little off frequency. And, there's this thing in most radios called XIT. XIT can actually be your friend because a lot of folks feel that they either because that's where the spotting system put them or because they feel it's important to call directly on the frequency of someone else. Sometimes if you call off frequency, a little high, a little low, you'll find that you can break pileups and beat out guys. And that's one of my greatest joys when I operate at home for the one or two rare times it happens where I might beat K3LR in a pileup simply because I called half a KC high and they didn't for that particular moment. And it's always kind of fun to have that smile on my face when that happens. But it's really a great operating technique, and I'd ask you to check that out when you operate in the next contest. And if you're calling up high, let's say, and all of a sudden people start to realize that and they sort of shift up themselves, well, go low, right? Because put yourself in the shoes of the guy you're calling. All he hears is just a bunch of mush calling him, right? So what you're trying to do is to create distinction. And one way to create distinction is to be where others are not. And doing it in this kind of a fashion is just a great operating technique that has worked well for me and many others. There's another one called I call it the 1 second pause, right? And that is pile up, a guy sends his call and everybody launches into calling him. If you just wait a second or two or even three and let the callers call, and sometimes what happens is that you're dragging a little behind, and what they're going to hear is a bunch of mush, and then they're going to hear AR all by itself. And they're going to go AR question mark, and then you're going to work the guy before other people. So this idea of a second or multi-second pause has really been helpful for me, particularly when operating at a smaller station. And then we tend to think when we pass or send a new multiplier from one band to the next, that tends to be more of a phone thing. But it actually works pretty well in CW too. So I would suggest that when you're in a CW contest, give that a try too. And there's lots of ways to get people to move to different bands where you might need somebody in a very concise way. So for example, you might say TU now NW, and then give them a frequency, 14005, right? And just something very concise. And more often than not, you'll find a lot of stations are very cooperative and are willing to do that, and you're able to bag a new multiplier in another band that you need. Now, I mentioned a little bit about knowing your competition, and it's really helpful, I think, for a lot of folks, including myself, to just kind of look at previous results and to look at how people did and how they did it. It's really helpful. We don't get on the air as much and do this, but on email and other resources, just talking about strategy and just conveying with other people things you did, learning from others. One of the things that I've always enjoyed, and my favorite target for this is my good buddy K5ZD, who Randy and I have played. He's looking up now. He's well aware of the head games that he and I have played over the years, where we've just teased each other about how we're going to whip each other's rear. And in earlier years, I did it a few times, and then later on, he did it on a more regular basis to me. But this whole idea of just playing head games with people is just can be a lot of fun. But best of all, it's just really know your competition, who's competing in your category, and know what you're running into as you go forward. So I created this very simplistic and probably not so accurate idea of a contest operating wheel. And it's really where I would suggest you invest your time as you prepare for a contest and try to do better. And it's really a combination, as I said, of knowing the rules, having a plan, practice when you can, get on the air, and know your competition. That's half the battle. But the other battle is, am I going to do something where I'm going to have a lot of fun? Because when you're having a lot of fun, you're going to do better. And that's just how contesting works. And I'd encourage you that whether you have a big station or a small station, if you don't have half of your time investment focused around how you're going to have fun doing it, that's where your score is going to be compromised the most. more than all the planning in the world that you may do. Having fun is what it's all about. So I would just like to publicly acknowledge there's been, over the years, I've been so privileged to have incredible contesters and friends who have taken me under their wing as I developed my skills over the years. Frank, W3LPL, K3ST, W2PV, K1EA, K3LR, and literally hundreds more. And for each of you, finding that person, finding that group, finding that club, finding that CTU, just people to talk to is ultimately where you're going to do better in the long run, and you're going to have fun doing it. That's it for me. Thanks for listening. Okay, any questions while we're waiting for Tim? Anybody want to ask anything? Oh.
PLR last fall on 10.
Well, it wasn't my hour. We had incredible conditions on 10 meters, and I partnered up with N3GJ, and we had a 4:03 hour on 10 meters. That was pretty darn exciting, to say the least. And you know, that experience I remember so distinctly during many points of that hour where we had lots and lots of guys calling us. And quite honestly, and this is kind of an operating technique, I suppose, is there were times when all I heard was mush. And I would just simply say, something Bravo, you're 5905. And I had no idea if a something Bravo was in there. But the odds are pretty good. And there were a lot of something Bravos that came back. It was pretty cool. Most of them didn't even have a Bravo. But we weeded them out one way or the other. One more back.
Well, one thing's on the please copy. I think if you've got good conditions, you're absolutely right. But I use copy sometimes as a start fish, where, you know, especially if I hear that the guy is not getting the exchanges right and have to get them repeated to him, I find that if I go copy to Alpha Indiana as compared to 2 Alpha Indiana, I get the contact without a repeat better.
Yeah, I get that. Fortunately, field day's not a contest, so it really doesn't matter, right? Thank you, guys.
Thank you, John. What a way to start at Contest University. We have K1AR giving 2 talks, not 1, but 2. And thank you very much for your contributions, John, not only to Contest University, but also to the CQ Worldwide program and many other things. Let's talk about, another round of applause for K1AR. Let's talk about the repeat sessions due to popular vote on the sessions that you wanted to see again in room 1. So room 1 is up front here. It's going to be AJ NK40 talking about POTA and contesting together. If you missed that, and that's why he was one of the top vote getters, you don't want to miss his session. It was really, really good. In room 2, we're going to have Propagation with W3LPL, another top requested program. In room 3, it will be Bob Wilson and 6TV talking about operating techniques and tactics and secrets. In room 4, it's Hal, N4GG, and he gives a whole lot of great ideas for helping your station, helping connectors, and so forth. So they're going to start moving the walls here. We're going to turn up the lights, and then we're going to get busy right at 1:45. 1:45, okay?
That makes sense. That's all that counts.
I worked you $1 million, I know that.
Tom got it? I got it maybe 2 or 3 days ago.
Yeah, good to see you. Yes. So,
It may have been, I don't know if it was last Friday, last Thursday, or Monday, but I will find out what Tom's doing with it. But I sent it the moment Maria sent it to me. Yes, sir. Will do. Bye.
But, yeah, and then I'm going like, I'm going to be so stuff, trying to get all of this stuff, you know, because some of the stuff is right. Right. Well, I have a XM240 for 240. That's going to be at 94.
I was talking to A1K,
Got November Kilo 4 Oscar, AJ.
I got him.
Got him? Good.
All that stuff. And they're the regular people. Yeah.
The way you describe
yeah.
You can put another Skyhawk or something on the side.
Right.
I mean, it's for half.
Right. Well, but that's, we'll see. Let me get back in there. Jen, thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah. So you still get a COVID.
Did you lose everything too?
Yeah.
All right.
I just all I did was actually look at my.
No.
I had a whole deck.
Have you heard that where the commanders don't like Apple because of the packets? And then it's see if that just made a reset.
It's back.
Huh? You're good there. Are you good? Alright. I hit reset on the HDMI.
I'll just go with the
You
old
sure you're
deck.
good?
Try to
Before
play
I
with
walk
it.
away?
I have a whole new deck, so I'll wing it.
Sorry, Charlie. Just doesn't like Apple. All right. I'll leave it. You're good.
Thanks.
No problem.
Good afternoon. Welcome. We're going to talk a little bit about the art of enjoying both POTA and contesting together. I am from the audio video manufacturing rep firm industry, and there are no shortage of acronyms in my industry for audio video. So hey, I figured I'd come up with one for today's session, and it's the SET approach for having more joy. One is the social component, the other is the equipment or engineering part of it, adding more gear, and finally the tactical part of it. So we'll talk a little bit about many things. We'll be all over the place, from real simple ground beef to big T-bone steak, whatever. So there'll be something for everybody in this. So strap on your seatbelts. The number one way to have more fun, both with POTA and with contesting, is more contacts. And the only way we can get more contacts is more people. So I implore that you identify somebody who's not a ham, that should be, and to try to get them to your shack and show them what you do. I have said the word radio sport, I've said the word contesting, doesn't really resonate in today's world, in my opinion, for folks who don't know what we do. But if I say over-the-air gaming, they get it. And let me tell you, these online gamers are very competitive, and we want them in our world, okay? So starting off saying, hey, if you got someone in mind, jot their name down, because there's two people I'm going to ask you to try to bring to the fold. Because can you imagine CQ Worldwide, that every person who participated brought one person along who's not participated before to operate? Can you imagine the pileups? So it takes every single one of you. Some of you have never operated. Many of you have many times operated. But over the next few months, I'm imploring you to try to reach out and bring at least one, if not more. Because as we go on the backside of the cycle, this is the way to keep it going. So you don't have those dark hours of waiting, you know, when the rate goes down. We want the rate to stay up the whole time. So more QSOs, no matter if you're doing POTA or if you're doing contesting, is more fun. Because it's no fun when you're trying to activate a park. For those of you who don't know about POTA, it takes 10 Qs to activate a park. I know sometimes the bands are so bad that you can sit there for an extra half an hour, 45 minutes to get that 10th one. And the 10th one may be an ESP QSO because they want an activation, because they think it's a foul ball if you don't activate, if you're short. It's okay if you don't make it. Thank goodness for you showing up. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. One of the biggest playgrounds, I feel, for existing ham radio operators to find future contesters are right here with FT8. I have a feeling, in fact, I know when I go to FT8, when I work somebody, or I work a bunch of people, I go straight to 3830 and I pop in their call sign, I see them on no contest. Some of the FT8 users haven't even picked up their microphone, much less a paddle. Nothing wrong with that. FT8's preset, like it's signal report, it's grid. You can get on, get off, it's easy to go. You pick up the, I can go to FT8 and make a contact pretty much any time, day or night. It's fun, I get in, I get out, it's great. I can go to sideband and I can go to CW because I'm a small station, just a wired 100 watts in Miami. I can call CQ ad nauseum at certain times and never get anybody. So one, I can make a contact all the time on FT8. Number two, a lot of these folks, since they've never touched a microphone, they don't even know what to say. You know, they don't know, you know, name, signal report, QTH. It's like no one sat with them to get through it. So this is a great playground that us in the CW and the sideband community should adopt and jump in and work these folks and say, hey, I don't have you in a log on sideband. And I'll show you, I'll go over how I do that here in a little bit. But there's a lot of folks here that would love to do what we do. They just don't know how to ask for help, or they're unwilling to ask for help, but we just need to lend a hand. This is a very fertile playground to find operators. The POTA folks, I've heard some great pileups on odd parks. It's fantastic what I hear on sideband and what I hear on CW. And there are a good many folks doing just FT8 POTA, which is very cool. Those of you who do POTA and can't get an activation from CW or sideband can jump over here and quickly get your 10 and move on. So you don't have to stay in the park a little longer and be home late. This is a quick way to finish off also on top of everything else. But this is a great playground. Again, every time I make a POTA contact when I'm all done, I go through the log and I go to 3830 and say, have any of these folks ever been in a contest before? So if I work somebody in Kentucky who's at a POTA, and I see he's done a lot, that he or her has done a lot of POTAs, but they never contested, I'm going to send them an email and I'm going to say, hey, did you know the Kentucky QSO party is coming up? And guess what? Have you ever thought about getting that Kilo Award? 1,000 contacts from an individual park? I can tell you it's very possible. If they don't have it already, they have a few hundred, or they're trying to do it, you could possibly do it over a weekend. But a Kilo Award for POTA is 1,000 contacts from an individual park over however many days it takes to get there. You know, multiple activations over a year or two. But this is a great place to find our next generation of contesters. I recommend everyone in this room, if you've never gone, go to the POTA app website. I put a lot of these links in my QRZ page to go check out. But if you go and create your login, some of you already have a lot of awards here and have a lot of contacts, because the way POTA works is the person activating the park updates their log. You don't have to do anything. You just have to work them. They have a great website. They got to tell you everybody that's on at any given moment, and it's a hoot. It's a lot of fun. So I'm going to jump to another angle, which is, I will start with, I lost my station in Hurricane Andrew in '92, and I lost my first QSL cards, everything. So I didn't really come back to ham radio, on and off. But COVID, I jumped in because there was not much to do, and it was lots of fun. I listened on Wednesdays, and all of a sudden the bands were crowded with people sending the same serial number over and over, and it wasn't going up, and I was scratching my head. And then all of a sudden the band was quiet. I'm like, where'd everyone go? I figured it out. So, you know, I got my code speed back, and I was flying high, having fun, little station, 100 watts in a wire. I believe it was K7SV Lar in Virginia, picked up the phone and called K5KG George down in Florida and said, hey, there's this guy who's been pretty active in Miami. You should call him to join your contest group. And one, it took him to make a phone call. Two, it took George to turn around, make a phone call, and find me. So he called me, and we were talking. He says, you should be part of the contest group, etc. And anyway, he was looking on my QRZ page, and he goes, oh, you're on the front of CQ magazine, you know, in high school back in '84. And then he was like, oh my gosh, I have an article in there. Do you still have that edition? I need a new scanned copy of it. And one of the few things that survived from Andrew was my CQ magazine, so I was able to scan it and give it to him. But he called me, and then I felt part of a new community, the Florida contest group, so that all the contests that I started jumping in, not only was it my score, I was helping the group, and I was able, you know, to do my part. And it was fun because I had other people that were like at my same level with a small station, so we were comparing scores. But if you look in the picture here, all the way on your left is NX4N, Chris, who on the Florida Contest Group thread sent out an email and said, hey, I'm looking for a 15-meter CW op to do mobile QSO party. And I'm like, that's interesting. Never done that before. So next thing you know, I'm in the front of a Sequoia for 20 hours, flying down the road, hoping 15 meters would be open. It was open. It was a blast. And I stayed with him for 3 years. It was a hoot. I did 15 every year. And if you want to know what it's like, remember this is all about fun, but to be that person on the other end of a DX expedition in the pileup, this is great practice because you're there. You know, you're on the road. You got to hope you have all your supplies. Everything works. You have backups, and it's endless. The treasure trove of callers calling you, learning how to be a better op, either sideband or CW. So if your goal is to eventually go on a de-expedition, this is great practice to get rid of those nerves. It's lots of fun. You're with a group. It's with community, and it's really easy. So think about it. So he invited, so this all became because one person called somebody in the contest group to call me to join the club. I saw it, and we had so much fun that the following January, he says, you need to come over to Bob's house, N4BP in the middle there. You guys know him. He's a beacon on 27 or 28, somewhere near the bottom of the band. You always hear him. And he says, you should come up and run NAQP. We'll run 2 stations at the same time and have some fun. So I said, sure. And I drove up, and I thought I was like in Elysium, a big tower and an A3, and I have, you know, 2 stations. It was phenomenal. So that was my first time experiencing M2, which is 2 stations at the same time. We got to run the whole full 12 hours. NAQP is a great place to invite either a non-ham or an early ham to come over and help operate, have fun, and be a part. So that's another short window contest that can get the online gamers into over-the-air gaming. I'll move forward. If you look here, this is field day. This is Mark and Victoria. If you notice, they have a handheld mic. I'll get into that in a bit. But I only missed 2 Sundays at church a year, and that's Florida QSO Party and usually CQ World Prefix. And I actually missed a Sunday, and the following Sunday, Mark holding me accountable said, hey, I noticed you weren't at church last Sunday. And I'm like, well, I was contesting. He goes, you mean that radio stuff? And I go, yeah. He goes, oh, I have my license, and I'm playing with VHF. So, of course, I had him come over. She was starting to study for her ticket. They got excited. They became generals. This is our first field day together to start showing them how to operate. And sure enough, this last 2 years, Mark has been the driver for my car now for the Florida QSO Party, and Victoria is my sideband operator. And last year, she made 500 contacts mobile. It was fantastic. I'll tell you a little bit more about this year. So most of you all, if you're the ones who are contesters, control N is where you take notes. So when you're flying high in CW and you have that slow operator who works you, hit control N and write slow. If you're running sideband and you get that station that calls you and during the process they say, please copy. It's okay. I write PC, not the PC police, but I do capture it. Anything of note, I capture. So at the end of the log, I sort my notes. And I send them an EQSL card. Now, I know EQSL cards by many is a foul ball. But I started hamming when I was 9. And I waited months and years for the Bureau to send me cards or local people to send me cards. I love cards. So what better than a card? But I don't send cards just to confirm. I always send information about what has taken place. So if it's a POTA activation, I send some cool pictures about the POTA. I tell them, hey, I was running 5 watts this time. Or I tell them a little bit about the park I was at, and I thank them for being on the air and working me. And it's unbelievable that this kind of community, at the same time, I am checking their calls, seeing if they're on 3830, and I'm trying to move them into the contest realm. So I do a lot of follow-ups. Now, for the please copy folks, I tell them, hey, you only have so much energy, you only have so much time, and you only have so many words to say. So if you need to say something, give the person's call sign that you're working first and then the report rather than please copy. Because one, it verifies they got your call sign right and you're actually working them if they need to fill. Otherwise, save your voice in a positive way. And you'll be shocked, they'll respond like, I didn't even know. In fact, using the cell phone number, my cell phone number is on my email. Sometimes I'll get a call and, hey, tell me more about this. And a lot of times they'll tell me, hey, I'm doing a paper log. I mean, it's like, you know, what do I use? And it begins right there. So that's it kind of for the social side of it. I wanted to dig a little bit into equipment. Adding an antenna, a separate antenna and a switch is a huge plus. I'm in Miami and I have limited antennas. I have a vertically polarized delta loop in my palm trees, real low, but it keeps all the local noise out because I'm in the city. But for contests, I'll throw up a second horizontal antenna so I can flip back and forth. That is a way to have a lot more fun because when you're calling someone nonstop and they don't hear you, sometimes it's not your operating style. It's just they're at the perfect spot where your antenna can hear but can't talk, and just flipping, all of a sudden you work them and you move on. It's unbelievable how just having a second antenna can make contesting or POTAing that much more fun when you're in the field. Add an SDR is if you don't have a second radio, is a must. It's a way for you to see the other bands when they open up, because when 10 meters opens up or 15 opens up, we don't know for how long, but if you missed it, you missed it. And it sure is nice to have that visibility on the screen. Use it with your contest software as well. This is more of the tactical side of things, but if you use it with your contest software, your software sees the spots that come along. You know, for all those out there who are point and clickers, who click the band activity map, hey, I don't hear anything, I don't hear anything, I don't hear anything. If you have an SDR, you can pipe it into your software. So if your SDR doesn't see it, it doesn't show up as a spot. So it's a quick way to just leave it alone. As far as equipment investment for a POTA, this could be the most fun you could have. If you're going to run QRP, you could probably plug your rig into the cigarette lighter and get a mag mount, and you're on your way. It's that easy, and it's a lot of fun. So if not, a little battery, you know, go hit the trail, go hit a park bench, whatever. That is, it doesn't take much to go out and activate a park. It only takes 10 conversations, 10 QSOs, and then you're on your way to activating parks. And there's a zillion awards. It's really easy, and it's free. Again, I recommend you all go to POTA app, log in, create your login. You're going to find yourselves already having a bunch of contacts. I'm going to get back to the headset and foot switch, you know, again, or use a hand switch. Some of you all may not have this, but again, a lot of FT8ers, as you bring them over, you got to show them this, because this is a home run. This is the best thing I ever did for Mark and Victoria, is get them one of these. That was it. They were all in. They'll get on sideband quicker than FT8 just because it's quick and easy. It sure does make things a lot more fun. Other goodies in the shack is, of course, a geo clock. Those are cool. Add more monitors. Add more monitors. Add more monitors. You can never have enough monitors. Now the tactical side. Learn SO2R. Now that's a chore. I don't recommend it for sideband, but I surely do recommend it for CW. You want a higher score? You want more cues? SO2R is the way to go. And how do you do it? Sundays and Fridays. This is the best place to go. You want to help the new hams get their code speed higher, it's 1 hour on Sunday night, 1 hour on Friday afternoon. No more than 20 words a minute, usually run 13 or 15. It's simply use call sign, name, state, done, simple. And the newer ops can sit there and wait till they get the whole thing figured out, what they're sending over multiple queues, and then they can go for it. And most folks, hey, what's the first thing we learn when it comes to CW? For those who already learned, you know how to send your call sign, you know how to send your name, you know how to send your state. So this is a great place to, one, help the community, help these folks work more people, and you can get more proficient with SO2R. As they move up in speed, MSTs on Mondays. If you guys are around, guys and girls around the rig, anytime on Monday, it's another home run, 20 to 25 words per minute. I share these with a lot of the folks that I meet on POTA and I meet in contesting, and they don't know about these events. So in my email, when I see they're not on 3830 scores, I know a lot of times they don't know about this. So this is great information to send. Of course, Wednesdays I figured out the serial number thing, and it's all in. But there's one more, and that's where many of you I think there's maybe less than 50 that show up to this on Thursday nights. This is truly the fastest 30 minutes in ham radio, and you have to turn the knob. You can't park and bark, because once you make a contact, you got to move. If you work somebody who's making a CQ, you take their frequency for one Q. This is fast, furious, starts on 15, and like every 8 minutes they jump. It's 20 meters, 40 meters, 80 meters, and some folks in the Northeast are so close they go to 160. So if you really want to get good at turning the knob, high speed, the name and state's in there, but the serial number is the hard part to grab. But it's you know, give it a whirl on Thursday nights. You want to be a better operator and make more cues and learn how to turn the knob, this is the place to go. For contesting, I highly recommend planning, just like a POTA. You know, where are you heading, which park, what are you going to activate, how many people were there before. Plan your contest. Get a community or a household, family, shared calendar, because, you know, this upcoming World Prefix contest, you want everyone in the household to know that you're checking out and you're going to be on the radio. So it's very good in your planning that you're on the shared calendar, it's on the fridge, etc., because your spouse is your best friend, especially if you're parking and barking at 2 a.m. and all of a sudden a cup of coffee comes in. It's like, thank you, you know? So if you're running the rig or your spouse is running the rig, help each other. But this is the planning part is very big. Plan what category you're going to run. So World Prefix 2022, I jumped in and said, hey, I can't play with the big dogs. I'm just a wire and 100 watts. So 2022, I put up a second antenna, so I had both horizontal and vertical polarization. If you need more about antennas, that's another session. But I had a switch to go back and forth, and I said, hey, I'm going to work classic low power mode. Only 24 hours. Well, the hours I chose wasn't very good. I think I only ended up with 17 or 18 because Florida had some afternoon Sunday showers, so I wasn't able to work the last few hours. But in that, I ended up being like number 12 in the world, and that was exciting. 2023, I skipped. 2024, I focused and went all in again, and I was number 1 North America, number 1 U.S. North America, and number 5 in the world. So me against the other 3 competitors, I ended up number 5, so it was pretty good. But there are slots for you to be number 1. It could be, hey, I only have a couple hours. Why not be single band 40 meter QRP? You know, some of those Europeans do. A lot of them are sending 5 watts in their and their contests, and they do extremely well. And it's a challenge to break a pile up at low power, especially that low power. But, you know, chart your course, make your plan, dig in. I like to go to 30 scores, and look at prior contests, look and see who I'm up against, you know, where were the majority of their contacts, read the comments for the contest, what they had to say. I love to have, since I said monitors, I love to have lots of monitors. PSK Reporter is live, like what is going on now. So if I see stuff going on 10 meters in North America, I'm going to jump over and keep checking. And while I'm at it, I'm going to check the RBN to see if I'm getting anywhere. Set up buddy calls in your software. Buddy calls is the people you are either up against or your friends, etc. That way you know where they are. Because if I'm against K5ZD, I'm way behind. If I'm against N6 MJ, I'm way behind. But I want to know what they're doing. One, I have the buddy call on. And two, I have multiple RBNs on my screen. You want to know why? Because if I'm operating assisted mode, if I have the RBN up and I have their call signs in there, I know the moment they change bands. Like in the last contest, K5ZD was bouncing between 40 and 15. And yet, N6MJ is playing on 80. And I'm sitting here going, well, I'm in South Florida, where should I be? Probably closer to what Randy's doing. But this is vital information for you to have so you can say, am I sitting in the right place? These guys have been doing it a long time. I'm going to see what they're doing and copy. If it works for me, I'm going to keep going. If not, I'm going to pull off. I do a lot of AI. I've been using it a lot for the last 90, 120 days. I don't care which one you use. They all hallucinate, which means they don't always tell the right thing. But they are very, very, very powerful. So if I'm going to play in CQ Worldwide over Thanksgiving weekend, I'm going to tell AI, this is my station, this is where I'm located, this is how much power I'm operating, this is my antenna, this is the category I'm going to run, I'm going to link the website, and I'm going to tell it if I'm working 40 of the 48 hours, because I need some rest, when should I be on and where should I be? Seconds. It's going to tell me by hour. Of course, study it, make sure it's right. But it's going to remind me that sunset, sunrise, be on the lookout, because weird things happen on the bands during those times. It's going to tell me the bulk by hour, what to look for. If I need to be looking for JAs, CLs, VKs, you name it. It is so cool to have that help along with your own studying. You could put links to the logs, or you can use like Notebook and upload logs from all the people that you're competing against, and it'll scrape it and tell you what they're up to, so you can kind of compare what you did to them the prior year, or what you should be doing this year. So use AI to your advantage. It's very cool. Online scoreboard. I'm a super guy about this. I focus everyone to be on here. You can even run unassisted and report to the scoreboard and don't look at it. Just let your scores go. But at least it helps everybody sit in the chair. Because I found myself at 2 o'clock in the morning looking at the screen, running, going, what am I going to do? And then I look at the scoreboard, and one of the people I'm up against has moved 2 or 3 QSOs ahead of me. So I'm back and forth, back and forth. Next thing I know, it's 6, 7 a.m., 15 meters is opening up, and here we go again, right? So this is a cool way. You can filter it so you can just have your category on there. So if you're single op, 40 meters only, boom. That's all you're going to see is the call signs. If you're, multi-2, you can have just the multi-2 folks on there. So when I go up to N4 BPs, we're watching. We're watching K3, AJ, and the super contest. It was an NG4P and all the other, big stations. We're watching to see what they're doing because we all kind of traverse the same multi-2 categories. The contest online club view is very cool too. It's fun to see the Florida contest group as we navigate up and down on the list, and then you can see your impact. And a lot of times you're right there with one or two other folks in your club. That helps you keep energized just to try to stay ahead of those 2 or 3 in your own club. So that's another great view. This makes contesting fun because I can see it real time. Could be a little delayed, but it's fantastic. And then if you're running assisted, there's another screen on here where I can have the call signs, and I can see where all their if they're sharing. I run Mac Skookum, and it won't share this detailed info. I'll leave it blank. But on here, it shares how many contacts they made on each band and how many mults. So you can sit there and go, they've got all these contacts at 15. I have none. Did I miss it? Are they there now? Should I jump? It's really on hand because all of a sudden you see someone making contacts on the other band, you can jump. But I, again, have multiple monitors. So here you go. The 2 stations that I'm chasing, I have up, and I'm watching them up to the second. 1, where are they talking to? And 2, what band are they on? Very powerful. Other recommendations, use Morse Runner for those of you who are CW. Skookum Logger also has a practice for Mac. With the Mac, I can tell it how many folks I want doing DQRM, the endless callers. I can change band conditions, so a lot of QSB. It's very cool. And I can also limit the callers, how many are calling me at once, and I can set the speeds top and bottom. So I can do real world contest conditions anytime when I'm at my laptop. This will create more QSOs, more fun. I'm a little stickler with typing. I've seen many contesters who yet don't type. So you have to look at the keyboard, and they do very good pecking. But if you're looking at your keyboard, you can't be looking at your other monitors, seeing what your competitors are doing. So it seems simple, but anyone at any age can dive in and start learning how to type, and that way you can keep your eyes on the screens, seeing what's going on out there. Because again, when 10 meters opens up, you only got a short window. You want to get in there and get everyone you can and move on, right? So to finish up, I highly recommend each of you this year find someone who's not a ham. Try to get them in the fold. Try to discover someone who is a ham, who hasn't got into contesting or POTA, because it's lots of fun. And once they see how easy it is, it's super great. And then make your plan for future contest and POTA activations. It's a world when you go in fully planned. Things don't always happen like you want, but as long as you plan for it, you make the best of it. Thank you. Do we have any questions? No questions? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Good idea from the presentation. Are there certain parts that are more traditional? I mean, if you're not,
you probably don't remember, but all about 10 years ago, maybe a little more, asked you to send me an SSTV, a satellite downfeed that you recorded. Some of them are all. Yeah. So that's, see some classes. Yeah. Oh my God, that guy so much pressure. So I was teaching actually technicians. The technicians just I was able to play that back to them on the computer up front and show them on there. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Yeah.
I didn't know you were here.
Yeah, I've been doing the streaming for them.
Are you doing anything with
No, Amateur Logic, my original show, I'm still doing that.
I used to participate sometime.
Yeah, I was
It's
with,
changed quite a bit.
yeah, I was with Ham Nation like first 10 years when Bob dropped out. I dropped out about the same time.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
No, it's really come up. Made a lot of difference.
Thank you.
Are you on the you mentioned your ball? No, I work people, so I'm in the POTA database. You don't. No, but I live on Mountain Park, and I saw you had that picture of your battery sitting on top of the Tesla. So I can take my D3 and 12.
I have actually 165 amp hour, but you see a little battery too. Yeah, 100 amp hour, yes. 100 amp hour? 12 hours. Oh no, you could get a small
I run a
little.
K3, for 10 hours, staging it,
And they're Bluetooth, so you can watch and see as it goes down.
Hi, George.
You know, if they start going down.
Well, I used to watch every week. Now it's once a year.
Well, all right. You can still watch this on Amateur Logic.
Well, my time has been filled up to 110%.
Yeah.
I always come here.
Yeah. Good to see you.
I tell most people try a 40-meter delta because it's good on it. And if you do ward,
So I was impressed. I would be on it.
yeah, it takes a little time, but it's gone. I read their numbers and creates a doggone email chain. Yes, we are working. I have very persistent. I just make a phone call.
Great talk. You were talking to the VEO, Ed, down there in Florida. He's Lansing, because he's winner Stewart and requested action. And he goes to Dickinson State Park quite often. Does POTA. Yeah, it's found those spot way in the park to down there. But you know what we'll do is we'll sit there and we'll do POTA for half an hour. Period 4 and have lunch. That's what it's all about. Yeah, back in Sleepy Hollow, State Park in Michigan, which is north of Alaska. I would say he's an evangelist, but he just does it all the time.
Yes, sir. I am.
Propagation, man. Yeah. You had W4MLB right in there. Got us in the list there. We just figured out how to get the contest online login last couple months. We manually entered it for last year and had one setting wrong in M1M, and now we just sit back and let it.
I'll see you a week from Thursday.
Anyway, good stuff. Have you done any contests from the POTA? We did winter field day. I have. And that's one you haven't lived until you're at Shucks fan for 20 hours. We didn't have a hard time beating this year because it was terrible. And I told them, I said, if we did bad, everybody else did bad. It wasn't just us.
I would think I was like getting passed over. In fact, the guy got me out of it. So I set the station the night before. Uncle Abe! Uncle Abe! It's got a 2.5 in it. I went to every piece of transform. Single one of them. You know Miami says Amazon. Amazon said I'll have it for morning. I didn't want to wait. That's how we got the call. So I went there. In 2 years, 100 years higher. I remember this guy can't find it anywhere in my house. In 1957, I got my license. I have a deal in Rome. Yeah. I remember we just a lot of hard drives. Oh my God. Grab my one of them. I don't think 20 was power poles. I was yeah. Areas radio and yeah.
We found one of our problems. I didn't do good.
Harrison radio. Wrong way.
20 over 9 SNOs. And I kept telling Chuck, I said, something's wrong. I said, no, it's just the band. It's noisy. They turn that thing off. That was the best contacts I had the whole contest. Is that there? Yes, where are you?
The website, which lists the refreshes itself, it scrambles everything up again. Why does it do that?
So it's
I go next year.
okay. On the right, you can sort by call sign, time, etc. Rather than having all the squares,
I haven't even checked out.
and then you can have your leave it alone. But as you work on, go ahead and go to the bottom and watch GG's color, so you know not to work with it.
Thanks for the hint.
But it's on the upper one. There's 2 places. Rather than all of them, you go no ventilation horizontal, and then you can have it sort of latest time. Right part number, and that way it just have that constant. When you have it set up, time, so the latest spot goes to the top, and everyone can get pushed back. Good question. I will report. Let me find my computer.
That was a very nice presentation.
Thank you very much.
Give me a couple of good ideas.
Excellent. Oh, good. Did I go a little short?
Pardon?
Did I go a little short?
Yeah, some do, some don't.
I had a complete different.
Yeah.
But I ran with it.
It was a good segment nonetheless. Great.
The one that's almost down the street. Remember we forgot the coax? Oh, yeah. Go back to the coax. Anyway, fun experience. Try and get back. I'm not shocked.
Well, I don't know, no, this is somebody who's above DJ. Oh, those guys are screwed.
As soon as they put the first pile in, I said that here.
But it's bigger than they started. The environmental dust clouds, all the noise level. She's still now, the thing, it doesn't seem like a lot, but the thing is, everybody there did it. They've got a huge amount of but it's coming along. They built
Okay. They'll stay at the hotel.
My concern is we don't want to see it.
They make it look nice, they're gonna have.
Well, the antennas have been there for half a century longer than you. Yeah.
Also, it's stuff.
You're in a country that is
It's just like the kid with the tennis on the bridge. Nobody knows it's in property. They think they're on it.
We don't have that one. We only have 3 antennas.
Right. Nobody knows it's on. He's telling stories many times. He says he's tried to find the records to get the rights. He says they can't even find out who it is. I don't know. Actually, gets us to ask for permission. We still got all this clear back over.
Yeah, leaves are in it, yeah.
Come up here, we went under the pole yesterday. Dressed like that.
Keep the temperature in here so we don't fall asleep. I'm freezing all
Had more coffee today than I had the last.
broadcasting them out on ham radio or something?
No. It's some ham radio and some other crap. He thought it was this way. But it took them forever to get rid of it.
And you was the person on the game, I think, too.
This is N6 TV next, right?
Right.
Oh, well, like
We're
I
not
said,
canceled or removed or anything.
No, just,
It's running
About
tight.
45 minutes.
That's crazy.
When I told my wife the first year we came out here, I said, you're gonna see two of everything. Yeah. Flea market, I went to one.
So do all of these sessions get uploaded?
They are all gonna be on the DX Engineering YouTube channel.
Oh, okay. So if I miss something like that.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think they're
They
really.
can't
Yeah, just,
I
just
sell any.
room
Can't
one
throw it
though.
away.
only.
They can't throw it away.
The other rooms
They
are
can't
not.
throw it out.
Really?
Right.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know
I'm
that.
changing my tune.
Because I've seen some from prior years.
Yeah.
Never did sort out what.
Yeah, it was always whatever was in room one.
Interesting.
I used to
Okay.
connect it right here.
Yeah.
Picking up bargain, reselling some and using some myself, you know, buy, sell, trade. I was really into that. Like, I was focused on that. And now, the last few years, I'm lowering down a little bit. I'm looking a little bit more at the social aspects of it. Like, this thing right here, Contest University is highly social, you know?
Okay. Well, I've done 6 or 7 silent key estates. And I sit down with a widow up front and I say, look, I said, you don't want this, you can't use it. I said, hands are cheap bastards.
Well, that's for
I
sure.
said, and I don't have forever to sell it. But I've got flea markets I can go to. My job is just to turn all of this into money you can spend. And I took that tactic when I went. If you looked at it, you were gonna buy it. You come to a price you wouldn't let it stay there.
You finally realize that there is a price that somebody will pay for it. They look at it.
Yeah.
Often it's a lot lower than what you're in your mind.
But the last one I did, the last piece was a pristine, completely working columns, 30K. Refrigerator size. They were used a lot by local police departments. But this one has been modified, so it has one crystal on 40, one crystal on 80. And fantastically beautiful, weighed 400 or 500 pounds. I ended up giving it away. The woman said, if you don't get rid of it, you can start as soon as you get loaded. Okay, then I offered it for free. Before I found somebody.
In the old days, I would have taken it. No, I can't even look up to be something anymore.
I got rid of the most of the money I had. Okay, stupid.
For 5 seconds. How far does that go?
So I don't climb anymore.
Probably a good idea. I'm not going to our safety, but I'm going to the K3, CW.
Hello. Welcome. I'm going to try to find my presentation here about station automation techniques, but if you missed some of my other talks and you had questions after my last talk today, I'd be happy to talk about that. Why do you keep blinking and opening? It's a flaky USB port. All right. Station automation techniques. Where are you? Tips and tricks. Shoot. Thought I put it on this thumb drive. Apparently not. Well, it's on the web. Come on, mouse. No, I can't tap dance. Anybody else here? All right. Where's the mouse? Come on. Oh, touchscreen. So most of my presentations are on qrz.com. And come on, stop. I just finished my repeat presentation here, so. There it is. So you scroll down on my QRZ page. Weird touchscreen. I have a list of my tips, and one of them here, you're not seeing it? Okay. Duplicate. Okay, my QRZ.com page and 6TV. Get rid of this thing. There's presentations, and one of them is basic station automation techniques. And that's safe. Continue to destination. Give me the PDF file. Here it comes. And it's essentially is talking about automatic band changes and equipment you can use. Here we go. Now the question is, how do I page this thing? Yeah, unlock it. I guess down arrow. Okay. I can go into this, but before we go, maybe because it's a longer presentation we have time for, I think we only have half hour. What kinds of things are you interested in hearing about? Like maybe I can jump to those slides as far as station automation, or you just want me to go ahead with the talk? Any questions at all? Go ahead.
You have some custom automation, how do you kind of ensure reliability, especially for remote automation?
So it's a good question about ensuring the reliability of remote switching and automation. The automation I'm mostly talking about is getting the right antenna, getting the amplifier to move, getting the antenna to move to whatever band you're going on. And so that should happen with hardware in my view rather than software. The hardware switching, the band data decoding is more reliable than trying to rely on your software to command everything. So the less software, the better. And so I'll try to go through some of these slides. You guys seeing this okay here? This is not a formal presentation. This was sort of an open Q&A session. So there's no page in your book that has these, but as I mentioned, you can download this from my qrz.com page, station automation. Yeah, I was looking for that key. There we go. Thank you. So, and the page down key didn't work. What? So why automate? Well, you want it to go quickly, and you don't want any mistakes. You want it to automatically switch things. So some things you want to automate are obviously the logging of the date and time and frequency that you're on. You want to always have your logger getting the frequency of your radio, and all of your transmissions, at least on CW, the CQs should be automated. And changing bands, this is the main focus, is changing bands. It's something should automatically switch your antenna, your amplifier, your bandpass filters, your coax stubs. That's essential for SO2R, especially if you have those. You don't want to automate copying. You don't want to rely on robots to copy CW. Code readers make mistakes. They're still not quite as good as humans, although maybe they'll get better now. And voice keying of call signs is getting a lot better. You don't want it to sound weird like Oscar Hotel 2, Bravo, Alpha, Delta. That doesn't sound good. Yeah, I wouldn't automate that stuff, but the AI-generated voices are getting better than they used to be, and so you can do some of that better now. And I wouldn't automate how often you sign your call. I think you should leave that up to the operator. You want to automate the band changes to save your time and equipment. I'm going to skip through some of this. Transceivers generally provide the band data or operating frequency, and the peripherals can switch automatically. So here's sort of a chart that shows how that works. You have a transceiver at the bottom. You see, can you guys see? It's no mouse pointer. You guys, here's a laser pointer. disconnect this mic. Well, you have a transceiver here, and it's normally being connected to by a PC, usually a USB cable or Ethernet, and then the transceiver itself can drive a band decoder or an antenna tuner or an automatic amplifier that knows how to read the frequency of your transceiver. Bandpass filters can also be driven, and an antenna switch. And the idea is all that's a switch automatically. That's the type of automation that I'm talking about here. So what's band data? It's just giving the band of the radio. It's not good for tuners, but it's great for antenna switches and amplifiers that are broadband that only need to know the band and don't need to know your exact frequency. A lot of radios like Kenwood don't have any band data outputs at all. But band data is not good enough for something that needs an automatic frequency like an auto tuner, a KAT500, a Tuner Genius, KPA 1500 tuner, ACOM 2000 ARCU. Those don't have any band data inputs, and so they need to know the frequency, and they get that by RS-232 in most radios, or Ethernet with the Flex series. Step-by-R controllers also can auto-track your frequency, and they need it in the baby loop controller. I'll skip some of this detail about how band data works. Just think of it as a hardware signal that indicates to the device what band you're on. And they all use different connectors. Unfortunately, Yaesu's notorious for this. They've got all kinds of flavors of different DIN plugs, and some of them are like this 10-pin mini DIN are really hard to get. DX Engineering sells a $25 cable just with that DIN plug on it. They're getting a little better in their bigger radios. The linear connector is a little easier to deal with, a D-sub connector there, technically a DA15 connector. And then at least they used a standard mini DIN plug on the FT710, but they kind of did double duty on serial data and band data on the same pins, and you got to switch one motor to the other. So that's a very hard radio to interface with amplifiers and antenna tuners. Elecraft did it right, in my opinion. Same with the K3 and K4, standard 15-pin connector with band data. And then ICOM has their legacy band voltage, which most old gear supports. It's a very old technology. Unfortunately, they went to a 13-pin DIN plug on their 7300 and 7410, which is not fun to deal with. But band voltage just works on the traditional bands. It doesn't work on the WARC bands, but good enough for contesting. But like the Kenwood rig and some others, you got to get the frequency by RS-232. And the Yaesu, you got trouble because they only have one CAT port, no USB port on their older radios. So you have trouble sharing the logging software with the thing that needs the frequency. So the Yaesu, the newer rigs, they have a USB and a CAT, and they're independent. Elecraft K3s, even the K3S with a USB, its serial output is not independent. So you need to use special Y cable or one of my serial boxes to just share the one pin and have no conflict like a Y cable or a splitter would do. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
How integrated can it be with the KPA 500 and KAT 500?
Okay, so 101D, KAT 500, KPA 500, how are they compatible? The band data outputs of the Yaesu are compatible with the KPA 500. So getting the amplifier in the right band is no issue. The KAT 500, I believe even in their latest firmware, does not understand the 12-digit frequency data commands that the Yaesu is going to output. So the tuner cannot get your frequency until you transmit RF. If you replace that with a KPA 1500, then the 1500 speaks to its serial port of your Yaesu for all the info for the band data and frequency, and everything tunes automatically.
Which quick enough?
You see, you're going to have some tuning glitches if you try to transmit. The 500 will be on the right band, but the tuner, and you really would want to interrupt the keying circuit so that it doesn't key the amplifier while it's tuning. While the tuner is moving to figuring out your frequency, you don't want the amplifier keyed. So if you put the PTT lines in serial mode in and out of the KAT 500, it should interrupt the amplifier from transmitting until it's settled on the new tuning solution. You got to pre-tune each frequency segment and all that stuff. Again, a 1500 is a much better combo for a Yaesu rig. It understands the Yaesu command set and the KAT 500 doesn't. So ICOM rigs, they have this CIV connector output. Some devices provide that directly, and some ICOM rigs like the 705, they don't even have that CIV connector. It's real hard to interface a 705 with an amplifier because of it. Some of the ICOM rigs have the CIV port and a USB port. The CIV or remote jack would be dedicated to your peripherals. Your logging software would use the USB. It's very important to set the menu to unlink from remote, which means the USB operates completely independently, different baud rate, and everything works fine. Logger uses the USB, and the peripherals use the remote jack. But some of the older ICOM rigs don't have that ability. So automatic amplifiers are ones that switch bands automatically. You want your amp to go on the right band before you transmit any RF if possible. Some older amps like 87A, they would use RF sensing. I always wanted to change bands on the amp instead of relying on that little brief hot switching to get it on the right band. So you want them to change bands automatically without doing any transmission. And most have a frequency counter that will correct for it being on the wrong band. ACOM 2008 amplifier, it's new RCU, the color one you see down there at the bottom. Doesn't have any band data inputs, unfortunately, but it does support RS-232 at either the high voltage RS-232 level or the 5 volt TTL level. Only a few rigs use 5 volt serial TTL. I think a 710 is one of them. That amp does not understand the Yaesu new command set, so it can't track it unless you have N1RM. Wave your hand up there. He will, for a modest fee, take your ACOM new control head, the color RCU, update the firmware in it, then it talks to Yaesu rigs. ACOM solid-state amplifiers do understand both band data and RS-232 and TTL. They handle it all, and I think they're compatible with just about every transceiver on their CAT aux connector. Ameritron, I'm going to skip over that one for now. The KPA 500 we mentioned earlier, it has the band data inputs, and it has a serial connector, but mostly you're going to use for Kenwood rigs, but mostly you're going to use the band data inputs. And as I mentioned, the KPA 1500 has, it speaks aux bus and ICOM band voltage, and even recently they modified it so it can speak TTL and automatically track an 710, FT710, or was it IC710? I'm kidding now. And then the Power Genius, they did a pretty good job. Unfortunately, they used exactly the same connector as Elecraft's band data jack, and they put everything on a different pin. So you need a custom cable. I built many of these cables for folks who buy my products so that they can mate their Flex Radio Power Genius. It's the only SO2R amplifier on the market that takes two radios independently, and it can be different kinds of radios. It has serial CAT as well as CIV jacks for ICOM and a band data inputs for Elecraft and Yaesu. The RF kit is a kind of a pain because it has got its CAT connector is a USB jack. They want you to put a USB to serial adapter, like a FTDI USB to serial adapter, or my serial box on that connector, and then feed that to the RS-232 jack of your radio. That works great for radios that have an independent RS-232 jack, but it doesn't work if you want to share it like with a K3. So the K3 and this is not a great combination because your only way to really work if you want to use a logging program is with RF sensing, because they're taking up the whole serial port of the K3. Even the K3S doesn't have independent USB and serial ports. SP is very good. All their connectors are the same. The DA15 connectors, band data, and TTL and RS-232. The really old one, the 1K, supported ICOM band voltage. This one can speak to ICOM CIV also, even though they don't have a jack for it. You can use some pins on that connector. And then a band decoder is the thing that will take your band and switch other relays, like for antennas and so on. There's a whole bunch of them. The Hamation brand is sort of the one that's kind of left on the market. That's Larry K7MI, I think. And it can be used to decode the band you're on and then drive relays to switch bandpass filters and other things. All of these are very good products, and I like those quite a bit. They very cleverly used a 9-pin connector that could take both band data and RS-232 data. And I've built many custom cables to interface radios to this box. That's how I learned about all this stuff. I'm supporting customers that have everything, and I have to learn how everything works. I'm going to skip over the KRC2. It's not that common a band decoder, and frankly not a great one because it doesn't have a visual indicator of what band it's decoding. This one can also work the Ham Plus devices. I'm really not terribly happy with the way they work, especially in a multi-operator situation where antennas get locked out and you have to do special things to get back in. It's trying to prevent two rigs from being on the same band, which is all good, but once they're not on the same band, it doesn't recognize that. You have to start over again. But it can decode. EA4TX remote box can take care of the L-Craft and ESU band data, as well as ICOM. It does have an inhibit provision to prevent hot switching, which is pretty good. Unfortunately, this device is no longer made. I really wished, I think N3RD was here and sold this system to DX Engineering, and they decided they just weren't going to make it. So maybe the parts are hard to get right now. I have two of these smaller band decoders, the top 10. They've been working for decades, and then no problems. If you want a really cheap out, you can buy these Unified Microsystems band decoders. I'm not a big fan of them. A guy asked me to put them together, and I spent hours building that box you see on the right with all the interfaces and jumpers and connectors and crimp terminals and Molex plugs between them, and it just took forever. And you know, you waste time. You might save money, but you waste a lot of time. So what about automatic antenna switches that can be driven by these band decoders? They obviously don't ever want to have two rigs on the same transmit antenna at the same time, and you want them to have high power relays. This old-fashioned Ameritron RCS8V, it's amazing. It can be rusted on the outside and perfectly clean on the inside. The relays they used in them were really good. I've never heard of a relay burning out unless it got hit by lightning in these old Ameritron band switches. They didn't have a band decoder built in, but you would use a band decoder instead of their manual switch box you see at the bottom to drive a relay and automatically switch to the right antenna. This is a little more modern situation. You've got the Hamation 8-pack. It's a 2x8 switch, 2 radio inputs, but you need the Hamation band decoders because it speaks on their kind of proprietary Shackland system to get the band of each radio, and it'll prevent two radios from connecting at the same time. This is one that I've used a lot, or seen used a lot. It's the Hamation, the 403A, no longer really flex radio. The Antenna Genius. The nice thing about it is it's a switch box, a 2x8 switch box with a built-in band decoder, so you don't need a separate box and a separate cable. It has band data inputs. Doesn't have RS-232 inputs though, so it's real good for Yaesu and L-Craft, and you're going to need extra boxes if you need to drive RS-232. That 9-pin connector there is not a band decoder input. And then Ham Plus has their fancier 2-input, 6-output switches, but they only are driven by their Ham Plus band decoders, which I don't like so much. Microham, I don't know if these are still available. I use the one on the right in my own station. It's a super heavy-duty SO2R box, 6 outputs, 1 for each antenna. I just got 6 antenna cables in my house, 1 for each band, and then 2 radio inputs, 1 for each contest band. This one I haven't personal experience with. Looks very similar, doesn't it? 2 inputs, 8 outputs. I'm not sure how it handles the band decoding. I don't know anybody who's had this box. Anybody here purchased this EA4TX 2x8 switch? No? Okay, bandpass filters. Now this is a requirement if you're going to do multi-op field day. You want them to switch automatically too. And the low power ones are rather affordable. The high power ones that are very expensive can also work, but you want them to be switched automatically. You definitely don't want to transmit into one for a band it wasn't designed for. So again, you can use the Bandpasser 2 by Hamation. It has a 100-watt bandpass filter with a built-in band decoder. And it works again with Yaesu and L-Craft. This is the old-fashioned standby, the Dune Star. It does not have a built-in band decoder, and it's kind of out of date these days. There's better bandpass filters on the market. I haven't personally played with this one, but I've helped some people make this one work. The OM Power OM6 BPF box. I think you can get it from DX Engineering or maybe special order it. It has ICOM band voltage as well as the 4 band data inputs compatible with Elecraft and Yaesu. Again, a different connector. Nobody can standardize connectors. What about antenna tuners? You want to pre-program their tuning solution on each segment, each antenna, and then it'll restore that once it reads the rig's frequency. Ideally, it would read the rig's frequency by RS-232 or other means before you do any transmitting. And then the tuner will actually bypass itself if it feels the SWR is low enough on any particular frequency. And each tuner, auto tuner, has like segments that it knows about. Elecraft KT500 you were asking about earlier. 3 antenna jacks, 1 input, high power, or at least up to 500 watts or 600 watts. It does have a PC data jack, so it can talk to Kenwood. Cannot talk to new Yaesu format because their Yaesu changed. Well, they never supported the Yaesu command set. But I'm not really sure. I mean, it might get you on the right band, but it won't get you on the right frequency if it reads band data from the things. When we use an Elecraft radio, they pass frequency data over their proprietary aux bus, pin 2 of that amp connector, or that transceiver connector, and that's how they get the frequency for tuning. The Tuner Genius is a pretty fancy tuner box that, again, like the Antenna Genius, supports serial data inputs, band data inputs, and ICOM CIV inputs. And it has a good feature, which is a PTT in and out jack, so that it'll bypass your amp from being keyed while it's tuning to a new solution. The bad news is that they put a relay in there. It's, I think, normally open, and they don't close the relay and key your amplifier until 6 milliseconds after you close the input. So that means if your TX delay is 20, because you don't want to hot switch your amplifier, well, after it comes out of this box, your TX delay is only 14. So you need to compensate for that by setting the max TX delay, and that tends to chop your CW too. I'm going to skip over this one. Most people can't get this one anymore, so I'm going to skip over that one. Step-by-R. Anybody here have a step-by-R antenna? A couple people. The controllers, the old SDA100, or even the Flex. What's it called? The original fluid motion. That's it. The fluid motion controller can be updated to Mustang, and it can have a transceiver interface board, so it can read the frequency of your radio and automatically tune to the right spot. RCU06 antenna controller. Somebody just reported today that if you tell it you have an Elecraft radio, it doesn't work. You tell it you have a Kenwood radio, then it works with Elecraft. I haven't been able to confirm that, but that sounds like a bug in their firmware in this Ultra Beam RCU06 controller. But it has data in and out jacks, so often, or at least their newer one does, and therefore, I see it's a blank in this picture. That way you can put it in series with something that also needs RS-232, and they both talk to the radio, and it has the tuning relay. So how do you get all these connections together? If you remember this chart, it's time for kind of shameless plug here. You can get the interface cables for many of them from DX Engineering or eBay, or you can build your own from the documentation if you're good at that sort of thing. I've gotten good at it because a lot of people have asked me to build cables for them, and I'm happy to do it, especially if they buy something else from me. You know, an ordinary Y cable can work if you just have 2 things. I have this Y box for Elecraft gear that's been out for almost 7 years now that splits the band data, the jack or the aux jack of an Elecraft gear into 4 outputs, and add some extra features like automatically powering your K4 when the power comes on if you want it to do that. It's sort of a fancy Y cable, but does it in a smart way and breaks out some pins to RCA connectors for PTT input and power on pin and key out jack, stuff like that. So a typical configuration would be you'd have like a K4 or a K3, and if you're, for example, need to pull up the band voltage on the band data lines like you might have to for the Power Genius to make it compatible with Elecraft, you can do that inside the Y box. And you can use ordinary instead of custom cables to connect, ordinary Amphenol 15-pin cables. What did I hear today? Amphenol or none at all, something like that. So I use, I resell Amphenol cables whenever I can. In this case, we're using the Y box to drive both a KPA 1500 and an Antenna Genius band switch. And I'm showing a little hard to read there, but it's again this PDF. So on my QRZ page, the band data pins of the Antenna Genius are different, even though they use the same connector. So if you want to share the RS-232 port, like a Yaesu radio, you can only wire the RxD lines in parallel. That's pin 2. Then everybody can listen in on the data the radio is sending. But you can't have two devices transmit data on the pin 3 at the same time. They'll cancel each other out. So only one device can poll the radio. That's why things like the RF kit are a problem when you're connecting them to an RS-232 radio like a Kenwood, or I mean like an older Yaesu that only has one RS-232 jack. It wants to be the only thing sending commands, and then you don't have a logging program that can talk to the radio at the same time. And the serial box can drive the step-IR controller and the ACOM 1200, and in this case, the Yaesu FTDX 5000. And your logging software is connecting through the serial box. I'm passing all the lines straight through. The logging software does the polling. Everybody else just listens to the output of the radio, talking back to the PC, and tracks accordingly. So there's some new kids on the block here. I'm not very familiar with this one, the Microham Trio. It claims to handle all of the band data. It's really kind of optimized for 3 radios to 1 amp. I don't know how many contesters need to do that, but and I don't know anybody who has one of these yet. Anybody in the room have one of these yet? But it does look like it's claiming to do quite a few things, and it might be a useful box. And they have this complicated block diagram, which is a little hard to read here, but essentially they're showing you that you've got multiple radios all connecting through the switch to one amplifier and a bunch of antennas. So to summarize this, when possible, I like to let the transceiver hardware, this is why it works on remote, drive all the devices instead of relying on a PC. Of course, transceivers can't tell you where to move the rotator. I like to use band data when the frequency isn't needed because it's instant switching is just 4 bits and instantly the device knows what band you're on. That works with broadband amplifiers, bandpass filters, antenna switches. But for stuff that needs frequency, like a step-IR controller, an automatic tuner, or an amp with a tuner, you need the RS-232 or the CIV to get the exact frequency of the radio before you do any transmitting. And there's a lot of off-the-shelf solutions, but if you don't want to wire your own cables, and some, if you don't know what you're doing, don't do anything. Just ask for some help. And again, this is on my QRZ.com page, and a couple links there to my 2 interface boxes. So I went pretty quick because I only had a half hour here, but I'm happy to take any questions or ask me anything about anything. I'll say what I can. Anyone? Nothing? All right, I'm going to start polling the room here. How many have an ACOM amplifier? 1, 2, 3, 4. How many have 5? How many have an SPE amplifier? SPE Expert Amp. 1, 2. How many have an Elecraft amplifier? Oh, that's quite a few. Let's see, Alpha amplifier. There, over there. And let's see, ACOM, SP, Elecraft. Who am I forgetting? RF kit amplifier. Okay. ICOM I don't think makes an amplifier except the PW1, PW2. I go, all right, ICOM amplifier. Anybody? One there. Which one? PW2. And what?
3KM.
KM3KM, is that like a homebrew amplifier or
Down in Miami.
Distronics, I think, makes an amplifier. There's one more. Power Genius, that's the one I want to talk. The Power Genius, Heathkit. All right, Heathkit amplifier, go ahead. Let's see how many SP220s we still got around. So the Power Genius, I forgot to mention that. It has good features and bad features. It does, I think I mentioned Power Genius in one of mine. If you're talking to a flex radio, yeah, it talks over Ethernet. And frankly, the other nice thing it does is if it's talking to your Elecraft or whatever radio by RS-232, it'll transmit over Ethernet to the Tuner Genius and to the Antenna Genius. The downside is that it'll only do that if you leave the amplifier on. So the amplifier has to be on all the time for the Genius integration feature, they call it, to communicate with the Tuner Genius and the Antenna Genius, and they put the enabling of that feature in the Tuner Genius. So you have to enable Genius integration in the Tuner Genius in order for it to get frequency from the Flex Radio Power Genius and feed it to the Antenna Genius. So you kind of need all three. So they kind of locked you in that way. But it is a very capable amplifier. The downside of the Power Genius is, at least I've seen this happen, it says RF early, okay? This is when using a non-flex radio. RF early means you gave me RF before you keyed my relay. How much time? 25 milliseconds. It wants 25 milliseconds, 20 to 25 milliseconds of PTT lead time, or else it's going to complain RF early and switch to standby. And I think it needs that much time because it's the only SO2R amplifier on the market, so it has to make sure both radios are on different bands, and both radios, I guess, can't transmit at the same time. So it apparently needs that extra lead time to do all that logic.
The automatic tuner with the amplifier?
So when if you have a non-flex radio transceiver connected to the Power Genius, okay? Let's say you only have the Power Genius and Antenna Genius, right? The Power Genius won't talk to the Antenna Genius unless you put a Tuner Genius in the middle and enable Genius integration in the Tuner Genius menu. Then they'll all talk. And they rely on the Power Genius to get the frequency of the radio by RS-232 or ICOM CIV, one of those. And then it won't feed over Ethernet all that data unless you also have the Tuner Genius that enables it and the Antenna Genius if you're going to switch with the Antenna Genius.
The PTT we talked about, the PTT output or the other delay, the one with the...
Right, so the
tuner.
Right, so the tuner, you're supposed to put the tuner in the middle of the PTT line. So when it's tuning, it can open and unkey the amplifier so high RF doesn't go through the tuner while the tuner is still finding a match or moving to a match. It adds 6 milliseconds of PTT delay because they have a relay in there. It takes 6 milliseconds to close. When the PTT input of the tuner is closed, it doesn't key the amplifier until 6 milliseconds later, every time. So you have to set the delay in your transmitter high enough that it's like you'd have to set it to 31 theoretically of TX delay in the transmitter to give 25 milliseconds of delay to the Power Genius. Okay. Anything else? All right. Thanks, guys. Yeah. Which amplifier? Yeah.
I've got that Mercury KM, 3KM.
Mercury what?
No, it's the Mercury 3F.
Okay.
The question I have is on noise reduction.
Yeah.
On K4.
Right.
Anywhere near a non.
I haven't heard anybody compare them, but I do say I have received a lot of those
I've read that.
So everybody's saying this is the best I've ever heard. But I mostly agree. Yeah, what people
I watched those 6 videos. As I've heard that, I need to go back. I'll give you an idea of the noise I used to hear noise reduction. When I I don't hear the before I go running around trying to go here when I go up the SK40. Always look up the SK40.
Just look at what's happening.
It does, but it doesn't get watery at all.
Chances are, it returns that same propagation. Plus something.
This comes out in the NR board, it's like FM. It's phenomenal. It really is.
What's that water?
Well, I'd be foolish.
That is essentially audio artifacts of the algorithm, parameter, noise.
Trying too hard.
So on the machine, 31, also with the delay. Does that affect the character of the episode? Yeah, good. Because the rig doesn't know that it's going to be, well,
Of course, the fun thing is when you're sitting there trying to get rid of the noise, we finally figure out, oh, that's the noise. This is the signal I want that I'm trying to eliminate.
There's always a challenge.
Oh, yes.
Always. Why we do this.
Just push a button and it goes.
But then there's another delay. Right. How is the second one used? It's very confusing in the flex, but they have three outputs, TX1, TX2, TX3. Right. You just have a different delay for each. Well, that's for one, but then there's also another menu that has delay in the, is that for the receipt side? No. Unkeying? They're kind of, it's very confusing, that menu. You know, one TX delay looks like global, and then individual ones for, I don't know if they have it together or if the individual ones override.
Okay, we are here for antennas and propagation Q&A. Now, the way these sessions work is that this is your session, and I am your slave. And I'll try to moderate what's going on. So I hope some of you came to a Q&A session with some cues. So who would like to start? Fred, go ahead, Fred.
I just missed I just caught the tail end of it. I don't know if it's worthy of expanding a little bit or not.
Yeah, it is, because it's very much related to propagation. I doubt that those slides are available here, so I'll have to use my fingers. And so what Fred's question is, we just did the propagation. I did it twice today, and by far the punchline from that presentation is that now in the 2026, we have very powerful tools that I refer to as nowcasting tools. And I believe that they're much more relevant to contesting, where we get to make decisions minute to minute, hour to hour, rather than a month in advance, 6 months in advance. And we have nowcasting tools readily available to everybody for free that tell us exactly what's happening from a propagation point of view right now in real time. And the one that I prefer to use is PSK Reporter. It's what it does is it uses WSJTX, which is the one of the very popular software used to generate FT8 and FT4, FT2. And for every QSO that adheres on its receiver attached to WSJTX, it reports those QSOs back to a central server. And that server, in near real time, reports all QSOs being heard by WSJTX software everywhere in the world, reports them back to you if you're connected to that server. So you have a real-time view of propagation all over the world on every ham band right now, so you don't have to take forecasts and figure out, well, has something really changed on the sun or geomagnetic storms or whatever. You could see it all right there. It's very similar, except these are real ham QSOs. So you're seeing, in many cases, both ends of the QSO. It's an incredible tool, and it's easy to use. You can't break it. So you just log on to PSK Reporter. You can just use those terms in Google, and it'll take you right there. Click on the PSK Reporter map, which is what you want to use. This data is reported on the map, and play with it. You can't break it. And it's really a wonderful tool. Here's an example of how I use it. I started in the hobby kind of as a DXer after I got over the initial growth phase. I did domestic contests, not DX contests, and I was a DXer. And I haven't been able to shake that interest. So I'm still very interested in DXing. And I've especially become interested in it now that we have this program called DX Marathon. It's absolutely crazy. It's a one-year-long contest. And the one I'm interested in particular is the one that is the most challenging by far, which is the DX Marathon Challenge. So now I get to the question. How do you use it? Well, it's no secret that if you're a DXer, almost all the DXing activity has switched over to FT8 and FT4. It's just a fact of life. If you can't be a DXer without being on those modes. Well, the good news is that all of these, well, the vast majority of FT8 and FT4 QSOs are reported back to the server, and then they go out to anybody who is connected to PSK Reporter. So let's say, for example, that on VE7CC, which I use as an alarming tool, it's very good, that I see a QSO from VK9BSA on Cocos Island. He's pretty active, but he's intermittently active, and that's a really difficult propagation path from the east coast of the United States to Cocos Island. It's one of the most difficult propagation paths. So when I see a DX spotting announcement for VK9BSA, I don't run to my radio to see if I can hear him. I want to know, first of all, if any of these receivers in the east coast of the United States are hearing VK9BSA. So I go to PSK Reporter, type in VK9BSA as the call sign, and it will immediately tell me all the receivers over the entire world that have heard VK9BSA over the last, I can specify 15 minutes, 30 minutes, all the way up to 24 hours. Wonderful tool. So I don't have to run downstairs, flip on the radios, turn the antennas, only to learn what I should have known, which was nobody in the eastern United States is reporting him. So that's how I use it. Very easy to use, very easy. So I don't go running all over the house irritating my wife about working another DX station. Instead, I just take a look at PSK Reporter to see if it's possible. And it's very, very accurate. It's exceptionally rare that it doesn't report an FT8 or FT4 signal, which is where all the DX is, rather than searching for it with my own ears and eyes, mostly eyes, computer screen. It's a wonderful tool. Any clarification you do on that?
Compared to the Geochron display.
Oh boy, the Geochron is so obsolete. The Geochron, I don't believe it has, as far as I know, it doesn't have access to PSK Reporter data. I don't know. I guess that's what I should say, is I don't know the status of PSK Reporter integration into Geochron. Yeah. If it's PSK Reporter, you'll know because you'll see the FT8, FT4 designation, and you'll see the signal-to-noise ratios. So if they're doing that, then that's really good. But you can just do it on your own computer. You don't need the Geochron. Yes, in the back.
All right, I have two questions. Number one, I'm kind of a DXer, and I have a really nice U.S. telescoping tower, and I've noticed when I've been moving my tower up and down, the signals come in a lot stronger. I use the HFTA software looking to figure out what tower size I need for the incoming and outgoing signals. Would that, is that a good software, or what software would be good to work like
the software, the wetware that's between your ears. It's your intelligence that'll do that. None of the software is available will give you a reliable answer to the question you would like an answer to.
to see, you know, do I go to 90 feet, do I go to 50 or
Try it.
70?
I'm afraid the only answer is that you have to try it. Yeah. But don't wear out the cable on your tower. but let me give you a better answer than that. Based upon countless millions of QSOs, literally millions. Where is your station located?
In the Black Hole in Iowa.
In the Black Hole. Okay. Well, it could be worse. You could be in North Dakota. Iowa's not so terrible. Mostly, the answer to your question relates to distance. So if you're a single hop F2 to your target area, antenna heights about one wavelength high are pretty good. A little bit higher is better. But once you get to multi-hop F2, distances beyond 4,000 miles, then for the high antenna heights you have, the higher heights would be better, especially on 20 meters. You can only go to 88 feet. Yeah, that's a really, really good height for 20 meters. So, and your antennas cover what bands?
I have a TH11 high gain antenna up there, so I got 10, 15, 20, 12, and 17.
Yeah, great. Yeah, great. And those bands are still quite good. Yeah, for 20 meters, what I would do with that antenna is I would put it right up at the maximum height on 20 meters. That's a very, very effective height on 20. It's still very good on 17. If you wish, you could go lower on 15, but that height is still good on 15. And at this season, we're now in the summer season, 12 and 10 meters are very poor now for QSOs except to the southern hemisphere. And propagation is so marginal on 10 and 12 at this season of the year, that kind of started 2 weeks ago, that you need everything you can get. So you probably put those antennas pretty high for 10 and 12. But that's a wonderful antenna system. I'm sure you're having very good success with it. Yeah, that's great.
So my second question is, why does the 4th call district have better propagation than any other area in the United States? Because it seems like whenever DX is going on, whatever, the 4th call district always has the edge over everybody else.
Is there anybody here from the 4th call district?
Georgia.
Yeah, so how about sharing your experiences with him rather than me?
Everybody says that I'm really loud.
And where are you located in the 4th district?
Atlanta.
Very good, so you're pretty far south, yeah.
He says I'm very loud. I just have a hex beam at 35 feet and wires for 40 meters and 80 meter OCF, and I do have a KPA 1500.
Oh, that helps.
And so I'm not sure how. Everybody says that I'm sort of in a hole, and everybody says that your hole must be acting like a horn.
Yeah, there you go. That's great.
40 yards, because I'm in the Panhandle in Pensacola, and like we're a bomb in South America.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Well, you're only one hop away from almost all of South America.
But one thing that I've noticed, because I work all the CWTs and MSTs and all that, one thing I've noticed is our propagation from there is much better in the morning and in the evening. In the middle of the day, the guys in the middle of the country seem to do better.
Oh, yeah, especially on 20.
Yeah,
so I can tell you what's going on there. And it gets worse as you get towards the summer. So here's what's happening in the middle of the day. See, 4th call area sucks in the middle of the summer on 20. Better to be further north, like Iowa. So what's happening in the middle of the day is for DXing, we want to use the F2 layer. It's the very highest altitude, so it's the F2 layer that gives us propagations of 2,500 miles out, right? Unfortunately, there's another reflecting layer in the ionosphere. That's the E region. And the E region is a daytime region. It pretty much fades away at night. It affects 160, and not in a good way. But for the higher bands, it's a daytime region. Bad news in the summer. You live so far south that the ionization of the E region is so intense that on 20 meters in the middle of the day, your signal doesn't get to the F2 region. It goes up to the E region and back down to the earth, and you never get a chance to work the long distance stuff. So, see, you'd be better off in Iowa. You want to move to Iowa?
I want to move away from the city. I have to retire so we can get out and I can have some place to put some real antennas.
Yeah, there's no ideal place. You know, having some good antennas is really the answer. Good antennas. And an understanding of propagation. So, it's, you know, I gave you the answer as to why things are so poor in the middle of the day. Just avoid 20 meters in the middle of the day. It's a terrible band. Even where I live in Maryland, it's not great.
On 20 meters, that's where you got to be, though. You know.
Yeah, and you're going to suffer.
What on F2 layer, are there more than 2 hops in some cases?
Oh, sure. So for the F2 region, and we refer to these now as regions rather than layers, because that's a much more accurate description of what they are. The layers gives you an idea that maybe it's thin, and it's not. It's a fairly large area from the lower part of the F2 region to the upper part, and it varies day to night. So it's, you know, well, everything in the ionosphere is lumpy. What was your question? I'm sorry.
More than 2 hops.
Yeah, oh yeah. So, well, if it could only go 2 hops, 1 hop is 2,500 miles, and that's it. So 2 hops is 5,000 miles. And sometimes, like north-south, we have what's called trans-equatorial propagation, and with 1 hop, we can go 6,000 kilometers. We can go 4,000 miles.
Attenuation with multiple hops?
There's a little bit. It's best if that hop is over ocean water, because the reflection over salt water is very, very efficient. It's a little bit less efficient over land, but it's not bad. Not bad at all. But to give you an idea, during solar maximum, which we're not in solar maximum anymore, we're in the declining part of the solar cycle. We just entered that phase. So things are going to get worse, mostly. Unless you're a 160 operator. If you operate 160, we've got great stuff coming. But 2 hops will take you only 5,000 miles. Well, there's a whole lot of the Earth beyond 5,000 miles. And last time I looked at my logbook, I was working stuff at 12,000 miles routinely. So the only way to get there is multiple hops. Now, I simplified things. And that is, especially when propagation crosses the equator, there's a possibility of getting hops that, instead of going from you to the ionosphere and back down, especially when you cross the equator, there's a possibility of going up to the ionosphere and then crossing over to another hop in the ionosphere and maybe another one in the ionosphere, and those are really efficient. Yeah, kind of like a waveguide, yeah. Be careful about it's not really, but it's sort of. And then it's not a waveguide effect, in other words. And then it finally comes back to the ground. And you really see this on 20 meters in the afternoon. We very commonly have propagation, long path, over Africa to Western Australia, VK6, very common. And sometimes those VK6s are crazy loud. And those are usually the circumstances when, instead of having ground to ionosphere, ground to ionosphere, and it's more than halfway around the Earth, some of those hops are ionosphere to ionosphere to ionosphere, and then down.
I think in terms of riding the gray zone, both the sunset and sunrise areas of the world.
I'll tell you what my technique is, and I shared that secret right at the beginning. It's PSK Reporter, because I don't have to guess what's happening. I can see it. I can see all the QSOs happening all over the world on FT8. And while it's fun to try to guess what's happening, it tells you what is happening. It's a wonderful tool, and it's easy to use. All you need is a computer and a connection to the internet.
Over a single sideband in any way?
Well, Fred is telling you about propagation.
the signal is best on FT8, which could be below the noise level and so forth.
Well, okay, so one of the advantages of FT8 is it's a very sensitive propagation mode, very sensitive. They quote figures of about 10 dB advantage over SSB. So PSK Reporter, in every single report that shows on your screen, shows the signal to noise ratio, right? So you've seen that, right? You've seen it. Signal to noise ratio on all those reports. So because FT8 is so sensitive, you might question whether you can hear the ones with minus 24 dB SNR.
Noise floor with FT8 or something less than?
Oh, well, here's how FT8 works. You're not below the noise floor in the processing. What it does is it narrows the bandwidth of an FT8 signal is only 40 hertz. Only 40 hertz. So the processing narrows the bandwidth right down to 40 hertz. It measures exactly where in the spectrum that FT8 signal is, narrows the bandwidth down to 40 hertz, and the processing and the signal to noise ratio in a 40 hertz bandwidth is positive. These negative SNRs that are reports are the computed signal to noise ratios in a 3 kilohertz bandwidth. You narrow that down to 40 hertz, and those minus 24s become because of the bandwidth reduction. Yeah, just like you do in normal operation between going from sideband to CW, you get a 6 dB advantage as soon as you do that. That's processing gain here, right? Because you don't have to deal with the noise. It turns out your brain processes noise so efficiently. It's unbelievable how well the brain processes noise that the advantage in CW is a little less. Yes.
I live in a kind of basically a kind of probably like him a hole. I ran to some.
Where is your? What is your name and call sign? And where do you live?
Well, certainly KB9LGS in Indiana, and I live basically about 200 foot below terrain, but the terrain is out about a mile.
Oh, that's good. That's good. So the angle is the
do wire antennas. What kind of recommendation of what antenna and height would you have?
Okay. First of all, I'm not discouraged by that terrain. It's a mile away, so the angle above the horizon is pretty small. Are there some directions where the angle above the horizon to that terrain is bad?
It's awful hard to tell. I also got a lot of trees.
Trees don't matter. Yeah.
They do for looking and trying to figure out where.
Well, you can look at a topo map and figure out. But you said a mile. You know that those effects on HF are minimal. If you were trying to do this on 3 gigahertz, I'd be worried. But I'm not worried about HF. So your situation is not as bad as you think it might be. So antenna gain. There are 3 basic ways to get gain in antennas. One is front to back ratio. Okay, front to back ratio takes the energy that would normally be wasted off the back of the antenna in the wrong direction, and it refocuses it to the front of the antenna. That gives you absolute best about 4 dB of gain. So that's not too bad. And then how else can you get gain? You can get gain by narrowing the beam width of the main lobe off the front of the antenna. You do that by adding more directors. For practical antennas that are capable of being built on HF, that only can give you at best another 3 dB of gain. There's one more way you can get, and that's by stacking. For 2 high stacks, very few hams use more than 2 high stacks, you can get a little over 2 dB gain that way. So if you have a Yagi, you get 4 dB from putting that reflector on. You get another couple dB by adding a third element. And if you want more, add a couple more directors and you get a few. So you get 10 dB of gain. So that's with antennas. The most important way to get gain. Yeah. So, but I'm not worried about your limitation of wire antennas. That's not so bad. The best way to get gain cheap, if there aren't restrictions that prevent it otherwise, is to put your antenna at the correct height.
That's kind of the core of my question.
Yeah, so putting your antenna at the right height gives you 6 dB of gain compared to the antenna without reflection over ground. That's a lot of gain for free, but you've got to be able to put your antenna at the right height. So, what bands do you operate?
Whichever one I can get away with.
Well, which ones do you?
Which right now, the working ones I've got mostly are 20 and mostly 40.
Good, okay, that's fine. So I've been a DXer for, more than 60 years. And I started my DXing on 40 meters. It's a really good DX band. And there aren't many really big antennas on that band. There's a few, mostly contesters that are not even on the air outside of a contest. So with a wire antenna at the right height, a simple dipole, simple half-wave dipole, not an end-fed, and I'll mention in a minute why that's a bad choice. A simple half-wave center-fed dipole, anything above 45 feet or so, and you will work the world with 100 watts. Or an FT8, even less than that.
What's the improved G5RV setup?
Yeah, that's good. So here's the trick, and this is why an end-fed half-wave dipole is, an end-fed half-wave antenna is really a bad choice. It's okay for a temporary antenna like parks on the air, that's fine. But when you're putting up a permanent antenna, if you have a choice of using a horizontal dipole or a horizontal G5RV, you get the entire antenna at the right height. When you have an end-fed half-wave, most of the current is a quarter wave from the end of that half-wave, and it's not very high. Like on 20 meters, an end-fed half-wave is going to put most of the current only 15 feet high. Terrible low height. So it's going to perform very poorly. But if you can get a horizontal dipole on 20 meters, anything above 30 feet, horizontal half-wave dipole, anything above 30 feet, you'll work the world. And if you could get a 40-meter half-wave dipole, anything above 40 or 45 feet, you'll work the world. And with FT8, you could do that with about 20 watts. With CW, you could do it with 75 watts or so, and with single sideband, probably 200 watts. Your situation is not bad. You can really do well with it.
One other thing I've been having happen that's like very weird, you were mentioning Australia.
Yeah.
Several times I've really heard loud a Australian station, and
some of them have some.
And didn't. But then that was the weird part. He then commented that his friend 50 or 100 miles away from me was trying to reply to me, but he couldn't hear me, and his friend could hear me, but I couldn't hear his friend.
So let's think about this a little bit, okay? So what do you think the differences could be in these different locations? What could it be?
I'm wondering if it's what I was mentioning about the bumping.
Well, it could be. I mean, if one of those stations is in a very unfavorable location, like you mentioned your terrain, well, if that terrain is up close, like a few hundred feet away, that's really bad. But yours is a mile away. But some of these stations might have had very unfavorable terrain. It's possible. You don't know.
Well, that was just it. I was hearing the first station well over S9, and at least one of the times he was replying that his neighbor, his mate.
His mate, mate.
It's 50 kilometers. I don't do that math or that fast. Away from him,
not very far.
Was hearing me 20 over.
Wow.
But he couldn't hear me. And I'm running 100 watts, by the way.
Yeah, well, 100 watts is great. You can work the world at 100 watts.
I'm trying to figure out.
It was. So what are the possible differences? Terrain?
Yeah.
Antenna type. If he's using a half-wave end-fed, that's a really bad antenna for permanent fixed station use. Fine for POTA or whatever, but really a very poor choice if you want to be a DXer. And the other thing is local noise. So he may have had a situation where in his own home, he had some electronic devices making noise. That's very common if you haven't taken some steps to eliminate it. So those are just ideas what could have happened.
I got the numbers one time, but I've had that happen like 5 or 6 times.
It's
that
common.
trying to get them.
Common.
I've not got Australia yet, and I keep finding out that the Australia stations I can hear can't hear me, but then they'll comment somebody near me is hearing me.
Well, there's no reason why you can't work Australia with the station you described. Yeah. Get something at least 40 feet high. Higher than that's even better on 20. You know, we're in the part of the annual seasonal changes. You know, in HF propagation, you have ionospheric changes that are driven by the sunspot cycle, but there's also seasonal changes associated with the orientation of the Earth on its 23.5-degree tilted axis. So we're out of the kind of ideal part of the seasonal cycle where anybody who's a DXer knows the best times are kind of from October through late April. That's the best time. And then we get into the seasonal change when 10 and 12 meters, which are ideal for the situation you described, when those bands basically go away as DX bands except for north-south. And then the bands we're left with, which are quite good, 15, 17, 20, 30, excellent DX band, by the way, and 40 meters. What modes do you operate?
Right now, just single sideband. I have lost several friends who tried to teach me CW.
Well, that's all right. There's plenty of opportunity there. Are you opposed to using FT8? A lot of hands have this odd opposition.
Because I'm also big into emergency management, and I'm not very comfortable with practicing on modes that I couldn't.
Okay, well, that's okay.
Shelter pie, we're out of toilet paper.
yeah, that's okay. That's your.
I think I forget what the things for the G5RV that got approved, but my twin lead is actually horizontal coming off the antenna.
Tim, would find out how to need to stop. Oh, okay. Well, we've had some pretty good questions, so we can leave it at that. So if you want to talk about that some more, just find me around the hotel this weekend. And
have the stub horizontal?
Sure, not a problem. It's not radiated. The main thing you want to do with any HF antenna, within reason, is put it as high as you can. And make it as horizontal as you can, because the ground reflection from horizontally polarized antennas is much more efficient than vertical, unless you have an ocean at your location. I suspect you do not. Okay.
Thanks, Frank. Get a cookie and come on back for Rob Sherwood. All right.
Hey, wow. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is what it's all about.
That's the whole idea. ALE could do that, but it doesn't. That happens? Probably not, because it's between land locations, so it usually wouldn't be right word for it. You're pretty active. Well, and certainly, that app in its native form would be very useful for land-based communications all over the world. But it's a hairband, so you have to kind of pick the nearest hairband. You're not going to be operating a hairband. Yeah. Yeah. So you have to use the these same principles could be applied to ALE, but it's a whole new sort of development. Oh yeah, you can do the same thing. These apps will tell you where there's propagation. You really might not want that propagation to happen. Above the Aurora, so we have the northern Greenland, far northern Alaska. HF is good. It's complicated.
Yeah, that was well, they try to get
But what it takes, the reason this app works so well, there's thousands of these receivers all over the world. So you're getting reports from thousands of receivers about actual stations and what actually occurs. It's very powerful. Did you see it?
Has some health issues, but that's fine. Yeah, that's for sure.
Well, these guys are really good. Particularly their professors. Like they think, okay, you know, that's what they do. Okay. See, we're late in the pile on this.
We got C5 started at 3.
C5,
Still good.
they happen all the time. And they have an effect on the technology. It's the end-time, especially with
This is, well, that's just my,
so what is producing this like?
that's FDA.
It is FDA. So that would be.
And see, because of that, there's nothing.
It has nothing to do with that.
But, yeah, that's got it now. No, but that.
You have the seeds there will not produce enough absorption in the ionosphere. No effect on that.
Well,
That's the next level up.
Well, I realize Hamlin's as well. Oh, yeah. Yes, it is.
Is this microphone loud enough, guys? How about in the back? We'll see, I guess.
Oh, yeah, he was Captain Pete.
We just have We're about right about here, huh? Okay, all right.
The problem is in a room this size when we don't have a mic to pass around. Yeah. All right, no problem. It's fine. But I will introduce you. Sure. In about 4 minutes.
Okay, that'll work.
Everybody find a seat. Find a seat. We're going to get started here. All right, it's hard to believe that the day is almost done, but we have one of the best presentations saved for last. So make sure that you get a seat. You don't want to miss this. I do want to thank once again all the people that have made this possible. Terry, Kate, MNJ, along with Amy, N8AMY, Sandy, DL1QQ, and Terry, N2LQH, who has helped out big time here. Also, W9KKN has lent his experience, and all the professors that prepared a lot of material that was given here. This is 19 years of Contest University. Even COVID couldn't shut us down, because we did Zoom during the 2 years that we couldn't come to Hamvention. And in those 2 years, we actually had thousands of live viewers. So it was very, very impressive. But one thing that stands out in the 19 years here at Contest University, there are just a couple of guys that have really contributed at a very high level. And I want to honor one of those guys here today. And I want you all to stand and give a big round of applause for Rob Sherwood, NC0B. So I'm going to read this plaque. It says, "With our greatest appreciation to Rob Sherwood, NC0B, in sincere appreciation for his outstanding dedication to Contest University." And it's dated today, May 14th, 2026. And Rob, your contribution to amateur radio has been exceptional, and thank you for everything you've done here.
Well, thank you very much for the unexpected comments there. And it's sort of interesting. I started testing radios. I didn't wake up one day and say, I want to test radios. But there were some issues that needed attention, and that's what started it. Anyway, I'm going to talk about differences in radios that are currently on the market. And it's sort of interesting. The world has changed. Everything's direct sampling of one type or another, as opposed to our old favorite superhet. And the last IF ADC, in other words, a digital receiver that has roofing filters, the last one that came out was the FTDX10, so that's been a while. So emphasize today, are you looking at a new radio? Well, you can work DX and contesting with any of the top 6 OEMs, original equipment manufacturers. The prices are all over the map, from a pretty reasonable $1,000 up to almost $10,000. And you don't need a $10,000 radio. It might be nice, but if you're starting with a hobby, you've got a budget, there's a radio out there for you. And one thing which to mention is, okay, we want a good radio, no question, but what's most important? Well, the location, you probably aren't going to move. I did. But your antenna is really important, as undoubtedly you probably caught that today. So, and for contesting or DXing, really your skill something needs to be honed. So kind of the radio is last, because so many of the radios are so fine today. So there's my QTH in Weld County, about 50 miles east of WWV. I don't expect you to do that, but it was really great because it allowed me to utilize a lot of radios that otherwise would have just been in the laboratory. So what's changed recently? Well, the receiver numbers, as the testing things like in QST or on my website, it's amazing what you can buy today. You have to really work hard to have a bad radio. But the architecture's changed. So the last really super hit with roofing filters was the IC7851. It's now discontinued, and obviously an expensive radio. Tim has several of them, lots of them at K3LR. So everything that's new now is either IF sampling, where the ADC is, analog to digital converter chip, or it's pure direct sampling. We'll talk about that in a little more detail. So from a general operating standpoint, I would say don't get worried about the architecture. It's probably fine, whichever one you pick. But the IF sampling has that ADC chip at the IF, which allows you to have roofing filters. If it's a pure direct sampling, it's sampling at the antenna. So in that case, it's impossible to have a roofing filter. when do you kind of would like to have a roofing filter? Well, I would say your most likely one that you might participate in is a field day that has at least 2 modes on the same band. And line of sight signals. Line of sight signals can easily be 60/9, 70/9. Line of sight might be 5 miles, like in Boulder, Colorado. There's a station up in the mountains. You can see right into downtown Boulder, and the signals are tremendous. So the brands, ICOM, Flex, Yaesu, and Apache, the new ones are all direct sampling. We've got the new ICOM 200-watt rig, the Flex, which is a 500-watt rig, which is something new, the Yaesu FTX1, and the Apache G2. They're all direct sampling. So there's the pattern. The world has changed. The first direct sampling radio I ever owned was a 7300, and of course they sold 100,000 of them. So an ADC chip, analog to digital converter chip, has a practical range of signals from what we call MDS, minimum discernible signal, and actually we can hear below that. But that range, as we measure it, is about 125 dB. Now, if we took a K3S, the actual lab measurement comes up about 150, but you probably can't realize that in practice because we're trying to measure that number with a super clean crystal oscillator. Well, nobody's transmitter is that clean. So I would say the blocking of K3S in the real world, maybe 140. So the difference isn't quite as much as the lab number might imply. So it's probably not going to be a problem for most of us, but we've got a ham 10 blocks down the street. The radio with the roofing filter would be helpful. So Yaesu has a new feature that's kind of clever. It's possible the concept came from a Collins radio, possibly for an airplane or something, but instead of saying, well, we're going to overload an ADC chip at some point with voltage, it's not power, with voltage, they put a secondary AGC that looks at the band. And so if we're approaching overload, or over range really, in the case of the ADC, well, they cut back the gain. It's kind of like automatically turning down the RF gain. So this is kind of clever. So far, Yaesu is the only one that's doing that, and it's only for their pure direct sampling like the FT710 and that FTDX1. So the trade-off is, and it's not really much of a trade-off, but instead of the ADC chip crashing in effect, it just turns down the gain. So it's another way to do it. Most radios have an overrange enunciator. I think Flex may be the only one that does it. I like the enunciator. It doesn't mean that if it's flickering a little bit, my radio won't function, but it's just like nice to know you're near the edge of the dynamic range of the radio. How many here have been paying any attention to the ARRL Clean Signal Initiative, which showed up for the first time in a production standpoint in April? How many have read about it? Hey, some of you. So the idea is the receivers are so good today that often we find ourselves a reception limit, not by the radio's signal, but another signal nearby. So the transmit bandwidth can be an issue that is the limit. So the ARRL Clean Signal Initiative is looking at key clicks, sideband intermod splatter, and we've all heard that, and also transmit composite noise. I want to emphasize there have been a lot of reviews over the years talking about phase noise called composite noise when it wasn't. So if you're looking at QSD, April and then ongoing issues, we'll use the term correctly. Because we have phase noise, we also have amplitude noise. And often amplitude noise is dominant. So that's the case where if we just had a piece of $100,000 test equipment that only measured phase noise, that's not really what we hear on the air. We just hear total noise. So that's something that needs to be understood better. And if there are going to be specs on an advertisement, it should talk about composite noise and not phase noise, because maybe in a typical case, the amplitude noise might be 10 or 20 dB worse than the phase noise, because really the OEMs were not paying attention to that. So how are the manufacturers responding? Well, at the moment, very little has happened to improve the key clicks, and this can be done in software, sometimes hardware, but it hasn't, I think only Apache has actually changed something in their radio to pass the key click masks. Now, a mask is a term meaning we have a graph that shows how wide is the signal, whether it's a CW signal, sideband signal, or whatever. So I'm hoping that in the future we'll just talk about composite noise. So key click improvements. Well, for instance, Flex and Elecraft have a fixed rise time and fall time, and they don't currently meet the CSI mask standard. But that could be fixed in firmware. And of course, now virtually every radio, you can update it with firmware with a SD card or a thumb drive or something like that. Now, other manufacturers have a rise time, and preferably both the rise and fall time, adjustable in a menu. None of the current ones from ICOM, Kenwood, or Yaesu meet the CSI spec, regardless of what selection you make at rise time. But this could be fixed. Some of the radios have a menu selection of 1 millisecond rise time or 2 millisecond rise time, and that's just craziness because you're going to have key clicks with that. So preferably, you pick the slowest rise time in your menu. Maybe it doesn't quite meet the spec, but you're going to not bother your neighbors nearly as much. And also, is a question of, well, what does that measurement really mean? If I set my icon for 8 milliseconds, it's probably more like 4 or 5. So don't get freaked out by thinking, oh, 8 milliseconds too fast. It just comes down to how somebody measured something. Pre-distortion. Now, this is something that's sort of the highlight of what has happened from a CSI measurement standpoint. 6 OEMs are really our major suppliers, and 3 of them now have clean signals with pre-distortion. Now you say, what is pre-distortion? Well, we have software that's going to measure the bandwidth of our sideband signal, and it may take a few seconds, maybe even half a second in some cases. And since it knows the linearity of the amplifier, now it can be just the PA and your rig, or in some cases the external amplifier. So if you characterize your amplifier with your pre-distortion software, we know where the nonlinearities are. Probably the really low level or not quite perfect. And then, of course, it's going to go into compression at the high levels. And so we've got a curve. So instead of a straight line, we'll have a knee at the bottom and then a curve at the top. Well, so you measure that, and then you take that curve and invert it in the digital domain so that when you pre-distort the signal that's going to be transmitted. So then once it runs through the amplifier, it corrected that distortion curve. And that's why it's called pre-distortion. So Apache's had pre-distortion since 2013. And ICOM published their digital pre-distortion, and DPD is really a generic term as opposed to pure signal. That was Thanksgiving in 2023. So I was there at my contest station and downloaded the firmware, and there I had it, something I didn't even know was a part of my radio. Flex, when your book was published, was still in beta with their smart signal. They called it smart signal as opposed to pre-signal, a pure signal. So it is now in production. So as of about 2 weeks ago. So we do really have 3 that are in a production type of software. Here's some examples of real-world measurements on the air. This is on 75 meters on about 8:30 in the morning. And Tom Thompson, W0IVJ, was capturing these signals with his Apache. And so in this case, we've got a waterfall of an Apache 200D that's about 9 years old, running pure signal, and the amplifier was a solid state amp, and that was in the correction loop, because Apache has always allowed anybody's amplifier to be in the correction loop with a sampler in the output if it doesn't build in, which most they're not built in. Down below, that was my signal with a perfectly good rig, a TS890S and an Alpha 89. As you can see, look how much wider that is on the waterfall. Now I'm a little bit stronger than the Apache was, but the width is sort of typical. At about minus 50 dB, your signal is about 3 times as wide as it is at minus 3 or minus 6. Here's one that's actually, I get to brag instead of being the one with the poor signal. So the waterfall there on top is my ICOM 7610 with digital pre-distortion driving an ACOM 1000 that is not in the correction loop. But look how narrow that is, just like the previous one, the Apache 200D. You can see the difference is dramatic. Now the one below was a Flex 6600M driving a Power Genius XL, and that was W5AP comparison to NC0B signal. That's me. In this case, when Tom has captured this signal, if we just look at the top of the waterfall, there's a little line there. I mean, we're also at that point capturing the band scope. As you can see, the band scope shows about a 25 or 30 dB clean signal, and then all the distortion splatters there. And it's down about 25 dB. So that's showing the same thing as the waterfall does down below. So this isn't something you only see on a waterfall. So I was happy you clicked the camera that at the right time. This is the top 26 radios from my website. How many people have been to my website to look at radios? All right. Now, this is not the top 26 counting from the top to the down 26 because there's duplicates. There's a K3, improved K3S. There's also a comparison of a Flex with a K3S on 10 meters. So what I did was take the data from the individual ones that were not duplicates. Also, I have second samples. A lot of the direct sampling radios, because they're slightly different, an analog to digital chip is not, each one is different. Not a lot, but they're not as consistent as our old superhets were. So I took out the duplicates here. So this was the individual models that were in the top 26. If you look down here, it'll say, I've run 21 of those of the 26 in contest. So that's what I've been able to do in the last 18 years out 50 miles east of WWV is utilize these radios in contest. And then you get to compare it to what differences you notice in the lab data. And actually, a lot of the difference comes down to ergonomics, as the numbers are so good, but everybody's interface with you, the operator, is different. So what works for me, you may not like it, and vice versa. So picking a radio now really comes down a lot to what works in your station as far as your interface with your radio. So how are you going to select a new one? Well, I say if you picked one of the top 26, you can't go wrong. That'd be a good start. Maybe you've been a Yaesu operator forever. Well, all the OEMs now have a good product. So if you want to stay with the brand you've had for 20 years, 30 years, just pick one that fits your budget. The price range is, as I mentioned earlier, between $1,000 and approaching 10 grand by the time you get sales tax in there. So pick one that makes sense for you. So we're going to look at now some features by brand in no order. Just to look at them all. So remote option has really taken a lot of interest lately, and I never would have guessed that 20 years ago that remote would be so popular. So some of it's done in hardware, some it's in software. Reducing the transmit bandwidth, we're getting there, but it's going to take a while to get the OEMs to really focus on this, because at the moment anyway, the ARRL will only be testing new radios for CSI unless the OEM decides to send in an existing radio that maybe was reviewed 5 years ago to have it retested. So I don't know if that'll happen or not. So it's going to take some time to hopefully get the CSI concept really ingrained in radio design. So the architectural differences really has to do with the really harsh RF environments. You've got a ham down the block. You've got a contest, and you're the mold station trying to get up close to the run station. So in that case, a radio with the roofing filter will help. And of course, there's tracking preselectors from Yaesu and ICOM in some of the models. So again, those are features that in really difficult RF conditions can be an advantage. So you need to know your radio, particularly if you're ever going to go to another location. Maybe it's field day. Maybe you're volunteering to operate CQ Worldwide or ARRLDX at someone's house, and you've got a radio that you've never used before. So this is kind of a surprise. So this is a list of 8 direct sampling radios, not the ones at the ADC chips at the IF, but in effect at the antenna. On the right-hand column where it says dynamic range, they're all about 100 dB, plus or minus 3 approximately. And you'd never notice that difference on the air. I mean, a few dB, a few percentage is minimal. But look at the noise floor of those 8 radios without a preamp. Now they all have a preamp, but this is just the radio. We turn it on, no preamp, no attenuator, and there's 22 dB difference across different brands. The Flex, for instance, has the highest MDS, in other words, the least sensitive with no preamp, but then their preamps can go up to 32 dB, which is almost unheard of, but they have the least gain ahead of the ADC chip of any brand. Now, every ADC chip is too noisy if you were just using it on the upper bands. It wouldn't make any difference on 80 meters, for instance. But if you're on 10 meters, just having not enough gain ahead of the ADC to overcome its noise would be a really big problem. So in this case, the K4 is kind of in the middle. It's not as low as an MDS as the Flex, and not as sensitive as the ICOM, for instance. But there's nothing wrong with any of these. The design is fine, it's just it's different. So if you're going to be sitting down in front of a radio that you've never used, you really need to have an idea, well, should I run a preamp? Should I run an attenuator? In general, on the low bands, you probably want to consider some attenuation. On the high bands, well, certainly 10 and 15 and 12. In a quiet location, a preamp helps. But again, see if it helps. If you turn on a preamp, it doesn't help, turn it off. So let's look at the brands and see what's new. So Flex now has the 8000 series. It sort of came out last year, or a little bit before that. It replaced the 6000 series, but that has more horsepower in the hardware, waiting for mostly new software to come along to make use of the extra hardware horsepower. They're not offering smart signal pre-distortion for all the 6000 owners. Now I have a question for Flex. ICOM does not use adaptive pre-distortion. Theirs is fixed. It's static. So you calibrate it. Of course, if you buy a brand new 7610 or 7760, it's going to be already calibrated for you. But in that case, it's calibrated and it stays there. Well, I would think that a 6000 series could do static, even though it's not quite as flexible. It's still way better than not. I mean, you saw the pictures there of my 7610, that how clean it was, even though it wasn't being cleaned up as far as the external amplifier, which would have been an ACOM or an alpha in my case. The 500 watt Aurora, which is an interesting new product concept, which really for de-expedition, if you could take a single box, rig and amplifier all in one, that is about 85% efficient, that's kind of interesting. This polar modulation is what Flex is calling it. It's also called envelope elimination and reconstruction. And what is happening is the power supply voltage is following the envelope. So it's really astoundingly efficient. So the Aurora has smart signal, as do the 8000, because really the Aurora is an 8000 with a built-in amp. So it'll be interesting to see if Flex will consider static pre-distortion for the older series. ICOM, the digital pre-distortion hardware was built into the rig when they shipped in 2017. So the first one I bought had sounded like serial number 100. It was like 1,000, 1,100 or so, let's say, because they started at 1,000. So that radio is 8 years old or 8.5 years old, but it was all started with the concept that this would come down the pike. Of course, the newer 7760 supports pre-distortion. But the sad thing is, it only supported an external amp if it's a PW2, not even a PW1. Be interesting if someone can reverse engineer that and make it work. If you are running a tube amp, particularly ceramic tube amps, in my case, ACOM and Alpha, you get about 85% of the improvement because the amp is so clean. Not so much with LD MOS amps today. So you get an improved signal even if you're running power, if you're running a tube amp. Comments on the Apache G2. Well, again, that's one of 3 brands that has pre-distortion. And it saw the smart signal. That's a mistake. Pure signal with an Apache, any amp can be used. You could run an L4B, for instance. So, but don't consider an Apache plug and play. It's kind of complicated. If it's your first rig, don't start there. So it's got a lot of features, noise reduction. Warren Pratt NR0V has written some amazing software. So they're kind of ahead of the pack in noise reduction, for instance. And the fact that pure signal has been around for such a long time. Having tested the G2 myself, it passes all 3 CSI specs. Warren just wrote the software for the firmware update, so it passed the CW mask. In effect, you could say, well, he's gaming the system, but we decided to, this is what we should all shoot for, and Warren says, I'll do it. It hasn't been reviewed yet in QST, but I've tested in my lab. So the key clicks meet the mask. Of course, any of the 3 that are running pre-distortion on sideband, they easily pass the mask, so that's no problem there. And it does also pass the transmit composite noise, so that's doing well. On the Yaesu, this is interesting. Yaesu is on both sides of the fence. They offer IF sampling, of course the FTDX 101D or the MP, or the newer and very reasonably priced FTDX 10 are sampling at the IF. Now their FTX1 and the FT710, pure direct sampling. Again, no roofing filters possible. So Yaesu offers both. I don't think anyone else is offering both the IF type and the pure direct sampling. The K4, there's a typo here, so bear with me here. The K4 HD was announced in May of 2019 here at Hamvention. So it promised IF sampling with a roofing filter as an option beyond the direct sampling that we're familiar with today. If you really have these really strong signals, field day for sure, ham down the street, line of sight, the HD may be a godsend for you. The 7-year delay, though, I was hoping we might see an HD, K4 HD here at Hamvention, but the last thing I saw on the reflector was it might be this fall. So I don't know when it comes out. It says 2016. Sorry for the typo. I meant to say 2026. This weekend. So the K4 HD will be, from an architectural standpoint, competing with the FTDX10, which is $1,500, amazing, or the more expensive D or the MP. So comments on Kenwood. I'm a little worried about Kenwood. They haven't come out with a new rig since 2018. I did own the TS 990S and the 890S, very fine radios. But it's been quite a while now since they came out. The question will be, will Kenwood come out with the direct sampling radios? We saw all the new radios are direct sampling one way or another. And the pure superhead is history. So we'll just have to see. I hope they stay in the business, because I thought Kenwood's always had a great reputation for great receive audio, great transmit audio, and the ergonomics are usually pretty good. So we'll see. See what happens tomorrow. So don't choose a radio with one number. Now, I started this in 1976 when I started doing dynamic range testing at 2 kilohertz test spacing in addition to the 20. See, in 1975, the QST and the Ham Radio Magazine introduced these new terms. They were dynamic range and noise floor in dBm. But the architecture of the radios say in the 1960s were just fine with the 20 kilohertz test. But then radios started having roofing filters and a lot of gain. So if we were seeing a radio fold up in a contest, then we'd say, well, what's wrong with the test? So that's when I started testing in 76. The difference now is we've got all these direct sampling radios with tremendous dynamic range numbers. There's over 20 of them with 90 dB or better, and you should be perfectly fine with a 90 dB radio. What you don't need to worry about is what's the noise floor and what's the sensitivity. This is not an issue. We've had more sensitivity than we need clear back to the 75A4. So what we do need to compare is what's going to work for you. And we don't want to just say, well, one number, that radio is number 13 on my list, and I'm going to buy it instead of number 17. You need to go much deeper into selecting a radio than that. Look at the interface. Does it have knobs, buttons? Is the display large or small? Do you want an external display? I don't use an external display. A lot of people have a 24-inch display. That's great. Just what you need and what you want in your station. Do you run it with a computer, or is it just standalone? Mine are just standalone, but maybe because I've been a ham for 65 years. I don't know. The ergonomics are all over the map. So if you can, sit down in front of a radio that you're considering buying. And then the menus. Hopefully the menus mean I go into a menu, I set up all my defaults, and I don't have to touch it in the middle of a contest. So what you're going to be adjusting on the fly should be easy to do. If you've got a ham club nearby, join your ham club. Talk to your fellow hams in your club and say, what do you have for radios? Maybe one of your friends has the radio you're considering, and let you come over and operate it for a couple hours. Do you have a ham store nearby that has them on demonstration? We'll make use of that. It's really critical that you don't just go by a number, that find out a radio that's going to work for you. So factors to consider. Well, bad ergonomics are frustrating, particularly if you're trying to work a multiplier and it's just not working out because you have to fiddle with some adjustment. Does the speech processor work well? Is it standalone or computer operated? That's just a decision you have to make. It isn't right or wrong. And hopefully the firmware is updated with some regularity. I mean, they could fix bugs, that's fine, but you may get into some new feature, like in the case of my 7610. There's a feature there I didn't even know was in existence until the software came along. And I just put a SD card in the radio, upgraded the firmware, and boom, I got pre-distortion. What happens when your radio's got some years on it? Can you get parts? Can it be serviced once it's out of production? We're somewhat in a case where we have throwaway radios. If there's something that failed, like the USB port, typically a radio will have to replace the whole main board for $1,000 or something. So it's a question of, can it be fixed? And if so, can it be fixed for a reasonable price? At the start of today, there was discussions about enjoying contesting. And I want to extend that to enjoying contesting with your radio. You should have fun at the end of an operating day, whether it's just rag chewing, working a contest, working DX. It should be fun to use your radio. And if it's not, well, pick another radio. This is a hobby that we should just enjoy because this is what we've been doing now for years. If you happen to have any questions, I'll be around here afterwards, but rob@nc0b.com. I answer all my email. And so if I can be helpful tomorrow, down the road, feel free to contact me. Tim?
There was one question I saw here, real quick.
Influencing these radios.
Artificial intelligence, where do you see it influencing these radios?
Well, I would say we're a little too soon to make it. I couldn't answer it right now. And also, if I do use AI at times, sometimes the information is accurate and sometimes it's just nonsense. So what are we going to do? So we know that we're in the world of direct sampling, and particularly either whether it's at the IF or at the antenna. So that's really what's really changed. And I don't see a return to standard superhits ever again. Well, you know, noise reduction is really complex, and it's a case where the programmer has to really also understand ham radio. And so I don't know that the average guy that writes code may have a lot of background in our hobby. But since Warren Pratt has written some amazing software for Apache, there are going to be other programmers out there that hopefully will do it for all the brands. Because that is the biggest problem today. I mean, I'm moved out to the country to have a quiet location, but if I'm in Denver or I'm driving Mobile through my little town of Alt, I just say, I'm going to sign off for 10 minutes while I drive through town because I can't hear anything. So noise reduction is going to be a really big deal and hopefully more common with the technology.
And if you want to use AI, even, you know, in your hotel room later tonight, ask it to compare radios. Ask it to compare, you know, an FTDX10 to an ICOM IC7610. It is just incredible what you can find out just by asking those simple questions. As Rob said, you know, you want the radio that's best for you, and AI can do a lot because it can dig into every source. It can do a lot of the work for you when you come down to maybe 2 or 3 that you think are interesting. AI can drill down and give you some really good results, and that's available today. So, you know, we live in exciting times, I think we can all agree on that. A round of applause again for Rob Sherwood. Doug Grant, are you in the house? Doug, we have a contest winner. I think Doug has been running this eyeball sprint for many years, and dedication to seeing. You always have an interesting story to relate, so let's let's look forward to that. Doug?
Thank you, Tim. Well, the logs have been checked. I do want to acknowledge that earlier today I heard N4GG say that contest stations exist for turning coffee into QSOs. Someone took that way too seriously. He didn't win. So there are some scores that I do want to recognize in a tie for, oh, and by the way, the logs were checked not using artificial intelligence. I did it myself, so it was fully processed with natural stupidity instead of artificial intelligence. So I thought that would go over better. So we had a three-way tie for fourth place with AF0F, KA6S, and KE2AIZ, who's 11 years old sitting in there. She beat all the old guys. And keeping with the theme of YL's doing very well, in third place was Tim, N3QE. So he's in third place. We had a tie for second, K3AJ and VE7BC. And in first place, and we carefully checked this log because there was suspicion that maybe there were some, I could say, manufactured QSOs, but I think it's actually a genetic thing. In first place, K0SM, who is KE2AIZ's father, with a score of 121 points. Come on up and... Where's TV Bob and his camera when you need him? Hurry up. And here's your gift certificate for $100. Good job. There you go.
K0SM has a ham family, and I thought it would be interesting just to hear a little bit about Andy's family. So, Andy, why don't you tell everybody?
Thanks for preparing me for that, Tim. Appreciate it. Yeah, okay, so I don't really use one of these, so it's difficult for me. Kidding. Let's see. I heard Violetta's presentation this morning. You know, she mentioned she comes from a large family. We do too. So I have 8 children. 4 of them are here. 4 of them are licensed. The oldest 4, and I'm their Elmer, but what's been really nice is they've had an opportunity to contest with other contesters, especially Jeff, W2FU, at his station with other, at some of the multi-ops. I also hosted all of them for the New York QSO party the last couple years, which has been really great. So now that I have a microphone, what I would also encourage you guys to do, if you didn't hear Violetta's presentation this morning, find some of these people to Elmer. Reach out to them. A lot of kids won't reach out unless they have, an advocate, a parent or something like that. There are people who are interested in this, would definitely come and operate your station if you invited them over, maybe with a parent and things like that. So if you're thinking about doing something like that, you can talk to me. I have a little experience with that myself, so as well as other people. So thank you. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Andy, and I know that your contribution to amateur radio is very strong, your commitment, and I encourage you to see Andy if you have some interests that he might be able to help you in. If you didn't get enough today, there are some other things going on this weekend, notably Hamvention. Tomorrow, tomorrow afternoon is the Antenna Forum, and we've got 4 really good talks in the Antenna Forum. It starts at 2 o'clock in room 1. And then on Saturday is the Contest Forum, and Doug Grant, K1DG, has lined up several presentations that I think you'll find interesting as well. I hope you had a really good day here today. There are some feedback forms that do help us drive what will be our 20th Contest University next year. There's also Contest Universities that go on in England, in Germany, in Friedrichshafen. There'll be a Contest University, as well as there was one in Italy not too long ago. So we continue to have those Contest Universities, and also look for the mini Contest Universities that occur. Looks like we'll have them in 3 sites this summer. We're going to have them at Ham Expo up in the Boston area. We'll also have a mini Contest University at the Huntsville Ham Fest, which is also the ARRL National Convention. And I think there'll be a Contest University of some sort at W9DXCC near Chicago. And Bob says yes. So there's lots of opportunity to come and participate. Maybe do something in your own club or an organization where you can use the slide decks. These slide decks will be available at the contestuniversity.com website very shortly. And go out and, preach the word, because I think we have a great story to tell. Thank you for being here. I hope you had fun. Enjoy the next several days worth of hamvention.
Thank you, Darren.
You're going to take a picture of all the CTU professors? Timmy.
Yeah, Contest University professors, if you'd come up to get a photo.